But the former president got really, really close in 2016. Ryan Nobles has been out there in Fairfax talking to voters. And Ryan, first, I want you to set up our voters a little bit about the state, right? Because there are so many people concentrated in those suburbs of Virginia in the north. And then you have Trump country, right? Which is west of Charlottesville.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right, Tom. And this is really the area where if Nikki Haley is going to be successful tonight, she's got to do well in places like Fairfax County, areas in Northern Virginia that traditionally vote Democratic. But because this is an open primary and because the Democratic primary with President Biden as an incumbent was expected to go easily his way, we're seeing a lot of Republican voters that are actually Democratic voters that have crossed over and voted in the Republican primary. But I want to show you what just happened here a few minutes ago. This lockbox here behind me, this has been open. You see a lock on it now, but this has been open all day. It's been open throughout the election process. Just a few minutes ago, they officially called that the lockbox was going to be closed at 7 o'clock when the polls closed. They then opened it up. They undid the lock here, opened it up, and got the ballots out. And we've got our ballot workers here who have then taken all the ballots that were in that box. Now, these are absentee ballots that people have mailed to their homes. They can either mail them back on their own or they can drop them in these drop boxes where they're then put in this secure location. And then where does it go from there, sir?
We take it into the ballot room on the third floor of the government center.
Mm-hmm. And you've done a lot to make sure that these ballots are taken care of. There was locks on there. You have locks on this. I mean, how careful do you take this process?
Oh, very, very seriously. Yeah. You know, 2 people do it. And we're both one from each party.
Yeah.
So
yeah. All right. Well, great. Well, thank you for your work here. And so these ballots are now heading into the Fairfax County Government Center. And these guys were nice enough to wait around for us so that we could show you this process live as it's happening. So they will then go into the government center, and that's where the ballots will be counted. So with the polls closed, we're going to actually start to see these numbers roll in just the next few minutes. In fact, Fairfax County told us that they should be able to start posting results from tonight's vote as early as 8 o'clock, so in less than an hour from now. And Fairfax County is going to be very important because, as we mentioned before, it is one of the most populous counties in Virginia. It's the most populous county in Virginia. And if Nikki Haley is going to have any shot, she's going to have a significant vote total here come in from her perspective. She's got to gain a lot of votes. She basically needs to run up the score here in Fairfax County and then hope that it's enough to hold off Donald Trump in other parts of the state. As you pointed out, Tom, Southwest Virginia, west of Charlottesville, but even in places like Richmond, Virginia Beach, places like that, those are all areas where Donald Trump is expected to do very well in the Republican primary. So we could get a real indication if Nikki Haley is going to have anything to hold on to tonight when these results here in Fairfax County start to come in less than an hour.
And Ryan, we have to mention you usually cover Capitol Hill for us, right? But right there, what we saw.
Thank you all for clicking on. We are just getting started here and going to be on for a while tonight. Coming up around 9 p.m., we're going to have a watch-along party for those that like to watch Oak Island. Pardon me. We'll have Oak Island up on the big screen. Not going to show it live. We'll keep the primary coverage going. Going to have chat going all night long. And at the moment, we have NBC coverage as the polls have closed in Virginia and Vermont.
They've also opened the bars here, so I expect by the time that Donald Trump does decide to speak, he will have a crowd that is a mix of kind of his Palm Beach, Mar-a-Lago membership and kind of key supporters financially, with some true believers who I've seen, folks who've traveled here that I've seen on the trail from New Hampshire and from other states. He will have a very welcoming crowd here tonight. We don't know precisely when he's going to speak. The sense that I've got from his campaign is earlier rather than later. They understand that the night is basically theirs, with Nikki Haley not expected to address reporters. And they want to grab the maximum amount of eyeballs possible and try to use this moment to focus Trump on the general election and to focus on Joe Biden. But Tom, as I look over my shoulder, I note that there is not a teleprompter on the stage behind me. And anytime there is not a prompter on stage, that means Donald Trump will be giving these remarks off the cuff. So whatever the plan is can be very much affected by what he sees the moment before he comes out or what's on his mind in that moment. Predicting that he would get a disciplined version of the speech like we saw in Iowa versus an angrier version of a victory speech like we saw in New Hampshire, difficult to do right now before we see how these results go. That said,
Oh, Sorry, I didn't mean to pause it, but I did want to say Trump without teleprompters, speaking off the cuff. What could go wrong?
Trump campaign aides that I've spoken to do better. So I think we'll get a better read on what the mood will be from both the room and the candidate, perhaps just within the next half hour or so, Tom.
Garrett Haake for us from Mar-a-Lago. Garrett, we're going to be checking in with you throughout the night. We appreciate you. It's the big question, right, Hallie? Which Donald Trump will we get tonight? Will we get the person who won the Iowa caucuses, who is a little bit more statesman-like, or will we get the Donald Trump after New Hampshire, who started attacking Nikki Haley's dress and got really nasty really fast?
The magnanimous Trump, as I think you called him, magnanimous is what I think you said on the air, versus somebody who was insulting Nikki Haley on personal terms. It's going to depend on how things go tonight. And let me just give you a bit of a viewer's guide. Look at the bottom of your screen. You are seeing that as we're seeing that. That is updating automatically with how much vote is coming in, where the percentages are right now in some of these key early states, Virginia, Vermont, where polls have closed, and we are seeing those votes get counted. And obviously, of course, that call for President Biden there, unsurprising, obviously, in Virginia. We're lucky to have moderator of Meet the Press, Kristen Welker, joining us now. Speaking of Red Bulls, Kristen, I know you probably had a few. But walk us through sort of your takeaways of the night so far, and what specifically you're looking for, friend.
I think this night is about trying to find clues for the general election. Is Trump able to consolidate the Republican base around him? In a lot of these primary states, we've seen him get 50, sometimes 60%. So do we see him get higher than that? Or do we see him falter with some of these key groups, moderates, independents? Does Nikki Haley have a stronger than expected performance in Virginia, in North Carolina, in Massachusetts, for example? One of the things I think is notable, though, that we're getting from our exit polling, if you look at the exit polling out of North Carolina, Virginia, and California, a majority of GOP primary voters say they will vote for the eventual nominee. That's significant when you think about how this could shake out.
Yeah, Hogan, we were just speaking to Garrett at Mar-a-Lago. Sort of peel back the curtain for us, right? What's happening behind the scenes? I know you've been texting the former president tonight. Is he watching all the coverage? Are his aides giving him the voter data? What's happening?
We know he's got NBC News Now right there on all the screens on air from Trump Force Line.
Very true. Listen, he does care to watch what's going on, the coverage, obviously the numbers that come in. There are people that give him information and data in real time as they get it too. You guys have a decision desk. There's obviously a war room when you're talking about presidential politics, most assuredly on a campaign.
What's it like bringing bad news, though? The guy who's got to deliver the bad news, what's that like?
I don't know. We never bring him bad news. It's all good news. It's all good news. No, look, I think he's really kind of paying attention to obviously some of the things that Kristen said. How large is he going to win some of these states? But the fact is,
he said something there jokingly. We never give him bad news. I don't think there's. I think there might be a case to be made that that's not exactly true. I mean, it is true. They don't give him bad news, but that's not a good thing. Shalom, True. And hello to everybody. Thank you for clicking on. We're just getting rolling along tonight. The first two polls have closed, Virginia and Vermont. I came on at 7 o'clock when these polls closed because, as you know, if you watched previous coverage, immediately upon closing, some outlets have declared the winner. So I wanted to be on in case that was the case. NBC is what we are currently monitoring here on the channel. Coming up at 9 o'clock, we'll still have the primary coverage continuing, but we'll be watching Oak Island, episode of Oak Island at 9 o'clock. And chat's going to be open all night long. So we are just getting started. Spread the word. Come over and chat. Come over and hang out. We're going to be here for a while. And I thank you once again for clicking on. And now back to NBC's coverage of Super Tuesday.
What's different this time around in 2024 is that the former president started with, I got to be careful here, but he started with political professionals who have long experience winning campaigns in battleground states and who had been really put through the ringer over their careers. And we're seeing less mistakes this time around. Is that fair?
You know, look, I think that Donald Trump is going to make mistakes because it's the nature of the volatility around him. Having said that, there's no doubt that the staff that he has developed this time is a much stronger campaign staff with more experience. And by example, the fact that they went out to these early states and made him winner take all, knowing
They've never been this coordinated.
knowing that it was a polarized electorate, but he could get 50+1 was a very wise move on their part.
I just think the big question tonight, though, is what does Nikki Haley do after tonight? And it's this unknown that hangs over this evening. If she doesn't have a strong performance, if Trump does consolidate delegates, which he's expected to do, does she wake up tomorrow and say, okay, does the pressure become too great? Do her donors start to leave? They haven't yet. They haven't yet.
Some of the bigger ones have already left, but does that really matter? Is it relevant? I mean, she's been in this race from day one. She hasn't won a single state. She's talking about how she could win the general, but she can't win a state to get to the general. So regardless of whether she stays in or not, it will be a news story and we should talk about it. But the fact is she's been pretty much irrelevant from the get-go.
Yeah, no, I just think what's fascinating, though, it's a little bit reminds me of Bernie Sanders in like 2016.
Right.
And this idea.
Remember that? Those days?
I remember those days. You remember
campaign.
those days. And there is, and having interviewed her, I mean, she wouldn't rule out staying in this race till the convention. Her tone has changed so much that the question is does she see this as a fight for the Republican Party?
And the president has to make a calculation. Will he take her voters? Will her voters go to him?
Right.
What can he do to win over those independent voters, if anything? And he's got to be careful.
Well, I think one, President Trump loves having a foil, and she has been that for him. And the fact that he keeps winning one primary after another actually is a positive news story for him. I think for her, the question is a little bit different because usually candidates get out when they run out of money, and she's not run out of money.
Right.
But at some point, if the narrative is that she's getting a certain section of the Republican Party becomes she's winning Democrat independent voters, that doesn't help her future if it's viewed as she's really a Democrat foil.
Mark, look over your shoulder there. Who do we have? We got Holly Jackson. She's ready. She's ready to go.
I stretched my legs a little bit, mostly because I wanted to get over here to get to our friend Chuck Todd, because we're seeing more of this exit polling coming in. Chuck, talk us through what's standing out to you.
Something Mark just said.
Please echo away.
Which just gets to this issue of who's the voters, Nikki Haley. So we can give you now the voter breakdowns of how each, right? So
we haven't seen this yet tonight.
no, we
This is
haven't. We
important.
haven't seen this because we wait till the actual polls are closed here. So as you can see here, there is a divide among the electorate. Trump dominates among conservative voters, 73-25. This is in Virginia. And among moderate to liberal voters, it's almost a mirror image, almost flipped here. Haley getting 71%.
Would you expect that number to be higher?
No, that's about right. It's about what she's been doing. But this isn't an even split of conservatives versus moderates. Even in Virginia, the least conservative state that we've tested tonight, 65% of the entire electorate is conservative. 35%, okay, makes up the rest. So, yeah, it's an even split. The problem is he's getting 73% of 65% of the electorate, and she's getting 71% of 35% of the electorate. And
for those of us that are not great at math,
no, but the
right?
point is that's not good.
That's
okay,
right.
I'm not asking you to do algebra 2 here. All right, I am only simply it ain't 50-50, and they're each getting. And if you go to North Carolina, the breakdowns are about the same. As you can see, she does slightly less better with moderate. She's getting 62%. But here's the problem: 78% of this electorate in North Carolina is conservative.
Conservative,
and he's winning basically 80% of 80%. Again, 60% of 25% versus 80 of 80. Again, I know I'm doing algebra 2 here, guys. I'm not asking you to do addition
you would
and
need to see so many more moderate or liberals come out to get Nikki
she
Haley
needed more
where she wants to be.
Democrats.
Right.
She needed more moderates. She had to remake the electorate, right? At the end of the day, the reason Donald Trump's about to march to this nomination is he's winning Republicans. Her biggest problem is she's not winning Republicans. That's the issue.
I'm super
in a Republican
interested.
primary.
Well, right, exactly.
Which is
in
the
the
problem.
GOP primary, which is what we're in
If
right
this were
now.
a primary of independents and swing voters, yeah, she could win that primary against Trump and Biden, but that ain't what this is about.
North Carolina Republican primary, you're showing the numbers here. I'm looking over at our numbers, 13 minutes now until polls close in North Carolina. Such an important swing state. We're going to talk with the state's former governor. He's going to be joining us one-on-one coming up in just a couple of minutes. As you see it there he is in our wall of coverage. Special coverage continues right now on NBC News Now.
And while they break, we will hop on here. Hello, everybody. Thank you for clicking on. We'll get back to primary coverage in just a couple of minutes. It is Super Tuesday, 15 states going to the ballot box. for their primaries. Not a lot of suspense and probably not a lot of competition. Of course, Nikki Haley, Donald Trump in the Republican primaries. Haley did win the Washington, D.C. primary over the weekend, the first primary she's won. So that's going to be a question more of how good does she do? Are there people in the Republican Party that are dissatisfied enough to come out and vote for what the Republican Party was before Donald Trump became the figurehead of the party? As for the Democrats, it's Joe Biden, and most of the primaries won't have anyone of significance on the Democratic ballot other than Biden. Some states might have uncommitted, so that there is a there's a chance for a protest vote, if you will. But there's not going to be a lot of suspense other than how well does Trump actually do, and how many Republicans do actually come out. One thing to look for as far as like exit polls, and they're going to poll whether if Trump is in jail, will people still vote for him? That will be an interesting figure to look at. And other than that, like I said, we're going to have Oak Island on. You'll be hearing the audio of Oak Island at 9 o'clock if you're an Oak Island fan, and we'll be watching along. So watch at home and feel free to comment in the chat, and we'll get that going around 9 o'clock, because there's not going to be, we've got 15 states, but you can kind of tell by the way the legacy media, which we're watching NBC news coverage, legacy media being NBC, ABC, Fox, all the corporate owned media companies that are owned by another corporation that are owned by another corporation. So there are only like 4 or 5 corporations and that own everything all the way down. They intentionally refer to, they don't refer to Barack Obama as President Obama. They don't refer to George Bush as President Bush. Yet they still refer to Trump as President Trump. Trump, just in case anybody doesn't know, Trump is not the president at this time. And we're going to go back to the coverage here, as I believe they are. Hang on. They're coming back. Why is this not? Okay. I see why. All right. Let me get the volume up. I see what I did. I pressed the wrong button. My bad, everybody. Sorry about that.
Every single county. Now, it's early vote and all this stuff. It doesn't
Here we
matter.
go.
The northern, in case you're wondering, Fairfax is that gray spot there.
Well,
so
and
we
the
don't have
Richmond area too,
Fairfax.
where Haley was going to do better.
Her two strongest areas, we don't have any vote in.
Again,
But
thank
what
you
I'm
all
pointing
for
out
being
is
here, for
Virginia
clicking
Beach,
on.
right?
Hang out.
That area
Feel
is
free to
the
hop in
other
the chat.
sitting area of Virginia. You have Northern Virginia, you have the Richmond suburbs, and then you have Virginia Beach, that area. You have military veterans. You have a lot of independent voters here. If she was actually going to win this primary, she needed to win
Virginia Beach.
Beach, okay? And, look, again, we only got 8% in, but this is, if you look here, if you go 4 years ago, this is where Rubio did really well, but Rubio also came up short. He lost the Virginia primary. Again, same reason I would argue is that he didn't win in these areas you got to win if you're going to pull that upset here. So just in the preliminary returns, she did what she had to do in Northern Virginia.
Yeah.
Although I'd still say she probably needed a bigger, what didn't help her? Biden being the Democratic presidential primary, also being same day, and a perception we know, because I think she needed a 20 to 25% Democratic crossover
So you think
to make this state competitive, and she only got a 10% crossover.
maybe some of that coverage from Michigan, the uncommitted voters, sort of motivated maybe Democrats in Virginia. Hey, I'm going to go out and vote for Biden.
Yes, I think you're seeing that a little bit. I think that hurt her in particular in Northern Virginia.
All right, Chuck Todd, we're going to keep digging into Virginia,
We
but
will.
we got our first big call of the night. Virginia going in the Trump win column. Hallie, I'm going to send it over to you.
Big call that everybody was watching, right? The Trump team, the Haley team, looking at how she might do and how he might do, especially in that Northern Virginia area. That's where Ryan Nobles is now, joining us from Fairfax, Virginia. And Ryan, this is it, right? The call, the projection now that Donald Trump has won the state of Virginia. The first call on the Republican side on the Super Tuesday night, critical for him.
Yeah, and Hallie, I don't think too many people are surprised that this is the way it's going to end up going with Donald Trump winning. I think the bigger question that we're going to have to continue to track throughout the rest of the night is just how close the margin is between Haley and Trump. And one of the things
exactly what we were talking about. Hi, Nancy McMonarch. Thank you for hopping on. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Just getting things rolling along here.
The results come from here in Fairfax County. And I do think that's going to tell us a lot about just how close Nikki Haley was able to close that margin between Donald Trump, which is really in many ways been the theme of her campaign up until this point, that she's never really been able to beat him, but she's been able to defy expectations and do just a little bit better than what the polls have told us about how she should perform on nights like tonight. So that's, I think, what we're still waiting to see. The race is called, not a surprise. Likely Donald Trump's going to sweep the entire map tonight and win almost all, if not all, of the states that are contested, and also will kind of march on toward the Republican primary victory. But the question is, can Nikki Haley make it a little bit closer in states like Virginia, where we are right now, and then continue to make the case to her donors who continue to fund her campaign despite its bleak prospects, because she is offering up a viable alternative to Donald Trump and demonstrating that perhaps as a general election candidate, he may not be as strong as some Republican voters hope. So that's what I'm going to look for here, Hallie. And we've talked a lot tonight about how there are these Democratic voters that wanted to participate in this process because they have the opportunity to vote, even if they aren't traditionally Republican voters. And I talked to quite a few of them today who said the only reason they came here today was to cast a ballot in opposition of Donald Trump, and they did that by casting a ballot for Nikki Haley. So the numbers are what the numbers are. She's definitely not going to win here tonight, but what we've got to figure out is whether or not she can make the margins at least somewhat respectable, because this may be the only state that she's able to do it tonight.
Still some degree of a question mark in the state where you are, Ryan Nobles, which is Virginia. Thank you. We know in so many other states tonight, voters are still out there casting ballots. You can see a quick look. And by the way, Trump headquarters, we may hear from him. That is the expectation later on tonight. I want to bring you over here because, again, it is our decision desk down here, REM 35, that's crunching all these numbers, that is bringing us these projections, these race calls. And we're looking ahead to polls closing in North Carolina now, just about looking 4.5 minutes away from the polls closing there. Shaq Brewster is up here in REM 24. Shaq, give us a sense of what you're seeing and hearing as we get closer and closer to this key moment.
Well, Hallie, I'll tell you, I am a little bit surprised because what you normally see are patterns when people come to vote. A big rush in the morning, rush in the evening, and you're not seeing that. I'll let you go inside. Kevin will take you inside so you can take a look at what it's looking like there. I believe there's 1 or 2 people still casting their ballot. You see some of the election workers, poll workers there literally packing up, putting down some of the voting booths as they try to close out for the night. I know at this precinct, there were about 600 voters, a little under 600 voters who came into this precinct. But we talked about this a little bit before in the sense of how people were not just voting here in North Carolina on the top of the ticket, on the presidential ballot. Yes, that was important for so many people that we talked to. But if you take a look at the sample ballot, for example, there are so many other races that voters had to choose from. Here in North Carolina, a hyper-competitive gubernatorial race is expected in November. So this was an opportunity for both parties, for voters in both parties, to put up who they believe would be their best candidate to take on the other in November. And also, if you keep going further down that ballot, there are open legislative seats, congressional seats, because North Carolina has a new congressional map this time around. So in 5 districts that are Republican leaning, because that's the way they were drawn, we can get a sense by the end of the night of who 5 potentially new members of Congress will be. Now, that wouldn't be official until November, but it'll give you a sense of at least what the future makeup will ultimately look like. But Hallie, one other point, as we're watching those votes come in, those vote totals come in North Carolina, election officials are already warning us that compared to what you may be used to, we may be getting in vote a little bit more slowly. And that's because here in North Carolina in January, new law went into effect. Poll workers, they're not able to tally those early votes in a way that they were able to before. They are able to process them, but they're not able to tally them until 7:30, about 2 minutes away at this point, and then they'll process those with the same day ballot. So that means we can expect a little delay in the results if you compare it at least to what we've seen in previous years. So big election, not only on the lower level, but even at the presidential level. You have a lot of focus here in North Carolina, Hallie.
Just for specificity, Shaq, it is 2 minutes and 14 seconds as we speak until polls close in the state where you are. Shaq Brewster, thank you so much. Let me bring in somebody who knows this state well. That's the former governor of North Carolina, Pat McCrory. Governor, thank you for being on the broadcast here with us.
Thanks for having me. I'm impressed by Chuck Todd's algebra too. That's pretty impressive.
I got to be honest, most of it flew over my head, but we're going to revisit that, Governor. Thank you. Listen, one of the things that I know that you've talked about here is the way that you just don't want to see a 2020 rematch between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. You have seen now the NBC News projection in Virginia. It is entirely possible that by mid-March, the former president has the GOP nomination locked up. What do you do then if it comes down to Donald Trump versus Joe Biden in your state, which is a key battleground in November?
Well, first of all, I think we do have confirmation after tonight that the 2 candidates will be Joe Biden and Donald Trump. And what's ironic is 65 to 70% of the American people do not want a rematch. So the 2 political parties have basically said, we don't care. We're going to select who we want, take it or leave it. And you've got to pick. Many people think who's the worst one or who's the best one of the worst choices. And also, these are 2 presidents that failed us on the immigration, 2 presidents that failed us on China and Russia, and 2 presidents that failed us on the deficit, and the list goes on. So the big issue is, what are those 65 to 70% of the people going to do? Are they going to just decide, yes, we'll go to the other, or do we go to a third party with, for example, no labels, which I'm co-chair of? Well, so that's going to be the big question coming up.
You got to it before I could. Your position, your support and advocacy for no labels, the potential for some kind of a third party run here. You have said, I think, that you're waiting till Super Tuesday to make any decisions about a potential unity candidate to put forward for no labels. Where does that conversation stand right now?
I think this Friday we're going to have a conversation with 800 delegates. The former mayor of Dallas will be leading that conversation. And as we promised over a year ago, that if after Super Tuesday it's obvious that we're having a rematch of 2022, we will strongly consider getting back in the race. We'll make that decision at the end of the week with the 800 delegates through a Zoom call. And then after that, we'll, if they agree to go on with what we promised, we'll probably announce a process to find a ticket, which would then run separate from
Governor,
the no
I've got to interrupt you here because we have a key election alert.
Yeah, of
NBC News
course.
can now project that former President Trump is projected to win the North Carolina Republican presidential primary tonight. Polls just closed.
Okay, they could have waited. They could have waited another 3 minutes and let him finish, because there's no doubt what was going to happen here, that Trump's going to be the winner. And the fact that there is even the possibility of alternatives to Trump and Biden are going to be something that the legacy media is really going to play down, because it just doesn't fit the narrative. The fact that 70% of America doesn't want either one of them, and yet we're not going to be allowed to have any other choices. And that's, they're not going to want us to think about that. Now, to get a third party candidate even on the ballot is going to require a lot of work, a lot of on the ground work, because you're going to have legitimate petitions signed, and there's a bunch of hoops to jump through. You can't just decide you're going to run for president and get on the ballot. Okay, I mentioned earlier there would be very little competition, if any, with Biden. As you saw, Marianne Williamson is on the ballot. I think Phillips is still on a couple of the ballots. And again, there are some ballots that are listed as non-committal or uncommitted, which we saw in Michigan in the last primary. But at the moment, well, it looks like they're waiting on Trump to come out to speak. Now, this is going to be interesting. Trump doesn't have any teleprompter, so he'll be speaking off the cuff, if you will. And okay, they've gone back. Let's go back and listen, and I'll be over in the chat just a second.
As independents, which is a dramatic change in the last 20 years. In fact, independent registration outpaces now and is larger than both the Democratic and Republican Party. So you've got a huge swing vote there that could impact the general election if only Biden and Trump are in it, or if a third party gets involved. So North Carolina is no doubt going to be a very, very crucial state. And in a general election, it's winner take all. And if a third party gets in, you could have the winner maybe have 37, 38% of the vote.
Governor McCrory, thank you for being with us here in this breaking news on NBC News Now. As we have now, our decision desk has projected that former President Trump wins the North Carolina primary on this Super Tuesday. Tom, we showed a live shot of Trump headquarters cheering. You could hear.
Yeah, and I want to show you what's happening right now. As we reported that North Carolina was projected to go in Donald Trump's win column, Mar-a-Lago, which is right here, REM 22, erupted in cheers. We immediately called up our correspondent there who's covering the Trump campaign, the great Garrett Haake. You can see him there in REM 21. He's up on the wall and he's ready to go. So we're going to walk over to our triple Mons as we're calling them over here to see Garrett live. Garrett, my question to you is, so now he's got Virginia, now he's got North Carolina, two states that the Nikki Haley campaign hoped she could be competitive in. That's not going to happen tonight. Talk to us about the moment people started cheering there in Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. Look, I mean, this room is starting to fill up behind me, as you can tell. The bars are open here at Mar-a-Lago, and you've got a mix of kind of the red-hatted MAGA base and Donald Trump's Palm Beach crowd here, all of whom very excited for what they should see tonight and what the campaign has been preparing them for, the possibility of a clean sweep. And you heard some.
Yeah, there's probably going to be a clean sweep. Trump is probably going to win every one of the 15 races tonight. Hello, Patton McCrotch. How are you? Shelly G. Throwback Nancy. I like the one in mittens on a chair. Okay. I'm guessing you're talking about Bernie. Shelly G. Question. Where do the facts 70% of people? That's more than one poll. So some polls have up to 74. It's between 74 and 68%. Shelly G, depending on which one of the polls. No, he does not normally speak off the cuff. He normally has clear teleprompters on each side, and he'll go from one side to the other, which is a traditional way of doing the working the teleprompters. Let me get back over here to the chat real quick. He got all the Virginia delegates. Hey. Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what he talks about, to see if he actually talks about the election, or if he talks about the previous election, or if he talks about the Supreme Court, or if he talks about the other, the civil cases where he has to pay a whole bunch of money. It's going to be an interesting speech that we will hear coming up. Stop paying any serious attention to polls back when they informed us that no way would Hillary blow the election. Yeah, I was not calling. Hillary blew the election. That's exactly what she did. Actually, the Democratic Party blew the election. Patton mentioned Bernie, and if you haven't seen it, we did a show Friday night. I had some fellow delegates from the 2016 primary, and very interesting conversations. But yeah, if Hillary thought she had it won and quit campaigning, basically, instead of actually doing what Bill told her to do. Bill told her to make sure and get to Pennsylvania, and make sure you get to Michigan, make sure you get to Ohio. You know, the last 48 hours have to be a whirlwind where you're showing everybody in those states how important those states are to you. Instead, she took the last couple off more or less, and that's where we are. Trump Biden 2, the sequel nobody wanted. Yeah. It could get interesting though if there is a no labels party. And it could get, now see, the way they would do that, the way they effectively would do that is they would decide, okay, we're going to do this and we've got to be in so many states. Because actually, because of the Electoral College, if you win, you can win, I think it's 13 or 16. I don't remember the number because it's been a while since I researched it. But you don't have to win every state to win the presidency. And you don't have to win the popular vote. As we've seen, Republicans have not won a popular vote in a very, very long time. And despite what the Trump lore is opposed to actual vote counts. So it's all about Electoral College math. And if you target the big states and you win a significant amount of the biggest states with the most electoral votes, it would be tough for a third party to do that, but they can make a dent. And the way you would do that, I started to say, was once you decided on a ticket, then you would look at the states you wanted to be competitive in, and you'd try to build down tickets quickly. Try to get somebody to run for Senate in that seat, in that state. Run for governor if there's a spot. Every seat you can, every possible seat you could get, so you've got more people to get interested on the local level. That would be the smart way of doing it if they were going to do that. I don't know how they're going to play it. We'll find out. I'm going to reach out to a couple of people. We could be in President Warren's second term right now, but no, Hillary had to barge in. It was Hillary's time. It was Hillary's time. Hope he doesn't talk about the previous election. That wastes time. Hope he talks about what is important to change. I agree with that, Shelley. It doesn't do America any good. Neither, you know, there are so many things we learn each day that is just so wrong with this duopoly of the two-party system. And if you watch this show, you know I talk a lot about things going on in the world that are outside of our attention that ought to be we ought to be drawing more attention to, and including the World Health Organization, WHO, the WEF, the people that are really the puppeteers to the puppets that we are fighting over which one we are going to elect. But that's just my theory. Anyway, speaking of elections, speaking of tonight, there are going to be a lot of other races going on as far as Senate nominations, House nominations, governor nominations, things like that. So a lot to keep track of. No real big suspense again as far as what's going to happen in the presidential elections. Trump's going to win all of the states, in my opinion, and probably pretty close to 70-30 across the board, 70%, 30% across the board, which is just, as Patton said, Trump Biden 2, the sequel nobody wanted. let's get back and see what NBC has to say.
Republicans had 4 years of a strong record on many things, on the economy, from taxes, rebuilding the military, to what he did on judges, that a lot of Republicans still have favor for that.
Mark, Krisha, Hogan, thank you. I'm going to ask you to stand by for just a second because we've got a lot more to get to here during our special coverage of Super Tuesday. I'm looking at our clock here. We've got just about 20 minutes, just under that, until the next set of major poll closings. You're going to watch it with us live right here on NBC News Now. We'll see you in a sec.
Sorry, I thought I unmuted. There we go. Back over here since they went to break. We're going to have the Curse of Oak Island on here tonight at 9 p.m. We're going to have the audio on the online, hopefully, if I get it volume up enough, and be watching it on the screen. I'll also have the primary coverage running on the screen without volume. If anybody's an Oak Island fan, you can chat at that time. We'll chat about that at that time, as well as what's going on politically. So just a little double dose tonight. I figured we could probably handle it, since there's not going to be a whole lot of intense pressure over what happens in the presidential primaries. And they just might find something. I've been waiting. I started watching this show from the very first episode, and I've been divorced, and a whole lot of stuff has happened since this show started. About 2 years into it, somebody, well, actually, it was my ex-wife, now that I think about it, sent me a meme of a guy sitting on the couch that was a skeleton saying, me waiting for them to find something on Oak Island. And here I am, like 9 years later, still wondering if they are going to find what is indeed hidden there. And wondering if what's hidden there is what I anticipate them to find, or they're going to find something else. Have to wonder how many Americans have the attention span for more than two major candidates. Dichotomies can be comforting. Yeah, the attention span of America is indeed depleted. I guess is probably the nicest way of saying it. We are constantly being recommended to do shorts on YouTube here. When they send you some recommendations as to, here's how to improve your channel. Don't do 2-hour shows when people have a 3 to 6 minute attention span. I guess I am hopeful for those that are above the norm. But yeah, 3 to 6 minute attention span doesn't allow us for a whole lot of options. Let's let me see. NBC's come back on. Let's hop back over there, and I will be back.
Mostly what the splits look like between here and before we get to California in these more traditional Republican primaries. But you could see when you look at ideology, right? He just clobbered her everywhere among real Republicans. The only place she's winning is among moderates and liberals, people that are probably more likely to vote for Biden.
North Carolina is interesting for another reason, right? Not just because of the presidential primary, but because, and I want to get slightly into the weeds, but hang with me for 1 second, because of the governor's race there. And right now, NBC News has projected that the controversial lieutenant governor of that state, you see it here, Mark Robinson, has won the primary against his competitors here, likely to go up now. And in a state where the current governor, right, is a Democrat. Republicans are looking to pick this state off. They're looking to flip it. there's a lot of dynamics at play.
So North Carolina is probably the single most important battleground state that doesn't include a Senate race because of this governor's race. It's going to be the largest state in 2014 with a governor's race. And so, for instance, in 2016, Hillary Clinton really thought, and a lot of Democrats really thought that they were going to be able to. Trump was too controversial to carry in North Carolina. North Carolina is a lean Republican state. Okay, in a generic R, generic D, it's a 53-47 state. The question is whether has Donald Trump remade the entire Republican Party into his image. Mark Robinson, he's the lieutenant governor. He is somebody that has basically taken his cues essentially from Donald Trump on social media, and he is unafraid to talk about any topic. He is unafraid. He has said things that would have gotten most people canceled in American politics, would have gotten most people, some of them would have been pushed out of politics. Obviously, the Republican base doesn't throw those people out, right? That type of rhetoric seems to help. He's going to be the Republican nominee. The opportunity that Democrats will have to paint North Carolina Republicans is out of touch.
With that broad brush.
Correct. And you have a military electorate that leans right, but is very sort of, doesn't like this polarization. So I do think North Carolina is going to be, to me, a real sort of test. Can this Republican Party be in Trump's image and win in swing states nationally outside of Trump?
In some of the states.
And I don't know, we're going to find this out.
Yeah, where he's going to have to win in order to have a shot.
His nominee, they're people more like him, right? You got a Kerry Lake in Arizona Senate, Mark Robinson. These are not the Republicans of the George Bush era. These aren't the Republicans of the Mitt Romney era. These are Republicans that only could get nominated in the Trump era. And they do sort of, they are just as allergic to the middle of the road as Trump is.
Chuck, thank you. Tom, this gets to the point that we've been talking about for much of the night here, which is the idea that for Donald Trump, this is his Republican Party. We're seeing that in some of these numbers tonight.
And it's a great point to talk with our next guest. We're going to head out west to the big mama of all delegates, the delegate-rich California, 169 delegates, and the chair of the California GOP. Jessica Patterson, thanks so much for joining our special coverage tonight. Ahead of California's GOP primary, the party decided to change the rules, right, for how delegates are doled out. Now, if a candidate gets more than 50% of the vote, they'll get all the delegates. And that could be obviously a huge boost for someone like the former president who's doing really well and could take all 169 delegates tonight. Why did you guys change the rules?
Well, first we had to get compliant with the RNC rules because California Democrats moved our primary up so early. We were required to change to a proportional versus winner take all by congressional seat. So we moved to a proportional unless you get 50% plus one. If you get 50% plus one, you win the majority of the state, you get to take all the delegates. It's actually something that's quite difficult to do.
Okay, she also works as Minnie Mouse in Disneyland when she's not the Republican chair. Sorry, that's not true.
In the world, wouldn't you want Republicans from all stripes to be able to have their voice heard and maybe get some delegates to that convention if they really like a certain candidate and it's not the front runner?
Well, what we intended to do was, one, get compliant with the RNC rules, but two, make it an even playing field for all of the candidates so they could all come in. If you won 10% of the vote here in California, you can take home more delegates here than you would in Delaware. So we wanted to make sure it was an even playing field for all of the candidates and what was best for Californians to have people coming out here. In fact, at our convention, for the first time in our state's history, we had 4 of the presidential candidates here.
Let's talk about some of the down ballot races, right? And why they may impact the presidential race as well. You have a very closely watched Senate race there to fill the seat of the late Senator Dianne Feinstein and former Speaker Kevin McCarthy's seat as well. Give us your take on how those races will run. And if you could explain to our viewers the jungle primary in California and why that could be beneficial to Republicans, at least in that Senate race.
So first of all, with our presidential, it is our only closed primary. Everything else is an open primary where the top 2 contenders, regardless of party affiliation, go on to the general election. So what we're seeing in our U.S. Senate race, as of the last poll by the LA Times, Steve Garvey, a Republican, is actually leading with 27% of the vote. What we know today, Adam Schiff, who is the closest competitor in that same poll, more than half of the voters will be saying no to him today. This is a great opportunity for someone who's an outsider like Steve Garvey to be able to communicate a message to California voters who have seen what one-party rule and California Democrats have done to our once golden state, whether it's rising crime and affordability crisis, a homeless crisis that we've now spent $20 billion on, or a failing education system. California Democrats have been in charge, and this is why so many people are leaving our state.
You know, you run the California GOP. The former president and his team are pushing new leaders to the RNC, which we should learn about maybe in the coming weeks. One of them is the daughter-in-law of the former president, Lara Trump. Do you think she's qualified to be a number two, to be a top person at the GOP? At the RNC, I should say?
Oh, absolutely. I had the opportunity to meet Lara, and I think that she can absolutely do the job of our co-chair. Michael Whatley, who he has pushed forward for our chairman, he would do a fantastic job as well. I've had a wonderful relationship with our current chairwoman, Ronna McDaniel. In fact, we've picked up 5 congressional seats here in California. We are the reason why Republicans hold a House majority over the last 2 cycles. We're going on the offense in 3 more seats, but we couldn't have done what we did without the leadership of Ronna McDaniel at the RNC. So we're incredibly grateful for the service that she has provided to our country, our state, and our party.
Jessica Patterson from California, we appreciate your time tonight on our special coverage, and we have much more coverage of Super Tuesday. We have 5 states closing in less than 10 minutes. Our decision desk standing by to make any calls. We're going to bring them to you as soon as we can. Here are some of them right now. Stay with us.
All right, we'll be back to NBC's legacy coverage. That voice, she reminds me of that Gypsy Rose girl whose boyfriend killed her mother. Ooh, I'm not sure who that is. Pardon me. I want to reach through the screen and get those damned bangs out of her eyes. So, Nancy, it seems that California is responsible for the Republican majority in Congress. Oh, thank you all for watching. We're just getting started here. Interesting that California decided to have closed primaries for president only, and then everything else open up. Decided to change the rules instead of going by congressional district, going to a statewide, which from a political standpoint does make sense, because generally the more rural the area is, the more Republican the area is, and you've got some pretty significant population centers in California that are generally Democratic voters. So from a political sense, if you're wanting your party to get in power, the way to do that is to move the focus as much as possible to those rural areas. Don't look at me, I live in communist Oakland. Yeah, I guess I hadn't paid as close enough attention to the primaries in California in the past, but it seems you can be voting for 2 people from the same party in the general election, as far as replacement elections go. So that'll be Kevin McCarthy's House seat and the statewide Senate seat of late Dianne Feinstein. So again, those are races that aren't going. They're not going to be decided for a while. It is just coming up on 5 o'clock on the Pacific coast. So polls won't close out there for quite a while, as far as Eastern Standard Time. Again, coming up at 9, we're going to switch audio coverage. We're going to have audio of Oak Island on from 9 to 10, and we'll keep the video up of the primary coverage, and because there'll be some races closing through there. But so we're just going to kind of try to cover a couple of things tonight. If you're an Oak Island enthusiast and you want to see if they finally are going to, because the last episode they were right at the top of the tunnel in the garden shaft, and if you know, you know. So I can't tell for certain. Let me get back over here and see. Soon polls close in 5 super states. They are back. Here's NBC.
Demonstrating, holding our elected accountable.
Now, that uncommitted movement shifts its focus to Minnesota, where there more than 100,000 Arab Americans live, especially in the Minneapolis district represented by Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, a frequent critic of Israel. And look here, those organizers looking at those numbers and thinking they can get the votes there too, hoping to send a message to President Biden. We heard from one Minnesota Democrat who plans to do just that.
I'm very, very unhappy with Biden on how he's conducted the war in Gaza.
If you hadn't seen that uncommitted movement, who would you be voting for otherwise?
Probably would have stayed home.
All right, for more now on that Arab American vote in Minnesota, let's bring in Jesse Kirsch, who's reporting live for us. Jesse, we know this is going to be a close election, right? At least if you're looking at the polls. Every group matters, and so do Arab Americans. We saw their importance and the power they have in Michigan. Talk to us about what happens in Minnesota.
Yeah, and Tom, just to take you live inside here, we're at a polling location in Minneapolis. Voting still going on here for about another hour, but we're going to step outside to talk about the actual politics of the moment because we're not allowed to talk about politics inside the polling location. So we're going to take you outside, and what you're asking about is something that we saw playing out.
Nancy, Democrats only vote from the grave. They're not allowed to run. Hi, Lori Arnold. Love you. Rainbow Unicorn. Okay, he's outside now. He can talk politics. Here we go.
There that she is voting uncommitted. Otherwise, she would not have been voting probably. We heard from someone else today who saw this as a chance to speak out in protest of the president's policies as it relates to Gaza without it impacting how he can perform against the Republican Party, which of course would come up in the fall. And then a third voter that I spoke with said that he considered voting uncommitted. And then just hours ago, he decided to vote for President Biden because he was concerned that the showing of uncommitted votes here could wind up hurting the president's chances in the fall. So people are considering this from various perspectives, and it's something that we're watching here tonight. We've spoken with someone who helped organize efforts here. He said this is something that he believes that hundreds of thousands of people by tonight, that's his estimate, hundreds of thousands of people he believes will have been touched in some way by phone, by email, by in-person conversation about the uncommitted effort. And he said that he's spoken with people who are asking him how to vote, who have never voted before, who are looking to vote now because of what's going on in Gaza. So this appears to be something that is motivating at least some people explicitly to come to the polls, Tom.
Not only that, it could actually motivate and influence U.S. policy if you really think about it. Jesse, I do have to ask you something, though. In Michigan, that movement, they only had a few weeks to really get together. They had about $200,000 to be organized and to spend. In Minnesota, did this build out of what they saw in Michigan, or were they organizing for more weeks? You know, we've had so much of war lately, and we've been covering the war so much since it started. Were they more organized in Michigan, or do you feel less organized?
It seems like this is a similar kind of pseudo last-minute grassroots effort, Tom. Not a lot of funding, not any big advertising. In fact, one of the people who said she was voting uncommitted said that she heard about it on the national news, Tom.
Jesse Kirsch reporting from Minneapolis, the Twin Cities, for us tonight. Jesse, we appreciate it.
And we are counting down to 8 p.m. and a major round of poll closings happening right now.
From NBC News, this is Decision.
Okay, let's see how many they call right as soon as polls close.
And Hallie Jackson.
It is officially 8 o'clock in the East, which means we have several major poll closings as we speak tonight in some of these critical Super Tuesday states, Tom.
Let's start up. We have 5 here that we're going to be looking at. We start with the state of Massachusetts, 40 delegates at stake there. Still too early to call right now. We are also watching in this 8 o'clock hour several other states, including the state of Tennessee, 58 delegates up for grabs there. Again, too early to call right now. Hallie?
So the state of Oklahoma, where we know that at this moment it is still, you're about to see it, too early to call. 43 delegates at stake there. Same deal in the critical southern state of Alabama, 50 delegates at play. Still too early to call at this point.
Yeah, and here's what else we're looking at, because 8 o'clock is going to be a critical hour. We know the states that former President Trump has already won. Maine, that is closing now at 8 o'clock, too early to call. We're going to be watching what happens here. It is a blue state, but it's a state that we expect former President Trump to win. Again, too early to call there, Hallie.
We also have some of the races that we have already projected. Remember, Donald Trump projected to pick up the delegates in North Carolina, the winner there. We will see how the delegate math breaks down. Same thing in Virginia, 48 at play. Former President Trump expected to win. We're still waiting on a couple of others, Tom, or at least one more.
Yeah, we're watching a lot of races too, but we can also get a sense of what's happening tonight, right? Vermont is one of the ones that we are also watching. It closed at 7 o'clock, 17 delegates at stake here. What's interesting about Vermont is that Nikki Haley actually went to Vermont and campaigned there, and people in Vermont were actually surprised to see a candidate there. Here's what we know so far. Delegates tonight, 865 are at stake. Donald Trump winning 71 so far. Nikki Haley so far 0.
So look at it in a different way, Tom, as far as where the landscape is for the evening, because even though it is 8 o'clock, that critical moment, still kind of early. Here you see Virginia, North Carolina, the races that we have now projected for former President Trump. Too early to call in this slew of states. And then we're looking ahead to some of these poll closings coming up in the next couple of hours here. Specifically, I want to bring your attention, California and Texas. Texas closing 1 hour from now. Why does that one matter? 161 delegates at play. We're also looking to see, as far as these two early states, I want to point your attention to Maine and Massachusetts, not just places that, as Tom pointed out, where Nikki Haley has tried to compete, but places that are effectively winner take all in this two-person race, Tom.
All right, Howie, appreciate that. Looking over here at our REM wall to see what our reporters are doing in the field. Gotti Schwartz getting ready for a big hit out of California. We got Garrett Hake. He's working the room at Mar-a-Lago, but we want to get right over to Dasha Burns, who has been reporting from Alabama tonight for us. Dasha, you've been in Alabama, such a critical state for the former president. He is beloved there. 50 delegates up for grabs there. It's going to be one of the big states we want to watch tonight for a variety of reasons, but you've been talking to voters there, and the IVF issue was so big with voters across that state that had national impact.
For those that don't know, REM wall is remote wall. It's where you've got all your monitors before you decide which shot you're going to take out onto the air.
Across the country, not just in this state, because of exactly what you just mentioned. This Supreme Court ruling, the state Supreme Court ruling just a few weeks ago, saying that embryos are children, and throwing IVF, throwing fertility clinics in the state into really a state of chaos, putting multiple families, many families that we talked to, into a really dire situation as they were in the middle of these procedures. And today, voters were casting their ballots for the state Supreme Court. 5 of the 9 seats on the state Supreme Court, people were voting on today, including that Chief Justice seat. The Chief Justice that wrote that controversial opinion, he is no longer eligible to run for another term, so he's going to be replaced. This entire storyline, Tom, has really put a spotlight on how important state Supreme Court, state legislatures are, and it has also really broken open a conversation about all of the implications of the fall of Roe versus Wade. Look, Democrats have been sounding the alarm, saying it's not just abortion rights, it's other reproductive freedoms that will be under threat. Well, now they have Alabama to point to say, look, this is the kind of chaos that can happen now. The flip side of that, Tom, is as I've been talking to voters today, there are a lot of folks I've come across who aren't necessarily making the connection between that ruling saying embryos are children and how and why exactly it's impacting IVF. People that are in agreement with the Supreme Court, saying that they also believe in fetal personhood and the personhood of embryos, but also saying they do believe that people should have access to IVF. So this is a warning sign for both Democrats and Republicans that they really need to have clear, important conversations with voters to help people understand these really complicated issues if they really want to lean into that ahead of November, Tom.
Dasha Burns from Montgomery, Alabama tonight. Dasha, we appreciate all your reporting. We want to go across the country right now over to Gotti Schwartz, who is in Los Angeles. He's at a ballot processing center. Gotti, walk us through where you're at right now and what exactly is happening.
Hey, Tom, not just a ballot processing center, the ballot processing center in Los Angeles. They call this the jungle primary in California. There's nothing that looks like a jungle in this place. I don't know. It kind of gives me like IKEA vibes, this massive warehouse. And this is the first time that an election has been processed through this brand new warehouse. It used to be an old Fry's Electronics Center. And what they've done is they've taken and consolidated all the things that used to happen in Los Angeles. There were 3 different buildings into this one building. Now, right here, you've got a lot of those ballots coming in. There are some staggering numbers. This place is massive, and it's massive for a reason. When you look at Los Angeles County, there are 5.7 million registered voters. That number is massive. There are 27 states in the United States with populations of less than the amount of registered voters. So every single one of those registered voters, they get a ballot like this in the mail. Then if that ballot is filled in, it gets sent here. These ones are being processed right now. They usually came in a couple of days before. This is the tabulation center right here. It's actually air gapped. So there's no cell phones allowed. It is not connected to the internet. A little bit later in the night, this is where you're going to see a lot of the tabulation happening. And this right here is ready for extraction, the area where those ballots are separated when they come in from the mail, and then they're ready for tabulation. A little bit later, over there on those doors are going to open up, and then the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department is going to start bringing in all of the ballots from all around Los Angeles. And in fact, we're told that there are going to be helicopters landing ballots in the parking lot here, because remember, Los Angeles County is huge. It involves Catalina Island. They've got to get those ballots by boat or by air all the way over here to be tabulated in this one facility. So that's kind of what you see going on. We're not going to start seeing those ballots come back until about 8:30, 9 o'clock. It could be well into the night before we start to see some substantial returns. Again, it's 5 o'clock here, 8 o'clock on the East Coast. So still relatively early. Voter turnout so far, the voter turnout seems a little bit lower than it did in 2020. Again, those are just based on some numbers that we've gotten a look at. It's hard to compare apples to oranges because of the consolidation that's happened here. But the voter turnout did seem low at every single one of the polling sites that we were at earlier today, as well as the numbers that we're seeing coming through here. We should have a little bit more on those numbers as the night continues. But this is what it looks like, where those 5.6, 5.7 possible million possible ballots will be tabulated. That happens right here in the only tabulation center in Los Angeles.
Gotti, my takeaway from that excellent report was a helicopter full of ballots. If I know anything about you, I'm sure you're going to make your way into that helicopter for a great interactive live shot. Yeah. Gotti, we appreciate
the Catalina wine mixer.
Who wouldn't want a cat? I'd be on that helicopter. Gotti, we thank you for that. It is 8 o'clock, as we mentioned, 8:09 right now. We're waiting on some serious poll closings that have happened at 8 o'clock. 5 big states, the Arkansas primaries closing at 8:30 as well. We're watching that as well. And Hallie, we're waiting at any moment to call 5 big states.
That's right.
And make a huge projection tonight as Super Tuesday rolls on.
And you know who's looking very closely at that? Not just Nikki Haley's team, particularly in Vermont, where polls have been closed now for about an hour. We still do not have a projection. But also, of course, the former president and his team up here at Trump campaign headquarters at Mar-a-Lago. You see Garrett up there, REM 21. Garrett.
Again, REM is the remote shot, the camera. And I'm going to pause here for just a second and remind everybody that another thing we need to keep in mind as Trump rolls through the night, 83% to 16 at the moment in Maine. As he rolls through the night, we need to look at the turnout. How motivated are the voters? Because when you're faced with an election where you don't really have much of a choice, are you motivated enough to even go out and cast a ballot? I say that because I refer back to what we've been talking about, a topic being that there's a vast majority of this country that doesn't want either one of these projected nominees. Just saying.
Goals that the Lord has laid on his heart. I pray that he uses the gifts that God's given him. I would love the opportunity to sit with him and explain, just how kids see him A lot of them respect him and love him, but I think he could gain even more support by just being that role model for children.
Does the manner in which he doesn't choose that path weigh on you in your decision to support him? I mean, wanting your kids, your students to be able to look up to the president as a person?
You know, I pray through every decision, especially when I place that vote. I choose the best candidate, and I do feel like right now that Donald Trump is the best one that we have out there, and that he can protect us and he can lead us with God's help.
You also told me that you have a hard time knowing what to believe about the legal cases against him, the criminal cases, the civil cases. What do you mean by that? Why is that a hard thing to either stay on top of or to know what to believe?
Yeah, I think it's important that we find out the truth, right? But we can't believe everything that's out there.
Would a jury verdict constitute the truth? Like, how will you make that choice?
Yeah, that's a good question. You know, I think that we have to be careful, you know, as we look at that. I'm not quite sold on that, but I think through prayer and allowing the Lord to reveal that.
The first case in which he's likely to go to trial is this hush money case, right? About alleged payments to a porn star to cover up an affair. I mean, you talk about role model behavior. How do you talk about something like that with your students, with other people, if you're trying to convince them that Donald Trump needs to be president again? Like, how do you weigh that?
Well, I think that we can look at the fact that we are all sinners. You know, we all mess up, and I think that we need to understand that we don't know what's true, right? We don't know what's true. And so we have to make sure that we always go to that person, talk to them, and then work through it, the legal matters, you know. But I think that it's always important, you know, that we understand that we are all broken and we all mess up. But I think that we have to remember the fact that we are in need of a savior. And but I think that Donald Trump has a lot of people behind him, a lot of pastors that are available to help him and lead him. And I think that's where we've got to go. He has the skills, he has the experience, but he would be even more amazing if we could help him, you know, with some other little things to help be that role model.
I've been covering him for a long time. There's a lot of people who have felt that way over that time. Can I ask you, as an educator, he's weighed in, I think, recently on two controversial issues about education that I'd love your opinion on. First, the idea about, you know, defunding schools or not giving money to schools that have vaccine or mask mandates.
Garrett, I've got to interrupt you, and I'm sorry to do that in the middle of your voter interview, but that's because NBC News has an election alert right now with polls closing now in 16 minutes in a couple of states. I got to get to it now because NBC News now has a projection. You see that election alert there. Former President Trump in the state of Oklahoma. We're going to pull it up there. Projected winner. With those delegates at play, I believe there are 43 of them. We'll see if my math shakes out correctly, but you can see, sure is, Donald Trump. Not a lot of the vote in yet. It is still early, but with 76% of the vote coming in. Not a surprise for the former president taking this state with its makeup of more conservative voters there versus some of those New England states like Vermont, where Nick.
Now, 4% of the vote in, this is normally when we've seen the races called in the past. During that interview, I don't know if you saw or not, but it had Haley leading in Massachusetts. If she wins a state, she stays viable. And that's really all it takes, because while we heard that school principal talk about, you know, how Trump, we need a savior and Trump's the savior. And then when pushed back on, well, you know, what about these behaviors? And, you know, well, he could, you know, there's some pastors that I'm sure could help him. They do not apply that same standard to the opposition. It is, it's mind blowing to me. But yet that's part of what I talk about on here, of the hijacking of Christianity, and how there are, you know, what kind of Christian are you? Are you a traditional, you know, what the Gospels of Jesus, the Gospels teach? Are you that kind of Christian, or are you a Republican Christian? And are are you selective with your Christian principles? As often it is proved that those that are most vocal about their claims of Christianity often are very selective in their actual applications of the philosophy.
Important to provide those voters an alternative. And as we look at these votes coming in, I do think it's going to be really important to watch the exit poll data as well as the margins, especially in those states that the Haley team was looking at closely. I'm talking about the states that had open primary elections in them. Typically, states like Virginia are the ones that come up first, but Haley also spent time in places like Maine and Vermont. And so those are going to be the places that I'm watching closely, Hallie, as we see the results continue to come in, because that's probably where the Haley team is looking too. Not because they're expecting a win, but because those margins, I think, will tell us what Nikki Haley could say if and when she says something about these results. And the reason that I hedge that way.
Yeah, why do you say if and when, Allie? Talk me through that.
To hear from Nikki Haley. Exactly. And it's weird for a Super Tuesday night, right? The fact that Garrett is in a place where there are supporters and the candidate himself is maybe going to speak at some point tonight. I am standing here pretty much alone outside of Haley headquarters. The candidate's probably not going to talk. There was no watch party tonight. It's clear that this is an inflection point, both in the way they talk about it, but also in the way that they are presenting it. And here's the problem with something like that. For Nikki Haley to come out and say, I'm going to stay in this race for as long as I'm competitive, people will make their own judgments, as she has pointed out, about what it looks like to be competitive. But it also helps if you're the candidate that you can lay out what you think is competitive. And if she's not going to talk tonight, it's really hard for her to do that.
Tough for her to make her case if she's not doing it publicly tonight. Allie Vitale, live for us there in South Carolina. Allie, thank you. So, Tom, that key projection, of course, former President Trump projected to win the state of Oklahoma.
It is. And you know, it's somewhat of a new experience for the former president. You know why?
Why?
Because it's his first time in Oklahoma winning a competitive primary, Republican primary. Senator Ted Cruz, Senator Ted Cruz won that in 2016. We have a key election alert right now. NBC News can project that former President Trump has won a big state tonight. He has just won. We can project the state of Tennessee. A lot of delegates up for grabs there as the former president marches on Super Tuesday. 58 delegates. Donald Trump with 80% of the vote right now, only 4% in, but we expect those numbers not to change much. Where it stands right now, there are 865 delegates at stake tonight. Former President Trump with 115 delegates. I mean, he is really owning this night so far. Nikki Haley so far with 0 delegates, Hallie.
See it here, Tom, when we look at the states that are still too early to call. But look, we're seeing more of these red squares popping up. And Tom, I'll bring you on over here.
I'm going to share the Steadicam with you. You can have some of the Steadicam.
Thanks, friend. We do have two, but I love it. Listen, you can see the states that have called now all red for former President Trump, the states that are too early to call. This one's interesting. I'm curious what Chuck's going to say about the state of Vermont. That one may be close. You heard Allie Vitale talking about Nikki Haley's hopes there, and then plenty more to come in the hour ahead. Tom, I'll take it back to you.
Hallie, we appreciate that. Come on down here. Even though we have like 18 Steadicams, we're going to share this one because we love sharing everything. Chuck, you got some great data in, and the key to winning a Republican primary is to get the most Republican votes, and you're finding something interesting.
And we don't mean to be like snarky about that, but the point is this, right? And I wanted to put together, look, we're not exit polling every state. I wish we had the resources to do it.
Right.
But we're happy if somebody wants to pay us to exit poll most states. But we have every place we've exit polled. Here are 4 key primary states that we've exit polled, okay? So you got New Hampshire, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia. These percentages you're looking here, this is Nikki Haley's percentage of Republican support in these 4 states.
Registered Republicans.
Actually, either self-described or registered Republicans. And as you can see here, her home state of South Carolina, her high water mark has been 30%. At best, she only got 25% of actual Republicans in New Hampshire. Coming up short in Virginia. Look at this, below double digits, below 20% there. Now, we have her percentage where she gets her strength is among non-Republicans. This is her percentage among people that are unaligned or won't call themselves a Republican. Obviously, again, our home state.
That's who votes in
62. But these numbers
need to be vote in general elections.
Right? And here's something else.
The support Haley has will play in the general
election. We're talking about
election.
Vermont because it's close.
She's not going to be the nominee.
All right. She's leading right
deep
now
blue state,
in one state, in Massachusetts. We can go ahead and pull it up. She is leading right now in Massachusetts.
Okay.
This is the only state of all of the ones that we're covering that she's leading in right now. And then there's only one other state. Okay, I want to remind people of the New Hampshire results. Here are the New Hampshire results.
Right.
Okay, here was Nikki Haley number, 43%. That was her New Hampshire number. Okay, right now in Vermont, she's over 43, sitting at 47. And in Massachusetts, she's sitting at 50.
Yeah.
There is not a single, I'm looking at the board here, right? There is not a single other state. In Tennessee, she's sitting at 16. In Texas, she's at 21 right now. In Maine, she's sitting at 25. In Oklahoma, she's sitting at 19. You get my point here. It is very possible that the high watermark was New Hampshire. And then the real question is, her staying in this race, has this been a help to Joe Biden in identifying potential voters that you could, or has it been a help to give Donald Trump election victory nights?
Right.
And having these nights that sort of bring the party together.
Crown him
Enthusiasm.
as the GOP nominee, right? And show how
he
strong
may wish
is.
he had the Washington Generals here, referring to the old Harlem Globetrotters opponents when they used to do their thing, because these have given him, we're covering something. We knew what the end result were going to be.
Right.
All we have on the drama tonight is to find out, is she going to win a state? And how many states is she going to get over her New Hampshire?
To win a state and to see if there was any influence, right? Because we had talked about her finding her voice towards the end of this process as the vote.
She's gone harder on Trump.
And it was too late.
Her numbers haven't improved,
Right, and
though.
her numbers have not improved.
I mean, she didn't improve. To me, Virginia, you had to see improvement from New Hampshire to Virginia.
Yeah.
You had to see improvement from South Carolina to North Carolina. I'm not asking, because the rules were exactly the same.
Yeah.
This was neighboring states. She was at 40% in South Carolina. Yes, it's her home state.
Yeah.
She was governor. But I think it's a pretty disappointing showing.
We'll see what happens in Massachusetts and Vermont.
Look,
again,
she's got,
two deep
and
blue
again,
states,
but
a lot
none of them
independents.
really have anything to say about yes, Vermont has a Republican governor, and yes,
Yeah.
Massachusetts
Who
just
endorsed
recently
Nikki Haley, yeah.
had a Republican governor,
Yeah.
but neither one of them, I think, endorsed Donald Trump 4 years ago.
Yeah. All right, Chuck Todd, we always appreciate that. We're going to wait as we get more data. Hallie Jackson, I want to send it back over to you because I'm itching for a good guest.
Well, you know what? We got one for you, Tom, because we try to deliver for the things that you want. And as we talk about turning the corner here to the general election, somebody who knows a thing or two about that, as we take you into the hallway. Oh, hi, folks. You're going to see these people on set with us in just a second. But let me bring you to the green room. Hi, Jen Psaki. It's great to see you. So listen, we've been talking with Chuck, with Tom about rounding the corner now to November and about some of the signals that the Biden team could maybe get out of where the vote is coming in tonight. Talk us through that.
Well, I think they're watching a couple of things tonight. One is what it looks like in the suburbs. There are a couple of swing states where the votes are coming in tonight. Virginia's
a big one for,
North Carolina, Colorado. As Chuck mentioned, it isn't just media organizations that love data. Campaigns love data. They pour through that data and they look at things like what percentage of voters think Joe Biden was legitimately elected. That's a telling number, remarkably, in these primaries sometimes. They also look at abortion and where does that rank as an issue for people? It depends on how the exit poll phrasing is phrased, of course, but they look at that as they look to the general election.
Because it's all about driving people to get out, especially at an election, and we're going to talk about this in a minute, where there is a chunk of the electorate that goes, well, I don't really like either of them. Maybe I'll just stay home.
And the biggest thing, so this is the biggest thing for the Biden team tonight.
I'll let you say it, and then you got to give us something to talk about on the other side.
Okay,
the people wanting more.
There's
Jen.
so much to talk about tonight, Hallie, as you know. The biggest thing for the Biden team tonight is you always need a moment to mix things up on a campaign, right? They need a mix-up moment, and they're hopeful that this moment, when Donald Trump may have an insurmountable lead in terms of electoral votes, he won't get the electoral votes tonight, but he may have an insurmountable lead that will wake up some Democrats or some independents who lean toward Biden to say, okay, this is the choice. I have to get serious now. That's what they're betting on tonight.
More on the delegate math, more on the potential for a mix-up moment with Jen, the rest of our political pros, with Tom, with Chuck, with the whole team coming up right here on NBC News Now as our special coverage of Super Tuesday continues.
Hercules brushless power tools have been engineered to perform on the toughest job sites for way less than the other guys. We've done thousands of hours of rigorous testing.
There we go. Hey, we are back. And we'll be back to NBC in just a few minutes. Their streaming coverage of the 15 Super Tuesday primaries. At 9 o'clock, we are going to switch audio over to the Oak Island episode tonight. Again, we're just going to have the audio, so no need to take us down YouTube. We're not going to be violating anything. And we're going to be talking through it. much like when Mel was here on Super Bowl Sunday. Again, not a lot of drama going to be happening tonight as far as the election goes. We'll have the coverage up while the Oak Island episode is on, but my focus is going to be the Oak Island episode. All right. I'm just telling you straight out right now, right up front. It's not going to be the presidential primaries for that hour-long period. If you watch Oak Island, last episode, a hurricane was coming, and they had just hit the top of the tunnel at the bottom of the garden shaft, just about to find out possibly where that shaft goes, if there's a offset chamber, if it actually goes to the money pit. Was it done by pirates? Was it done by military? Was it done by, which I think it was done by the Knights Templar? And I'm not going to get into all that at the moment, but just about to find out something of major significance, and a hurricane comes. And if you know the legend of Oak Island, the lore, you know that oftentimes that is what happens as they are about to potentially do something of major significance. Something happens, whether it be and most of the times it's like a natural disaster, such as a hurricane comes along and fills up the hole. There are also a lot of booby traps involved, especially with water and with flooding. So it's going to be an interesting episode tonight, I believe. And I don't watch a whole lot of television. I watch a lot of on demand. If I want to watch something, something I haven't seen, I can go back and catch it on demand. But Oak Island is like one of my guilty pleasures. And another one is The Secrets of Skinwalker Ranch. I don't know if you've watched, where's my camera? I don't know if you watched that before or not. Anybody's watched that before, but very interesting reality shows. They're not as scripted as some reality shows are. Let me hop over here real quick and say, let's read some chat here. If Biden bailed, the DNC would trot out Kamala in his place. Not sure she could win. Nancy, I've touched on this a few times. I don't know if you're still here, Nancy, but if you are, I've touched on this a few times, and I've said multiple times, I still believe it. Neither Biden nor Trump is going to be president in 2024. Neither one of them are going to get elected president. And I've given my Biden scenario. I'll give it again real quick before we hop back over to coverage. They're trying to prop Biden up to get through the convention at the end of July. And once Biden has the nomination secured through the convention, then he will decide he can't do 4 more years, and he's going to step down at the end of his first term in January, on January the 21st, I think is what it is, in 2025, when the new president's sworn in. And Biden's going to announce that shortly after getting the nomination at the convention. And it will be up to the DNC to trot somebody out, as Nancy said. But it's not going to be Kamala, because Kamala cannot win. And she could not win in a 4-month amount of time. But they do want to control who the nominee is. They do want Biden replaced. They do see what, the deterioration that's happening, but they want to be able to control who it is, and they don't want it to be Kamala. I've said it's going to be either Gavin Newsom or Michelle Obama. That's what I originally heard. And others since then that have kind of caught wind of what I've been saying and have recommended some things. I've talked about the governor of Michigan. I can never remember her name. I can always see her face, but I can't remember her name. And so that's my take on that. Not going away. Hi, not going away. Thank you for being here. Voting is like deciding which kind of poisonous snake to get bit by. I can certainly see why you would say that. We watched a lot of Gordon Ramsay too. Yes, Lori Arnold, we did. We watched a lot of Gordon Ramsay. I still do. Hell's Kitchen is some great mindless entertainment, calling them donuts and Muppets oh, yes, we did. Yes, we did. All right. We're going to get back to the coverage from NBC as they're getting ready to make a projection, and here we go.
Right now, Vermont is interesting, right? We know that it is a deep blue state, but independents can vote there. Nikki Haley even traveled to Vermont, the Republican governor of that state endorsing Nikki Haley. And right now you can see this. It's neck and neck. And again, too early to call the 17 delegates of Vermont. But this is one of the first ones with too close. Yeah. With Virginia, the polls have closed, but we just can't call it yet.
Yeah, too close to call.
Winning any state is going to make this a victorious night.
Is watching all of it
for
closely
Haley.
after predictions, as you know, Tom, of an avalanche on Super Tuesday earlier.
That's right. We want to bring in a key member of the Trump inner circle, Team Trump, senior Trump advisor Jason Miller, who joins us live tonight from Mar-a-Lago. And Jason, we appreciate the correspondent look there with the microphone in your hand. The big question for a lot of us tonight here is, which version of the former president are we going to get? Are we going to get the president that walked out after the Iowa caucuses, or the one who came out after New Hampshire primary and was really upset and decided to go harsh at the beginning? What type of mood is he in right now?
Yeah, Tom and Hallie, great to be with you. As we're seeing state after state come in with the win, it's clear, like Steve Kornacki said yesterday or day before yesterday, this is an absolute delegate avalanche. That's what we're seeing right now. President Trump is going to finish the night over 1,000 delegates, probably just about 1,100. Nikki Haley will be a roughly 100 delegates in total, maybe a little bit less than that. I think you're going to see President Trump, when he comes out here in a little more than an hour, take it right to Joe Biden. This is when the general election starts, going after Biden on the border, going after him on inflation, the economy, for wrecking all of the good policies he put in place in his first 4 years. And if you take a look at the amount of media that is here this evening, it's clear everybody knows the general election starts now.
Jason, my ears perked up just a second with my producer hat on here. You said the former president is set to speak a little over an hour from now, so maybe 9:45 Eastern. Is that the thinking?
Probably a little bit after that, but just stay tuned, and your folks are in position to get him right when he comes out.
Ask you this, because while obviously the former president has won every state that NBC News has called tonight so far, we just walked through some of those, there are potentially some warning signs in some of these exit polls that are coming in tonight, including for those with a college degree, those who consider themselves moderate.
Really loud.
I hear you. Listen, moderates and people with a college degree. Do those potential warning signs concern you as you are turning the corner to the general election come November, Jason?
Yeah, well, I'd really caution you on trying to extrapolate, taking primary turnout information, trying to apply it to the general. Let me tell you why. All the recent polling, whether it be New York Times, Siena, whether it be Bloomberg, or Morning Consult, HarrisX, I could go on, is showing President Trump beating Joe Biden rather handily with independents. And it's anywhere between a 4 and 5 point, maybe all the way up to 13, 14 point lead with independents. The other thing, when you look at non-Republicans who are showing up in a Republican primary, whether they're independents or in a state like Virginia, where you can have Democrats in an open primary show up and vote. In fact, more than the majority of Nikki Haley's votes so far have been from non-Republicans, where those are independents and Democrats. So my point being, these are behavioral Democrats who are invading the Republican primary. You can't make any correlation between that and the general election, because guess what, Hallie? We have real-time polls in the general election showing President Trump winning rather handily.
Let's talk about more polls there, Jason. We had spoken earlier that the indictments, the lawsuits, the criminal cases had actually strengthened the former president in the Republican primary. But looking ahead to November, some recent Wall Street Journal polling among registered voters suggests a felony conviction could actually hurt his chances. Look at this right here. Does that worry you at all?
I'm not concerned about any of the witch hunt that Joe Biden might be saying after President Trump. We've seen, now that we've gone through the indictments and the political attacks from this weaponized DOJ, that President Trump's numbers keep going up and up. It's not as though people are unaware that he has the attacks coming at him from Joe Biden. But right now, voters are so angry and so upset by what they're seeing from Joe Biden. They want the old policies back. They wanted the cheap gas. They wanted the lower inflation.
It's just amazing to me that a felony, people think that, that's no big deal. It's just, I don't know.
Because the people do think the politics are at play here with all of these legal attacks.
Jason, I hear you, and I hear you echo the former president when it comes to the concern, as you lay out, that you feel like the Biden administration is weaponizing the levers of government against you. The Supreme Court, as you know, has just ruled giving the former president a win. So does that not stretch the bounds of common sense to suggest that things are stacked up against the former president when he actually, in some ways, has the wind at his back for now?
Well, we're very happy with the way the Supreme Court ruled. It would have been absolute chaos in the country. And, there's a point here, Hallie, that I want to make, that it's Joe Biden's not just trying to weaponize the justice system. He's also trying to weaponize all facets of government, including our elections. That's just wrong. That's why President Trump, when the news came out yesterday, stood there and looked in the camera and said, Joe Biden, fight your own fights. Don't hide behind your DOJ. Fight your own fights. That's what we want to see. That's what Americans want to see. They want to see a debate over these issues. What they're tired of is the direction we're going in the country, where upwards of 3/4 of people think it's going the wrong way.
Jason, the former president hasn't clinched the nomination just yet, but he's well on his way. It's likely going to happen at some point this month. We know he'll ultimately make the decision on a running mate, but if you have his ear, who do you hope he selects?
Great question. That's the quickest way to become a former senior advisor, is to go and look that out on Super Tuesday night. But I have my list. I have some folks who I like, but I would say this in all seriousness. I think the list is actually growing and getting longer, because as President Trump is interacting with all the folks who could be potential VP picks, there are so many impressive prospects that are out there. I think we're quite a ways away, though, from seeing anything. The real question is what they're going to do over on the Democrat side. Are they going to stick with Joe all the way? Because Democrats don't want to go and get rid of Joe Biden and have Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket. We know their one savior, Michelle Obama, said she's not going to do it. Looks like Democrats are stuck with Joe.
Jason, let me ask you, from Veep stakes to perhaps the Nikki Haley of it all, and whatever she decides to do, which is one of the big questions here tonight. Does she make a decision at some point in the next few days about her political future, at least in this Republican primary? Do you see a way for Nikki Haley, if it is Donald Trump as the Republican nominee, to get back into the Donald Trump fold?
I would never go and use the never word on behalf of President Trump, but I would say that Nikki Haley has a broader problem, is that she's now underwater with Republican voters. When you look at Republicans across the country, she has a higher unfavorable rate than she does a favorable rate, because not only is Nikki gone from attacking President Trump, she's really attacking the entire Republican
Jason,
Party at this point.
I'm sorry to interrupt
from
you.
Democrat donors like Reid Hoffman.
You know how these nights go, only because we now have an election alert here in from NBC News. Another call to make.
NBC News can now project that former President Trump has won the Arkansas primary here. Another win for the president. So far, he's won every single state that we've been able to project so far tonight. You can see the vote in with about only 1%, but still, he is so far out ahead with nearly 80% of the vote in the state of Arkansas. The clear winner, Hallie, we were just talking about running mates, and I got to think about the current governor, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who works for him, former press secretary, who some people say is on the short list. We don't have Hogan Gidley here with us now, but a lot of people have been talking about her.
We do have Jason Miller. So, Jason, and thank you for working with us here as we're getting all of this in, the decision desk, crunching those numbers live in real time. This new projection from NBC News. Quick reaction from you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, that's breaking up a little bit, but thank you very much.
All right, Jason Miller, any reaction to the projection here in Arkansas, or any discussion of Sarah Huckabee Sanders as a potential Veep stakes candidate? All right,
Too
tech
loud.
issues there
Maybe
for
it's
Jason
getting,
Miller.
Maybe it's getting too loud in Mar-a-Lago. All right, we want to bring in our political pros now. Jen Psaki is in the house, former Biden White House press secretary and MSNBC host of Inside with Jen Psaki. You may also know her from the Green.
We just had a massive strike of lightning, thunder going on. I mean, it like lit up the whole thing. Oakley was asleep on the couch over there. So if something happens and we drop off, that's what's going on. Just letting you know. We'll be back when the commercial starts.
I made my way down the hallway. This is a place where actually the Trump team and the Biden team might actually agree in the sense that the general election is starting. This is likely an insurmountable lead. He's winning every state, even if he doesn't have the delegates. The Biden team is looking at that as a moment to remind people, wake people up in the Democratic Party, independents, people who think maybe I'm going to sit this one out, maybe it won't be Trump, to remind them it actually will be. And for them, it's sort of a two-step this week because they also have the State of the Union. And the State of the Union is probably the president's best opportunity, aside from the convention speech, to kind of lay it out for the public.
And remember why that is, right? Why the State of the Union is so important as we talk about this being a key week for Joe Biden and, of course, a key week potentially for former President Trump if we see this pattern continue. President Biden may have a massive audience. Listen, what do people tune into? They tune into live events. They tune into the Super Bowl. State of the Union is not the Super Bowl. I get that, right? But they turn into
123
award
million
shows.
would be really nice
You'd
for
be
the State of the
salivating
Union.
at that
Might have
point.
been a missed opportunity.
But it's still a bigger audience than what you typically might see on, for example, cable news or wherever. I mean, this is a moment that the president needs to come out, it feels, and show that he can combat some of what we're seeing in exit polls over the course of this primary, which are concerns that voters have about his age, about his fitness for office.
Right. And it's a performance. Let's be honest. The State of the Union is a performance. It's happening in prime time at night. It's a long speech, typically an hour long, sometimes longer, as we know. And the president has to perform through it. It also means he needs to be agile. If people in the audience, as in members of Congress, shout at him, call things out, that certainly could happen. He had probably one of the best moments he had in the State of the Union last year when he had the back and forth on Social Security. But this is for them, the big opportunity here is obviously the audience, but it's also that it's really hard to break through right now. I mean, we all look, we're in a historic time. The former president of the United States is under indictment, 91 counts. It's a big thing to cover, right? It's hard for the Biden team to break through with ribbon cutting and economic events they're doing. This is their opportunity to lay it out, and hopefully they'll do that.
Jen, and we're going to get to Sarah and Joseph in a moment, but I do want to ask you, what's the history of President Biden in meeting the moment like the State of the Union? Because he's sort of down right now, right? Every poll shows him down. You had the special counsel come out with his report questioning his memory. You had him not doing the Super Bowl interview. He ended up doing Seth Meyers, which I'm sure supporters love, but he also had that moment with the ice cream cone talking about Gaza, which was not picture perfect.
Right.
So, Mike, what I'm getting at is will he meet the moment? What's the history of Joe Biden when the stakes are down? Will he meet the moment and deliver for his supporters?
I mean, we'll see, right? But I think the speech on Thursday, he recognizes he's a creature of the Senate. I mean, the man feels more comfortable there than he probably does in the White House. And he knows, because he's attended dozens of those himself, that this is his best opportunity. And this is his best opportunity. I thought it was actually quite telling that the leak they put out today was about their strike force on pricing around the country. It tells you they know they need to use this as an opportunity to make up ground on the economy that is on the minds of voters. I'm sure there's going to be moments on Russia, on democracy, on Ukraine, on Israel, on all the things we talk about. I saw today that Navalny's widow is going to be one of the guests in the box, so that will be a moment. But we'll see. But I think, Tom, he knows the significance of the State of the Union, and that's going to be his focus, I am certain, for the coming days.
Of course, before we get to State of the Union, we've still got Super Tuesday action coming up here through the course of the night. I want you two to jump in here and talk a little bit about the big themes. If we are, in fact, going to start the general election at some point in the month of March, we know what key issues are at stake. You mentioned, Jen, the economy. We know, and Tom has talked about this, we know immigration is a big one. We know that reproductive rights and abortion access is going to be a big one, too. And there, Republicans, if you look back to what happened 2 years ago, found themselves playing defense and not in the way they wanted to.
Well, it's true, and I would expect that Democrats will be talking about this. It was a huge percentage of the ads in the last two elections among all candidates, regardless of where they were on the ticket. Look, but immigration is a rising issue, and it is a major challenge for the incumbent president. Independence, it's their number one issue, even more so than the economy. So you have immigration, economy, and then a lot of those other issues well below that. So I don't think
immigration
Democrats are gonna be
is
in
your
as
number
friendly
one
terrain as they
issue at the
were,
moment,
in the
if immigration is your number one issue at the moment, put a 1 in the chat if you would. Please and thank you.
Fairly by the Biden administration? Is there a way for the Biden administration to acknowledge what most people perceive as reality, that the savings accounts have been emptied, that yes, wages are up, but the inflation has basically taken away many of those wage increases? So those are things that I think maybe if you give a little to get a lot, could benefit the Biden administration. But if you're looking at what has happened over the last 2 years, it does not appear they're willing to even acknowledge that there are things that have gone wrong on their watch.
All right, Joe, we appreciate that. Guys, please stand by for us. You are watching NBC's special coverage of Super Tuesday. We are minutes away from polls closing in another winner-take-all state. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Okay. We indeed will be right back to NBC for another short. This will be the D block of the 8 o'clock hour. For those that have been in TV before, you know what I'm talking about. Things divided up A, B, C, D in 15-minute increments. And then once you insert commercials at both the beginning and end of those increments, you get the amount of time you have for each block. All right, so we're going to enter the D block here on NBC's live coverage, live stream. We'll get back to that. And then I don't know if you can hear the thunder that's going on, but we are getting a massive storm. Oakley's not settled at all. And dogs, I don't know, dogs have a thing, you know. She does not like storms. She doesn't like gunshots. She doesn't like fireworks. And you know, I'm okay with that. I'm not crazy about thunder, because thunder only happens when it's raining. And you know the rest of the song. We are just minutes away from something really exciting here. I had to go get my charger. I had to go get my cord so we could keep running here. The battery was just about dead. But we are going to do a watch along party, Oak Island, starting at 9 o'clock in 11 minutes. And new episode, The Curse of Oak Island, coming up at 9. We're going to have the audio on the big screen. It's not that big a screen, but I'm blessed to have it. We'll have the audio. I'll be watching the video. You can watch the video at your place if you want. If you don't, we're going to have the NBC coverage on. We'll come back on, and I'll be talking through the whole thing. I can't help myself. And you'll be able to chat along if you so desire. Hurricane Lee intensifies to a Category 5 storm that was just about to hit Oak Island in the last episode. So it'll be interesting to see what impact that has, how long they'll be set back, what they'll still be able to do. I'm imagining with something like that hitting them almost dead straight on as it was projected to do, we're going to see and if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. We're going to see the swamp being filled back up. We'll probably see the work that was done on Lot 5, where they found this structure that just keeps getting more and more expanded and possibly more significant, especially when you look at the map, the ancient Knights Templar map. And of course, we're going to see that the garden shaft has been reflooded. So it'll be interesting to see what is left to remain, what possibly can be done on the island. And we'll get to that coming up here at the top of the hour. In the meantime, we'll hop back into NBC's live coverage of Super Tuesday.
Convention. However, nothing about this is normal. All of this is sort of precedent breaking. The thing that I'm most looking for, though, is what happens in a few weeks when he's actually forced to sit in a criminal trial for the first time here in Manhattan. He will have to be here for all 6 weeks. He can't just sort of go and come. He's going to actually have to sit in that trial. It takes him off the campaign trail unless he goes when he's not in court.
On a weekend, yeah.
And we just don't yet know whether voters are going to respond to a verdict in that case differently than they've responded to civil verdicts. So far, all of the civil cases have had no dent in his support, and in fact, probably just helped him.
Give us the reality check, because this has come up, I think, in speculation and people talking about it. What happens if for some, whatever reason, potentially an issue with conviction, legal issues, whatever, former President Trump cannot make it to November and ends up not being the Republican nominee?
So it depends on the timing a lot here. That's really key, Hallie, because if there's a vacancy, say sometime in the summer, then there's going to be this mad dash for the convention. It's going to be a beauty pageant as everybody's sort of vying for delegates.
I got to interrupt you, Laura, because we have another key election alert tonight.
NBC News can now project that former President Trump has won the state of Alabama and its 50 delegates. This is not a surprise. The former president has done very well in that state going back to 2016. You can see he got 90% of the vote. We still have some vote out there, but a big number for him. 865 delegates at stake. We always want to remind you guys at home that there's 1/3 of all the voting in the primaries is tonight. Donald Trump, look at that number. Hallie, 191 delegates so far versus Nikki Haley's 3.
I know you remember this, Tom, because you covered former President Trump back in the days of 2015, 2016. And Alabama was one of the first places where he filled a stadium. You remember that on the campaign trail? It's a state that has loved him for a start.
And I'm smiling because you remember why he went there. Senator Jeff Sessions, one of his first endorsements, long relationship. It was immigration that brought those two together. And then he got into the White House, and that relationship quickly ended.
Yeah, that's right.
After he became Attorney General.
In the Justice Department there. A significant state, too, when you look at, for example, the senator from that state, the junior senator, set to deliver the State of the Union response.
And the big news from IVF, on the IVF front, and how many voters would they show up and sort of protest that vote, what that would look like. We're still, we'll parse through all the voting data, but that's a key issue, no doubt, for Democrats.
So far, can we just have like a real talk moment with our political pros and correspondents here, which is so far, and we don't know what's happening in Vermont, but so far this night has largely gone how folks thought it was going to go, how experts and political observers, and even I think some of the campaigns themselves thought this would shake out.
Yes, exactly. I mean, and as Chuck was talking about earlier, Nikki Haley is not gaining in her vote, right? Which is always a tell. That is momentum. This is the opposite of momentum. The other tell is the one Ali Vitale was talking about, which is that Nikki Haley doesn't have any events tonight. She's not doing a watch party. She's not doing anything with cameras. She's not doing interviews with all of you. That is a tell. I suspect, and I have obviously been on campaigns where you're going to drop out or not, they're discussing what to do.
Guys, if we can turn to the general election, and Jen and Sarah, I both want you guys to answer this question because you guys have worked with communications and with presidential candidates and presidents. Is there enough time for President Joe Biden to sort of turn the tide when it comes to immigration and the economy?
I think it's very tough. I mean, the economy actually, there's been some mixed signals actually for quite a long time, but you saw
it's improving, but it's not improving in the polling with how voters feel it.
They don't feel good about it. Groceries are still too expensive. That's taking a dent on household budgets. But the immigration piece, I think, is very, very challenging. And you go back to years of, where really many perceptions by voters are that Democrats were for open borders. I think many voters still believe that. And there was really nothing done to combat that. And the president put Kamala Harris in charge of the border. There's not been a lot of visits there. There's not been, too much policy being pushed. It's a real challenge for them. And I think it's the reason he's behind today is the immigration issue as much as the conversation around his age.
We should note that Jen Psaki, it's not you, Sarah. She had to sneak away that empty chair next to you because she also wears a lot of hats for a lot of platforms.
She makes a great point. The Democrats aren't ever going to win Texas. And they think the border is just a Texas issue, and the border is a national issue, and they have done little to nothing about it. And people are noticing, in my opinion.
IVF clinics that have pressed pause.
And the governor is under that much pressure because of the enormous outcry, bipartisan outcry across the board. IVF, obviously wildly popular amongst everybody, because everybody knows someone who did it or did it themselves or had a friend. And it's interesting that it doesn't follow along the same neat lines, even though at its core, the issue of when does life begin, all of those sort of weighty issues come up in IVF in the same way, but somehow don't sort of become the same sort of fault lines as abortion, right? Even though it's the same issues and sort of the same things that are being tackled, somehow it doesn't follow along the normal party lines.
Laura, Sarah, thank you very much to the both of you. We'll talk more, I know, throughout the night.
Yeah, it is getting close to the time polls close in a number of big states. We're talking to our reporters on the ground in some of them. That's coming up right after this break.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
They're supposed to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the...
Here we go. All right. I don't know, probably can't hear it, but it is pouring down rain. Hello, everybody. Thank you all for clicking on. Those of you that have been hanging out for a while, thank you all very much. Greatly appreciated. We're coming up on 9 o'clock. We're going to be cranking the volume up on the Curse of Oak Island, and I will have the Super Tuesday coverage up in the up on the screen. If you've never seen Oak Island, it's on the History Channel. And if you have questions about it and you've never seen it, feel free to pop them in the chat if you're watching tonight, just a part of the watch along, and you've no idea what it's about or anything. A quick summary before we get started. There is an island off the coast of Nova Scotia, and there's a lot of lore around the island, what might have happened there. And before this all began, the question was if anything really did happen there, or was this just a folklore story with no substance behind it. They have proven that things have happened there, and things happened. They've determined through science, primarily carbon dating, that things happened there a long time ago. Who is they when I say they have proved it? Two brothers, Rick and Marty Laginas, read an article, read a short story or an extended article, depending on how you look at it, in the Reader's Digest back in the 1950s, and became infatuated with the idea of finding the treasure that supposedly exists on Oak Island. Let's see if we can do that. Why are we not? Okay. Why are we not getting? Okay, I see what I need to do. I think. Well, it won't let me shift. Why can't I? Okay. It won't let me shift out of that. All right. Well, I'll have to go back to this as far as what's on our screen to keep the coverage going. And we'll get a couple of commercials here, and then I'll crank up the volume on Oak Island. and anybody that joins won't have any clue what's going on, because they're going to hear the audio from Curse of Oak Island, and they're going to be seeing the video of primary coverage, which I guess is what we put on the titles. So let's see where we're at. Let's see if you'll be able to hear this. I can't tell how the audio is. All right, here we go.
That's what we're going to figure out, right? There's a potential that it's really quite bad. A new morning has dawned under a cloud of great concern for Rick Lagina, his nephew Alex, and Jack Begley as they make their way to Oak Island. Oh, the causeway's there.
Causeway's there.
Looks pretty good.
Connects the mainland with the island.
Causing torrential rains, flooding, and millions of dollars in damage to the province. The swamp is full.
Massive bolt of lightning.
That's a lot of water to pump on. It's a lot of
That's
water picking that out. I can start to pump right now.
it's okay, girl. If you happen to just be clicking on, we've got the audio of Curse of Oak Island, and we've got the video of primary coverage. We'll go back to all primary coverage when this is over. Okay, so the swamp has filled back up. Now we'll see if the money pit's flooded. The garden shaft, which I anticipate it will be.
That's a good thing. Mother Nature's done what Mother Nature does, and thus we have to have patience, and we will continue to move forward. Good morning, Roger. Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hello, Woody Bog. Thank you for joining.
It was rough with the hurricane, but little to no damage here.
Whoa, no damage in the garden shaft.
Yeah, for sure. We dug quite a bit yesterday. Actually, we dug down to 99 feet. The fact that the hurricane did not prevent representatives of Dumas Contracting Limited from continuing to deepen the 18th century structure known as the Garden.
Oh, that's great news.
That the team's most important operation of the year has thankfully not been interrupted.
I didn't anticipate that.
Tunnel exposed. So that's what we're planning on doing next. We're going to get in there and expose that timber that's there. Okay. In the coming days, Dumas is hopeful that they will be able to fully expose a 7-foot tall tunnel nearly 100 feet deep just below the garden shaft. A tunnel that leads due west into the so-called baby pond, where high trace evidence of precious metals has been detected in the groundwater between 80 and 120 feet underground. Nothing detrimental happened to the garden shaft. We should be very grateful for that, because now they can move seamlessly forward. That's why we're here. We're here to treasure hunt. We're here to solve a mystery. Anyway, Raj, we're glad that you stayed safe. Your team stayed safe. You get to that wood, give us a call. We've got a lot of cleanup to do, so we're going to get after it.
Wow.
Later that afternoon. So I think this war in particular might reflect what we have long sought to do, establish some sort of origination story to the Oak Island mystery. In the war room, Rick,
Okay. It's going to be Templars
other members of the team are meeting via video conference.
from Portuguese origins.
Adriano Gaspani. We have Professor Gaspani with us today. We obviously have Emiliano, and we have Michael Amadio, who is going to be the interpreter for Professor Gaspani. As you know, we met Professor Gaspani last year outside of Rome. He quite literally shocked us with his interpretation of Nolan's Cross and its import here on the island. Boy, everything is just so well built. In 2022, Rick and members of the team visited numerous
Cackling Grungilia. No, I personally have not. Let me see if I can pop this up here. There we go. No, I personally have not. I don't know about anybody else in the chat. If you know somebody that has, I would love to have them on the channel and have a conversation with them. For real, for real.
regarding the megalithic formation of 6 boulders that were discovered in 1981 by Fred Nolan, known as Nolan's Cross. According to Professor Gaspani's 40 years of expertise in the field of archaeoastronomy, the boulders in Nolan's Cross were positioned on Oak Island to align with certain stars in the night sky. And furthermore, by studying the historic positions of those stars, he was able to determine the approximate time period that it was created.
In other words, those stars were in that alignment when those stones were placed, so they can tell if those stones were indeed aligned to those stars when those stones were set in that particular alignment. It's pretty fascinating to think they had that capability.
Other megalithic stone formations that have been discovered during the past 2 centuries on Oak Island, including the remains of 5 stone piles located on Lot 15 that were shaped like pyramids, and which were first documented by Fred Nolan back in the 1960s, and the Stone Triangle, which was unfortunately destroyed by searcher activities in 1965. Professor Gaspani has prepared a report on their possible origins as well. I will turn it over to Professor Gaspani. I'm quite excited to listen to what he has to tell us.
No doubt. That's pretty fascinating if it's actually true.
That's pretty cool. Coming out. Let's see what we got. What we got here. Look at that. Right there. Wow. Those are big beans.
All right. Looks like it's going to be an exciting episode. And, or at least from the teases they've given us. Hello, everybody. Thank you for clicking on. Greatly appreciate you being here. We've got the audio from Oak Island. It's a watch along party. We're not showing the actual content. You know, that would be in violation. And we are showing the Legacy Media NBC News coverage of the primary going on, Super Tuesday primaries with Democratic and Republican delegates to the various conventions up for grabs. And speaking of which, if you're at all political, if you have any kind of political knowledge, or not knowledge, but any kind of political curiosity, or you have no political knowledge at all, go back on this channel. Go back and watch our episode from Friday night. We had delegates from a national convention on, behind the scenes as to how things really are operated, how things really do transpire, as opposed to the perception that most of the public has as to what the political parties really are. It's really interesting. It's one of the episodes that I'm very happy we did. We're going to have to do a follow up because some other things, a lot of things we didn't get a touch on, and plus, so some people I want to talk with that weren't available that night. I might have to do some one-on-ones with some of them instead of having another panel, and because one of the people that I was hoping would come on has actually taken a case all the way up to the Supreme Court and won that case at the Supreme Court. So I really want to talk. I really want to have them on, and I might just have to do a one-on-one and have that conversation. That would I hadn't thought about it. I'm kind of just talking out my, just killing time until the commercial's over and the show's back on. Show being The Curse of Oak Island. But it just kind of dawned on me that I should probably just have a one-on-one, because that will at least be an hour conversation, and then we'll have a follow-up with some of the people, if not all the people we had on Friday night's panel. And I would like to, I want to get into a couple other topics very soon. I want to talk about this upcoming eclipse on April 8th. And I do want to talk about the aliens and the grays and the greens and Bob Lazar and the different kinds of ships that the different kinds of aliens we use that term. I use that term loosely. All right, here we go. We're back to Oak Island.
In the war room, archaeoastronomy expert Professor Adriano Gaspani has just presented the Oak Island team with an astonishing scientific report. He believes that Nolan's Cross and the 5 stone piles, or cairns, located on Lot 15, were possibly created by the same group of people nearly 800 years ago. there is a level of certainty, a level of coincidence, which is incredible. Ok, altro sito molto intrigante, lo Stone Triangle. Ovviamente non c'è più, quindi è stato necessario lavorare questa volta solo sulla documentazione. Questi sono degli allineamenti delle pietre. In questo triangolo abbiamo due direzioni, due le linee astronomiche. Quello corrispondono a dei sorgere del sole al solstizio d'inverno, tramonto del sole al solstizio d'inverno, quindi allo stesso giorno. Chi conosceva questi sistemi era un navigatore, quindi che conosceva sia l'astronomia che la geometria. Right. So, can the professor speculate as to the people who constructed it? Però, se potresti in qualche modo speculare. Cosa interessante è se ci immaginiamo uno scenario sull'isola, dal 1200 al 1300 c'era della gente, c'era qualcuno proveniente dall'Europa che ha codificato un messaggio disponendo pietre e utili pietre astronomicamente significativi. Queste conoscenze non erano quelle della gente comune, conoscenze diffuse mediamente nel monastico religioso e anche quelle degli ordini cavallereschi.
Knights Templar.
Secondo me, diciamo, gli autori più probabili appartenevano all'ordine templare.
The Templar Order.
There's intelligent design to this, it seems. Esatto. The Templar Order? Could Professor Gaspani be correct? If so, would that explain why the team has seen numerous carvings
Well, yeah.
of Templar strongholds across Europe that have also been found on Oak Island? Might it explain who created the paved area in the swamp, in addition to Nolan's Cross, the stone cairns on Lot 15, and the Stone Triangle?
Yeah.
And finally, could it also identify who was responsible for the high trace evidence of gold, silver, and other metals that have been detected in the Money Pit area?
Yes. There are artifacts from the temple in Jerusalem, Israel, that will be found at the bottom of that.
The message is a secret. It's not for everybody to know. The conclusion is they were made by the Templars. Ci sono tante cose strane su quell'isola.
That's a fact. The amazing thing is that it was constructed by Europeans. The level of certainty he has put to it is amazing.
Va benissimo. I've always believed in the importance of Nolan's Cross. But now we have to come to a complete understanding of the stone cairns, what the stone triangle represents. So we need to get busy. Yeah.
Professore Gaspani, devo dire grazie mille.
I have to say thank you very much.
Incredible presentation, and we may have some follow-up questions after we have time to think about it a little bit.
Okay. Grazie. The following morning, as restoration efforts continue across the island,
The swamp got
we're right here, Charles.
pounded, it looks like. Tons of water there.
15 feet below grade. In the Money Pit area, Charles Monkhouse joins geologist Terry Matheson to supervise a new core drilling operation in borehole F.25 8.25, located 55 feet southwest of the garden shaft.
We're very close to RF1, and that's the reason why we're drilling this hole, because we found such interesting artifacts in RF1. Yeah. So it's very interesting.
Look at all the wood.
That is spectacular.
That's cool.
In 2019, the team first excavated an 8-foot wide steel caisson in this area known as RF1. Incredibly, below a depth of 100 feet, they unearthed the handle of a pickaxe, as well as massive wooden timbers that just 1 week ago were scientifically proven to have originated in Europe.
So this is a very interesting area, and hopefully now we can find something else. So yeah.
Now, because recent water testing in this area has also yielded high traces of gold and silver below a depth of 150 feet, the team is hoping to find more evidence of man-made workings and ultimately the source of the precious metals that have been detected deep underground.
Thank you, my friend. Well, we got 18 below grade. Here we go, Charles. Yeah. I think that's going to be it. Looks like they blew up in a cobble. This is all the recovery we have. Not so much to write home about here, Charles. Very early days, yeah. We've got quite a ways to go.
As the drilling operation continues in the Money Pit area, some 200 yards to the northwest on Lot 15.
This is an important area for us, mate.
Metal detection expert Gary Drayton and Jack Begley arrive at the site of the stone cairns.
It's become really important due to Professor Gaspani's work. We're looking for anything that could allude to that 1300s visit. Yeah, well, now you read my wheelhouse, Mike. I'm from England. I search for medieval treasure. You ready to get stuck in? Let's get started.
Okay, this is the guy that, if you hear Bobby Dazzler or Top Pocket Find or look at this. Gary Drayton is an incredible metal detector for those that don't know.
Right next to these stones. Great sounding signal. Just say, mate. Dang. Is this one of the piles or something? It's out. That's a lot of stones. Now let's see what we got. What we got here? Now this is interesting.
Coming out.
That's impressive structure. Look at the size of those planks. Yes, it's kind of like wedges. Look at that. You don't get more homemade wedge than that. It's pretty exciting.
All right. Commercial break on The Curse of Oak Island. And let's find out. Let's see what's going on Super Tuesday.
Some of the southern states, for instance. But look, voters don't want either of these candidates. That's very clear when you look at the polling. General election voters would be happy to see alternatives. It's not the way the two-party system is set up today, but there are movements out there. You see No Labels, you see JFK Jr. running, and I think the conversation as it moves to the general is going to increasingly talk about the potential for a third-party candidate or two or three third-party candidates.
Krisha, as we mentioned earlier, we're waiting for the former president to take the stage there at Mar-a-Lago. What do you hope he says?
I hope he focuses solely on Joe Biden because this is only a two-person race. Nikki Haley, as we've been mentioning, has no path to victory. For him to say anything really focusing on her, I think would be a mistake. Joe Biden is the person he will be running against in the fall, and the polls show that he is the leader. It's not just a snapshot in time. Basically, Donald Trump, in every single Real Clear Politics average over the past 100 or so days, he's been the front runner, not only on just him against Joe Biden, it's the issues as well, the border being the #1 issue, and also with women who are saying, Joe Biden hasn't really done much for them. The New York Times Siena poll also has really shed light onto the breakdown of how Joe Biden has helped people who have voted for him in the past. They haven't felt that.
She mentioned the lady in the what color was it? Pinkish color. Mentioned the third, maybe even third, fourth, and fifth party candidates. If it were just a popular vote, and by that I mean if it were just if the Electoral College was not involved, alternative campaigns would be much more feasible than they are now, because you got to go through the two established state parties for ballot access, and that includes the Green Party, that includes libertarian parties where they haven't won a significant percentage of votes in a long time. That includes any alternative party that's already established, let alone Kennedy, who, Cornel West is running, Dr. Cornel West is running as the candidate of the running to be the candidate of the Green Party. He's kind of the presumptive nominee. They haven't had their convention yet, but to actually win, you've got to be able to get ballot access, and that is so limited by the two main parties. Sorry, I got a little whoa. That shook the place. Okay, let's get back to a little bit of Super Tuesday coverage, and then we'll go back to Oak Island.
The White House. What do you think he's honing in on as he's getting ready for a State of the Union speech?
Well, honestly, Trump is not doing as well as Biden is in his own party. Yeah. There are way more people voting against Donald Trump in these Republican primaries than are voting against Joe Biden.
You're talking about independents who are coming in and voting for Nikki Haley.
Or even Republicans that are voting for Nikki Haley. I mean, some of these are closed primaries, and Nikki Haley is still getting way more votes.
Some votes, right.
Than anybody running against Joe Biden. Yeah. So Joe Biden, he doesn't have the conflict in his party that Republicans have in their party.
No, he doesn't, probably. All right, let's get back to Oak Island, and next commercial we'll check back in with what's going on in the primaries. Back to Oak Island.
This is fantastic, mate. It's shaped. That could be very, very interesting, mate, because it looks decorated and it was made like that on purpose. This has the potential to be medieval.
You think it's medieval?
Yeah.
Honestly?
Yeah, I really do, mate. When I'm working medieval sites in England with the metal detector, you find a lot of old iron and a lot of old lead. And then if you look here, you find medieval silver and gold. I think we just scored a really great find on lot 15, right next to these old stone piles.
This might link back somehow to help prove Professor Gaspari's work.
The so-called medieval period was an era of European history that lasted from roughly 500 to 1500 AD. Could Gary Drayton be correct that this lead artifact may be more than 600 years old? If so, might it offer hard evidence that Professor Adriano Gaspari's belief that the stone piles, or cairns, were created in the 13th century is true? This is fantastic, mate. I can't wait to see the data on this.
I think we should take it straight to the lab.
Yeah, I'm with you, mate.
Sweet find, Gary.
Good digging, mate. While Gary and Jack finished their search on lot 15.
Hey, Roger.
How's it going, Scott?
Good. You've uncovered some more down there now?
Yeah, so Roger just gave me a call not too long ago. And yeah, he's uncovered quite a bit of it, actually. Operations Manager Scott Barlow meets with Roger Forte in the Money Pit area after being informed that representatives from Dumas Contracting Limited had finally uncovered a large section of the believed treasure tunnel located just below the garden shaft at a depth of some 100 feet underground.
This is exciting.
Oh, yeah.
This is what we've been waiting for.
Absolutely, and that's why I told Rodney stop, and I know before we start excavating, I want to make sure nothing gets damaged, that we go at it nice and easy and preserve every little piece that's in there.
That's a big day in Oak Island.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Very few people have had this opportunity, and we're fortunate enough to be unearthing a very old tunnel, potentially depositor tunnel. This is exciting.
Oh,
This will be exciting.
Sounds good. Grab that on the hole.
working with the guys from Dumas, I mean, it's a privilege. They're hardworking guys. You know, they're miners. It's backbreaking work. They're down there, they're on their hands and their
I
knees.
totally
they're
agree,
chipping,
Woody.
They're digging, they're doing whatever it takes to move this material. The great thing about it is
The Templar came over here much earlier than anybody thought.
They want to see.
And those that still believe Columbus was the first across, no.
It's impressive structure. Look at the size of those planks. Yeah.
Not even close.
All lots of different sizes. Yeah.
Hundreds of years before
Look at the
Columbus.
size of those. I mean, we can get some great information from that. That's going to be, 12 or 14 inches across. Yeah. It's a pretty exciting moment to be down there, to put eyes on this board that, nobody's seen for potentially upwards of 400 years. Pretty incredible. When we see this rounded edge here, like that looks like it may even have bark on it. The log, you look at the size of that. That rounded as an outside edge, and we can see the center in there. There's a lot of rings in there, which is great. That's a good indicator of its old growth.
A possibly older, rounded timber found nearly 100 feet underground in the garden shaft. In 1804, when treasure hunters began the first major excavation of the Money Pit, they reported finding a series of platforms made of round logs every 10 feet, down to the 90-foot level. Is it possible that this tunnel may be connected to the original treasure shaft? If so, just what might the team find at the end of it?
I can't wait to get this uncovered and get some of this material out of here. Yeah, you and I both. We might be able to slide that plank right out of there. Well, you can tell there's, you got a piece here, a piece there, a piece here. I think that tunnel would be probably no more than 5 feet wide. There's kind of like wedges. Like, you take that wedge off right there. Give it a try. Yeah. I think something like it's loose stuff. You can just try that right up. Yeah. There we go. Look at that. Definitely a wedge. Looks like bark there as well. You don't get more homemade wedge than that. This is pretty exciting. We should let Rick know that we're on this and starting to remove some stuff. For sure, he's going to be excited to put eyes on this. Yeah. I've been in a lot of old mines, never seen this. Let's keep digging. Sounds good.
Coming out.
We got Adam, 171. Now, wood here, Jared. Maybe being in the original money pit.
To test the toughness of the Kia Sorento X-Pro and the Kia Sorento.
All right. Let's see. They are showing Mar-a-Lago on the. So I'll hop up here for a moment and say hello. Good evening. How are you? Thank you for tuning in. Seriously, I do appreciate you clicking on. Hit the like, subscribe, share, all that stuff. And we are doing something really different. Not going to find anywhere else. We got live primary coverage and an Oak Island watch-along party going on. Oak Island currently in commercial break. We will get right back to that. And in the meantime, let's check in and see what's going on here with the primary coverage. We'll catch back up to it in total when Oak Island finishes, and we'll talk about both.
Half the vote in. She can't crack 20 in Texas. That is the heart of the Republican Party. How about in Oklahoma? She's under 20. She barely cracks 15. Let's go to, that was Missouri. That was before. That was a caucus state last week. Here we are in Arkansas, right? She's sitting at 22%. How about Tennessee? She's not even at 20%. This is gadfly level of results, right? In some of these races, when an incumbent governor is being challenged by sort of a gadfly state rep or state senator, this is the split you get in a primary like that. Her issue is she essentially was a coastal Republican, right? And a coastal suburban Republican. And yes, she did better on the coast, but we're putting a little thing together here, and I want to show you.
Let me see it.
What we got
Whatever
here,
you and your producer have cooking, I'd love to see. I'd love to know.
Where's our little fun little thing here?
All right, we're going to find it. We're going to walk through
all
it.
the Nikki Haley numbers, which we are.
But as you look at some
reason.
of the numbers,
the point is this: 43%. That's what she got in New Hampshire. Right now, there's only one state voting where she's north of 43%.
Which is?
And that's Vermont at 47. She's got 35 in Virginia at this moment, 37 at Massachusetts at this moment, 34 in Colorado at this moment. 24 in Minnesota at this moment,
Which, by
we
the
thought
way,
was a Marco Rubio.
I was going to say,
the
Trump a
president
distant third.
Yeah, the president of Minnesota, or
Your-
at least the Republican nominee.
Your point being that in the last competitive Republican primary, it was not a state where Donald Trump performed well. It should have been maybe more fertile ground for Nikki Haley.
This was tonight was the first time it looked more like a sitting incumbent was trying to run for a nomination, because he's winning by margins. Trump's winning by margins that almost rival the margins that Biden's winning by, and he is facing gadfly candidates, right? He is facing single-digit like supporters, but Trump is sitting here in the 70s in SEC country, and again, Nikki Haley just is making no progress in SEC country, and you can't be a leader of the Republican Party if you're not popular in the SEC.
Can I just say, I'm down to talk SEC. I thought you were doing a deep dive.
No.
I get it.
And people who know me know how I feel about the SEC. I don't feel good about it.
We'll have another 5 hours next week to talk that through, Chuck. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Tom, let me toss it back to you.
Some of us
More to
like the
discuss.
ACC. I know Chuck is one of those as well. All right, guys, thanks for that. We're joined now by David Wasserman. He's the senior editor and elections analyst at the Cook Political Report. David, you're famous on X, what used to be known as Twitter, for saying you've seen enough. Have you seen enough tonight to declare Trump the presumptive GOP nominee?
I think we knew the patterns that were clear from the Iowa caucus. The reality is that Nikki Haley is the candidate of
hang on.
Among Democrats who wish that the Republican Party looked like Nikki Haley rather than Donald Trump. Chuck used the word gadfly territory when the only remotely competitive.
Okay, we're going back to audio from the latest episode currently live of Oak Island.
Impressive. Yeah. To get down there and realize that there's hard evidence that the tunnel is not a interpretation. It's real. You get a little bit of chills. Now we need to understand its relevance to the mystery. Well, I'd love to get one of those.
Well, what we're going to do is clean some of it up, and then we're going to try and get a whole length out.
And I think it would be nice to get that one.
Yeah. And then this one here we know is good and wide.
Yep. This one is definitely rounded here.
This is much thicker, and that could be an upright piece.
It's cool. It's very cool, especially given the C14 results. So that's why it's imperative that we get samples.
It is. The whole idea of what happened in my pit, we have a timeline.
Earlier this year, wood samples from this tunnel, which the team obtained during a core drilling operation, were carbon dated to the 17th century.
I know you want to get that piece out whole.
Yeah, absolutely. But now that much more of the structure has been revealed, the team will remove some of the massive beams for additional testing in the hopes of confirming just when this tunnel was created.
It's a year of pivotal moments in there. And I think Professor Ghesmani's work is pivotal. This recovery of these timbers may be a pivotal moment if it represents original work. This is important.
What I'd like to see happen here is these three timbers right here, even the fourth one being the one on top, get one pulled out so we can see a whole length.
Absolutely. We can get that done for you.
Right.
If this is original depositor, there's a good chance that there may be treasure at the end of this tunnel.
Yep.
Yeah. And I also want to get Steve Buckland down here and survey this.
Yes. Right. I wonder, just, have Gary come down, scan it real quick.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So, anyway, we will let you get started. We'll get up and out of your way. My thought was, to have Gary come down. I mean, why not? It is a treasure hunt after all, and we have exposed new area for him to investigate.
Hey, Gary?
Yep. Anyway, and hope that we find a artifact or artifacts that can be associated with cultural context as it relates to the construct.
Come on, we want to find treasure.
We got everything we need, Gary.
Thanks, mate. Time to unleash the beast. You guys ready to find some treasure?
Find some treasure.
Let's strike up the magic bomb. Right. See if there's any metals in it. Unfortunately, I can't get too close to this iron. finished yet, mate. If you can hang on to my detector, I'm going to try pinpointing.
Oh, you got it.
It's in my hand. Let's see what we got. It is this.
What is it?
Tough to tell what it is. I'm not getting a rapid vibration off it, which would tell me it's iron. So this is going to go back to the lab.
Yeah.
And hopefully Emma's got some great news about this.
All right. Good find, Gary.
Yeah. Right. Let's see what we got here. Fingers crossed.
Gary, you got another hit.
Yep. What have we got here? Yeah, we have got a piece of metal. Look, it's shaped. See that flat edge on it?
Mm-hmm.
It's an interesting shape for sure. You seen anything like this from your operation?
This is nothing we would use.
So it's probably from the tunnel construction.
Yeah. Need more curious now.
Yeah, it really is.
Could Gary be correct that this metal artifact may have been used in the construction of the tunnel?
Fantastic news.
If so, could it be another critical clue that could help the team determine just when it was built?
Right, chaps, I'm going to put this in the front pocket there and zip it. Do you want me to help you do some measurements, mate?
I wouldn't mind. For the first time, I can put survey control points on this tunnel, and this is going to help me draft and project this tunnel accurately now because this is the first time we've stood on it. So,
Okay, mate. I think it's great we're doing this, Steve, for good measure.
While Steve and Gary complete their survey of the tunnel beneath the garden shaft,
I think we have a core coming up now.
some 50 feet to the southwest,
What we got, Ev? 50 watt, 151.
geologist Terry Matheson and Oak Island historian Charles Barkhouse are continuing to monitor the core drilling operation in borehole F.25, 8.25.
Thank you, Adam.
A borehole where they hope to find more evidence of another man-made structure more than 150 feet deep.
Scalpel.
That, according to recent scientific testing, is of European origin.
Let's slash this up and take a look. We got wood here, Gary. We got wood. Yeah. This is all undisturbed here, so we must be right at the edge of something. You know, Terry, the fact that we're finding wood at this depth, we could maybe be in the original money pit. It's all more important. That's absolutely. That's what we did, right? Yeah. Well, we get another core coming. And hopefully we'll pull up some of that real treasure. Yeah.
It would be nice to see a piece of gold or silver come out. I know they want that more than I do, but
Yep. Under the side of the bedrock. Yeah. Here's some more of that punky, relatively soft material, but much harder gypsum bedrock here. Yeah. This stuff is just as Mother Nature left it.
It is an unfortunate revelation for Charles and Terry that the drilling operation has reached bedrock at a depth of some 170 feet. However, since they recovered evidence of a wooden structure less than 20 feet higher, and have also detected precious metals in this area, could it be that they just missed direct contact with something of great importance or value?
We are in and out of old workings. Yeah. Something went on down there. Let's clear this table and hopefully have another target to drill on. There's still a lot of areas where we haven't drilled. Absolutely. So we'll move on. Mystery abounds, no doubt. Certainly does.
Coming out.
So I am very interested, given this item being found in such close proximity to the stone cairns. Is it a match for other artifacts we found on the island?
Yeah.
No.
all right. Commercial break. Oak Island. And we'll be back to that in just a minute. Back to the audio there. We've got primary coverage happening here. If you're just clicking on, let's find out what the governor of Texas is saying here.
And literally Americans to unite, because America cannot afford 4 more years of Joe Biden. All Americans understand that, and especially Republicans. It's now time for the entire party to unify behind who will be our nominee, Donald Trump.
So, Governor, an interesting fact here, Nikki Haley spent some of the last days, and actually her last stop was in Texas before she went back to South Carolina. She actually outraised Donald Trump in your state in the month of January. How do you explain that?
Well, so obviously there were some people who wanted to write her checks, but we all know that money doesn't always win races. There's the power of what President Trump stands for, what he has done, what he will do. And that's exactly what the Republican Party and the majority of Americans, they want to see. And as you all have seen, President Trump is actually widening the people who support him in Black communities, in Hispanic communities, in Asian communities, even among younger demographics. He's performing better because people see the opportunity that exists with Donald Trump returning to the presidency.
Governor, on that note, there are still Republicans in your state, in the state of Texas, who went out today and who cast a ballot for Nikki Haley. Not as many as who went out and cast a ballot for former President Trump, but they exist, and they exist in the state that you govern. When you look at some of the numbers here that we've seen in exit polling, there does seem to be, in some of these places, a potential enthusiasm gap among Republicans who identify themselves as MAGA Republicans, if you will. How do you plan to get some of those Haley voters back into the fold if, in fact, it is Donald Trump as the nominee come the convention?
Sure. So remember this, and that is when Donald Trump first won the presidency, even here in Texas, Texas was far more divided then than it is now with Ted Cruz as a candidate. And remember that campaign went down to the convention, to the convention floor. And eventually the party united behind then President Trump. Same thing is going to happen this time, with the only difference being that Republicans have already rallied behind Donald Trump even further and faster than they did in 2016.
Governor, the former president mentioned that you're on the list for running mates. If the former president asked you to be his running mate, would you accept?
So listen, he's very kind in suggesting things like that. One thing that I'm deeply committed to, and that is governing the great state of Texas. I've already announced I'm running for re-election, and that truly is my focus.
Governor, you talk about wanting to, lead the state of Texas, lead the Republican Party where you are. You've endorsed 16 challengers to incumbent state representatives in your own party, right? So GOP versus GOP here. It's mostly over opposition to a school voucher bill. Do you worry that is stoking divisions inside your party in your state?
Not really. And we're the early returns about the candidates that I supported, by and large, they're winning. And, we need to see the way that the count will continue for the rest of the night. However, that said, one thing is very clear. And that is, we knew all along because of a ballot initiative 2 years ago that Republicans strongly support school choice by about 85 to 90%. And we got behind candidates who would deliver for Republican voters the issue they care about. And so this is merely supporting the voters as opposed to picking or choosing candidates. I was fighting for the voters in the Republican Party in the state of Texas.
Governor, very quickly before I let you go, and on this theme of the divisions inside the Republican Party, if Nikki Haley were to drop out maybe tomorrow, maybe this week, could you see welcoming her back into the MAGA fold?
So listen, I want all Republicans to unite.
Okay, we're going back to Oak Island here.
We need a far different pathway than the course that America's on right now.
Be interesting to see how old these beams really are. I'm guessing they're depositors.
We need to make certain we do everything we can to understand what this represents. Here it comes right here. I absolutely hope that this leads us 5 steps closer to solving the mystery. You can see in that piece of wood a man down there cutting that timber, creating that tunnel to go somewhere, hopefully to hide treasure. Look at that. We got a rounded edge here and rounded on this side. Yeah. And that's good. Yeah, that's good.
Up timber, cut with an adze? Dating back to the days of ancient Egypt, an adze was a type of cutting tool designed for the construction of ships and wooden structures until the 18th century, when they were replaced by mechanized tools.
That's a bit of Oak Island money pit history right here.
So now, the question is, just how long before the 18th century might this tunnel have been created?
Your fingers. It's a real aha moment. There's no question about it. After all the struggles and all the setbacks and all the time and all the effort, to see it there in front of you, this is real history, and I want to hold it in my hand.
This has more going for it than anything else so far.
I mean, this could lead right to the treasure. We don't know yet.
Let me just test it, see if it's sturdy enough for a gold dance. Yeah, it will be. The good news is, we still do have the horizontal drill.
It's still to come.
Still to come.
Because the tunnel must be more fully exposed and inspected before the team can possibly access it. In the coming days, representatives from Dumas Contracting Limited will conduct a probe drilling operation from the bottom of the garden shaft into the tunnel's interior to hopefully pinpoint the source of the precious metals that have been detected nearby in the baby blob.
Kudos to everybody, especially the guys down the hall, because they did the work. Let's stay the course, get as much information as we can. Yeah. So it's been a very good day.
While the operation continues in the garden shaft, later that afternoon.
Hey, Eric. Emma.
Hey.
Rick, his nephew Alex, and Doug Kroll join archaeologist Laird Niven and argumentologist Emma Culligan in the Oak Island Laboratory.
So I see this artifact that was found on Lot 15.
Was it found close to the stone current pulse?
Yes.
They are eager to hear Emma's scientific analysis of the decorative lead artifact that was found just one day ago near the potentially 750-year-old stone cairns located on Lot 15.
Is it a match for any of the other lead artifacts we found on the island?
So because it's lead, I can't give 100% confirmation of a match, but 99%, which is still pretty good. It matched a lot with an artifact from 2021, a twisted lead rod, which I do have here in the lab.
That was the piece Chris McFarland found a hit as being possibly from a Scandinavian origin.
There we go. 2 years ago, while searching Lot 13 between the swamp and the money pit.
What the heck? That's lead.
Gary Dream and Peter Fernetti found a lead artifact with a decorative spiral design.
This is the data for the twisted rod.
An artifact that surprised geochemist Dr. Chris McFarland after he conducted a form of isotope testing on it, known as laser ablation.
When we run the results through the database, one source would be in Eastern Scandinavia.
Here it is right here.
The Lot 13, where this twisted lead was found, that's just downhill from Lot 15. Professor Gaspani posited this idea that those stone cairns were placed there in the 1200s, so any and all metal artifacts, whether they're precious metal or not, could play a part in identifying who was there possibly in that time period. So, yeah, I think it's important. And given this item being found in such close proximity to the stone cairns, I think we have to follow up on that, the possible Scandinavian connection to the island.
Let's go.
Okay, so the Vikings came over first, explained to the Scots how to get over by using Iceland and Greenland, and eventually the Templars came. We'll see if that's what's actually true. Let me hop up here and say, hey, everybody, thank you for being here. A couple of things going on at the same time at the moment. We've got the audio of Oak Island, and we've got the video of the Super Tuesday results. Oak Island's going to end here in about 4 minutes, and we will be back totally focused on Super Tuesday results. I'll probably do this again next Tuesday for Oak Island because we're getting now, it's at some point they're going to hit something of significance. Of course, everything that everything that we're seeing happened, back in 2023. So I don't anticipate them hitting anything of world altering significance this season because I think it would have been leaked. I can't imagine it, nobody talking about it until an episode comes out, or possibly even, depending on what they find, they may not want anyone to know what they have found. Again, my personal feeling is we will learn at some point. If we do learn, we will learn that artifacts are there from the temple, the second temple in Jerusalem, possibly some artifacts from underneath that temple, because under that temple was where the stables were. That's where the Templars kept their horses, underneath that temple. And there's conjecture that temple might have went down even 9 different layers, 9 different levels from what the public knew. So could there have been artifacts that made their way all the way from Israel to this little island off of the coast of Nova Scotia? It's looking more and more like, it wasn't a direct path by any stretch of the imagination. Artifacts probably made their way back to France originally, and then once the persecution began, of course the Templars all fled. The lore had been that it was eliminated. The Order of the Knights Templar was eliminated. That's far, far, far from the truth. And I think we will learn that, I don't know. Could the Ark of the Covenant be there? Yes, it could. I think that and it could be the source of some of the unusual energies and events there. Could the cup of Christ be there? Possibly, but I don't think the cup of Christ is what anyone imagines it to be. I think more than likely you're going to find the menorah of the giant menorah from inside the second temple. And let's go back to the audio from Oak Island, and we'll go to NBC Legacy Media coverage of tonight's Super Tuesday. I'm going to take my headphones off so that the mic's as close to the TV as possible. We'll get massive thunder here still. All right, here we go.
The historical record and some science puts the Norse along these shores. Lots of meadows, right? Where else they were is another question. And we also know that the Templars were at the height of their power in the same time period. So, did they know each other?
It is well documented that the Scandinavian warrior civilization, known as the Norse or Vikings, explored and established settlements on the North American continent, including Iceland, Greenland, and New Brunswick as much as 1,000 years ago. But could Dunn's idea that the Vikings may have possibly been connected to the Knights Templar, as well as the Oak Island mystery, have any basis in reality?
Yeah, good. I just told you.
To follow up on that research.
If so, could that explain how structures like the paved area in the swamp, the stone cairns on Lot 15, and these lead artifacts came to be on Oak Island? Could that also explain the man-made workings that were recovered from deep in the RF-1 caisson, and which are potentially of Scandinavian origin, as well as the traces of gold and silver that have been detected in the Money Pit area?
I've always said it's a wonderful mystery, and that's why it's complex, and that's why it's interesting, and that's why it continues to puzzle. So when you take items like this, you have to find the context. You have to find the one thing. And you only need one that connects the Norse, perhaps Norse Templar connection to those constructs up on that hill.
Now, with what we're finding and what Professor Caspani is suggesting, your one thing might be found outside the Money Pit.
We just have to find it. Emma and Laird, again, thank you both very much. I think we've got some homework to do. Let's get after it.
All right, here, guys. Thank you. Thanks.
Another historic week on Oak Island has come to an end. And like many others in recent years, it may have revealed another chapter in a mystery that now appears to stretch back further in time and to further regions of the globe than anyone ever dreamed possible. As Rick, Marty, and the team continue to dig, just what will they find? And where might it lead them on their quest for the ultimate answers?
Okay, what happens next week? Here we go.
On the Curse of Oak Island.
We found these Senegad and shaft posts very old. It definitely wasn't used to put together structures. It could be a box. It's on the treasure. There's that wall, this line. Could be related to the stone road. That red stuff is what's underneath the stone road. That will place that wood structure further back in time. Vikings have knowledge of North America with contacts to early Templars. They could have had knowledge of this area. That's correct.
All right. There we go. This is going to be an interesting, possibly interesting. I don't know. I don't know as I trust the lead character in this next series so much because of his background. I've seen him on a couple other things before. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. It's In Search of Sunken U-Boats, I think is the title of the next thing up here on the History Channel. But I think I'll come back next week. I think next Tuesday we'll probably have a couple of more primaries, and I'll do this again as far as discussing what's happening on Oak Island. I'll try to have a little better microphone system maybe next week. If I do it, I'm stalling here to see what the name of this next series is officially. But like I said, I'm not sure about the trust level of the guy that's kind of in charge of things based upon a couple of other things I've seen that he's been involved in. And they're doing a really long open. Lost U-Boats of World War II. Okay, we'll get that out of the way. All right, here we go. I'm going to hop back up here for just a second and say, hey, thank you all for tuning in. We're going to keep coverage going of the Super Tuesday. And I'll probably, again, do this next Tuesday as well. Just drew my attention because they're getting ready to do some magnetometer work off of Haiti and the Dominican Republic. And those that watch the program know that our last episode, Chris and I were talking last night about what's happening in Haiti. And the latest word we've got is that it's not going to be Jimmy Barbecue Cersei as the leader. It's going to be Guy Philippe, I believe is how it's pronounced. So we'll see if that coup does indeed hold and does indeed last. And if it does, Guy Philippe will more than likely, according to our intelligence, ours meaning Chris's intelligence that he shared with me, it will be Guy Philippe that will be the new prime minister of Haiti. Currently, a coup is underway. A lot of we talked about it last night. A lot of the stuff that's going on. So anyway, let's get back to Super Tuesday coverage from the legacy media of NBC News.
What competitive looks like. The fact that Vermont is the one state still in play. It's an open primary, so independents, Democrats. Does that make her competitive in a Republican primary? That's the question for her. There are some vulnerabilities in the general election with former President Trump. If you look at Virginia and North Carolina among independents and moderates.
Hallie, let's get nerdy for just one moment.
Oh, you're speaking my language.
I knew I
Savannah.
was.
Thank you.
This is about delegate math. You need a certain number of delegates to clinch the Republican nomination.
Yeah.
In many, many states tonight, even if you get 40% of the vote, if you're less than 50%, you don't get any delegates. It's winner takes all. Can you just explain why the delegate math is so difficult for Nikki Haley if she doesn't get over a 50% threshold?
The rules favor the front runner. That is exactly why. In some of these states, including the biggest prize of the night tonight, Savannah, which is California, but in some of these other states that we've already seen Donald Trump do well, because real talk, we are rounding the corner to the general election tonight by any metric, specifically as it relates to delegate math. You see it there in the Republican primaries. Donald Trump is picking up 400 delegates. Nikki Haley has 3. Now, listen, the reason for this, and I don't want to get too nerdy here, but again, it is to favor the person who is in the lead so that the party can get voters to coalesce behind a candidate, right? The idea being you don't have those fractures inside the GOP that you saw back in 2016, for example, or the Democrats saw in 2020. Get to it, get to a head-to-head Democrat versus Republican so that voters can start to make a choice.
Well, and they want the general election to start tonight, which for all intents and purposes, it appears it's going to. But it's a rematch of 2020. It's not a replay of 2020. What has changed? Biden's now the incumbent. He has the advantages of that and the baggage of that.
He has the baggage of that. And if you look at the polling, it tells the tale of just how different this moment is than 2020. In 2020, then candidate Biden was never trailing former President Trump. In this moment, Savannah, in a lot of the polls, he's trailing former President Trump and in a lot of those key battleground states. And this is an electorate, the vast majority of which is saying, we don't want to see this rematch. So he's dealing with a very frustrating.
Let me hop in here real quick. Just got notification that Colin Allred he's a representative, is going to win the Democratic primary in Texas and will be taking on Senator Ted Cruz. So wanted to get that out there.
But couldn't Biden see an opening there and say, well, 40% of the Republican primary electorate wants someone not named Donald Trump?
Aren't picking the Republican primary frontrunner. That's exactly right. And so I think when you look at where the Biden campaign's head is at, right, they are also looking ahead to the general election here. And in talking with campaign advisors today, that is what you're hearing, that they want to make this a referendum on the issues. You ask Savannah, what is different this year? This rematch, not a replay, as you aptly point out. The issues are different, too, because voters always care about the economy. And right now, the numbers seem to favor the incumbent, President Biden. Unemployment is ticking down. Inflation is moving in the right direction. The markets are hitting record highs in the last couple of weeks. But people don't feel good about the economy. And then look at what we saw when Tom went through the boards there with Lester. immigration front and center in the minds of a lot of voters here. And that is an issue where President Biden currently is on defense. The campaign hopes to flip that and basically point to what's happened in Congress.
I just want to pause and let everyone know we've got our cameras fixed on Mar-a-Lago right now. We are expecting the former President Donald Trump to address the cameras at any moment now.
Okay.
We will take
I'm guessing Trump's on his way.
We see some of the dignitaries of Trump world as they walk in. So, Kristen, you wanted to say?
I just wanted to say there are a couple of X factors there. One of the big one, that 40% you talk about with Nikki Haley. How many of those voters are going to vote for Trump? Not all of them. We think maybe half of them might consider it. Which way do they go?
But also, she benefited by the fact that in some of those states, people other than Republicans could vote.
Exactly.
You could have independents. You could even have Democrats who voted for, who said, we voted for Biden in 2020.
They came out to vote for Biden. The other big X factor, Savannah, is we are living in a post-Roe world. We saw the fact that that was energizing for the Democratic base in the midterms and special elections all across the country. How will that play in this general election? We do not know. We do know, though, that the president, the vice president are always already trying to put that issue front and center.
Democrats are hanging their hats on that very issue, and it's just been enhanced by the fact that the Alabama Supreme Court just had a ruling on the legal status of frozen embryos, which threw into question IVF procedures. Some clinics shut down. I mean, this is where the Democrats want to fight the race. Not clear that voters want to, that they put that as their top issue.
Well, we talked about where President Biden might be on defense. This is an area where former President Trump, if he is the nominee, may be on defense as well. Because to your point, it is not one of those top two issues, at least not right now. But there is precedent when you look at what happened just a couple of years ago. We were all sitting together after the overturning of Roe versus Wade, talking about how the issue of abortion access did motivate Democrats to the polls in a big way. So you've got Democrats now looking at that going, will we in fact see that again?
They think that's what made the difference between 2022 in the midterms being more favorable for Democrats than people thought. They felt like the abortion issue was the clincher there. Much to discuss. Stay right there, Kristen and Hallie. As we wait for the former president to speak, we'll send it over to Lester.
Yeah, Savannah, right now where I'm in the corner here, we're watching a lot of the moving parts of this evening on the monitors there. Voting is not over yet. Polls still open in the nation's most populous state, California. NBC's Jacob Soboroff is in Orange County at the registrar's office in Santa Ana where votes are being counted. Jacob, what's going on where you are?
Lester, votes are actually being cast and counted here.
Going to try to hang in until California
jurisdiction
closes.
In the country since 2002.
I don't know if we'll do that.
Excuse me, since 2020 in California, Lester, they have been doing permanent vote by mail ballots. That process began and everybody in California gets a mail-in ballot. One of the things you will maybe be surprised to hear in California is not only do we have voting in person, we've got drive-through voting. So there's nobody here at the moment, but I do want to give a special shout out, Lester, to our election workers, not just here in California, but throughout the country. This is my friend Sandra, it is, right?
Yes, hi.
Sandra's also, Lester, a social worker. You're volunteering to be out here?
Yes.
I want to say on behalf of everybody watching, thanks to you and all the election workers all across the country. How's the turnout been so far?
Really great.
Has
A
it?
lot of happy voters today.
Okay, Sandra, I'm going to get out of the way because I'm sure there will be other cars that are going to want to come through while you're out here. Lester, California, here in Orange County, is where the Republicans used to have their stronghold in California. Right here is where we're going to see the presidential election potentially, the Senate election in California, which is hotly contested, and some House races decided on that Republican side because of the volume of Republican votes. Here in California, it's been a very unique senatorial election. We have a top two system where it could be two Democrats, but it also could be a Republican. Adam Schiff, the front runner on the Democratic side, you know him from the first impeachment of President Trump in the House, has spent a lot of money to elevate the Republican Steve Garvey, a former Los Angeles Dodger and Padre, to get to that general election. It's become very contentious. We're all watching it closely. One thing I want to say about the election here in California.
Here comes Trump. Let's see if he speaks off cuff or if he
see Donald Trump has entered the room there at Mar-a-Lago.
if they've added some
in just a moment.
teleprompters.
Based on another very strong night, it will not get him the nomination tonight, but it brings him far closer based on what we've seen so far.
We haven't seen her.
Okay, we can't have that. Sorry, can't have that. Can't have that music. Copyright infringement we do not want. So, former president getting ready to deliver remarks. And again, we'll see if he's speaking off cuff or if he has a teleprompter or if it turns out to be both. Let me check back and see if the music is.
Decisive victories. We've already seen him.
Okay, music is still going on. We will get to his words as soon as he starts delivering them and comment upon them. As is the nature of politics. Oh, come on, man.
A lot has changed in these.
You're going to stand there for the whole song. So he had been playing the version of the national anthem with him and the J6 prisoners, the prisoners that caused damage and attacks at. Not everybody at J6 is a criminal. Not everybody at J6 went there to support overthrowing the government, but there were those that did, and some of them are in prison and known as the J6ers. And he did a song. He did a version of the national anthem with him, and here he is.
And they tell me, the pundits and otherwise, that there's never been one like this. There's never been anything so conclusive. This was an amazing night, an amazing day. It's been an incredible period of time in our country's history. It's been sad in so many ways, but I think it's going to be inspiring because we're going to do something that, frankly, nobody's been able to do for a long time. We've watched our country take a great beating over the last 3 years, and nobody thought a thing like this would be possible. We wouldn't have Russia attacking Ukraine. We wouldn't have Israel being attacked. Iran, as you know, was broke. When I was running things, they were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have money for Hezbollah. We had no inflation. Inflation is destroying the middle class. It's destroying everything. Inflation, if you look back over the history, hundreds of years back, it's called inflation. It's called a country buster. And that's what it's doing to our country. What's happened with inflation has been unbelievable. A lot of people say, a lot of experts have said the stock market's the only thing that's doing well, and that's doing well because our poll numbers are so much higher than Joe Biden's.
I don't think that's why the stock market's doing well, but okay, go ahead.
In the history of our country, there's
Actually,
never been anything like what's happening to our country. Today it was announced that 325,000 people were flown in.
This isn't
from
good.
parts unknown. Migrants were flown in airplane, not going through borders, not going through that great Texas barrier that I was with the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, the other day, and we were looking at the job they're doing. But in the meantime, they're pouring into California and they're pouring into Arizona because those governors aren't doing anything. They're doing nothing. But today it was just announced before I came out. It was unbelievable. I said, that must be a mistake. They flew 325,000 migrants, flew them in over the borders into our country. So that really tells you where they're coming from. They want open borders, and open borders are going to destroy our country. We need borders and we need free and fair elections, or we don't have a country. This is an incredible group of people. So many celebrities that I'm not going to introduce any because I'm just going to get myself in trouble if I do that, because I'll leave out most of you. But this is a room chock full of incredible, talented people, like some of the guys standing right in front of me, right? Big futures, big, fat, beautiful futures. Oh, I'd love to be your age. I'd pay you a lot of money to be your age.
but we have some tremendously talented people in this room, including tremendously talented political people that have helped me right from the beginning. We had the safest border in the history of our country. We built 571 miles of wall. We had Mexico supply us with 28,000 soldiers because we wanted them. That's why. And they said, we won't do that. I said, yes, you will. You will. And in the end, they did. It was an easy negotiation, but we had the safest border, the best numbers we've ever had, and now we have the worst numbers probably in the history of the world. It's sad to see what's happening to our cities. Our cities are being overrun with migrant crime, and that's Biden migrant crime. But it's a new category of crime, and it's violent.
He's
Where
talking
they'll
fast.
stand in the middle of the street and have fistfights with
snorts.
police officers, and if they did that
You'll
in
hear
their
that.
countries from where they came, they'd be killed instantly. They wouldn't do that. So the world is laughing at us. The world is taking advantage of us. 3 years ago, we were at a level, we were energy independent. We were going to be very shortly energy dominant. And today we're getting oil from Venezuela. Can you believe it? And we're doing numbers on that oil. You know what we're doing? We're refining the oil. We have our refinery for that oil. It's really, I call it tar. It's not oil. It's terrible. We have real stuff. But we're refining it in Houston. So for all of the environmental.
This is why the guy needs
all of that tar is going right
teleprompters.
up into the atmosphere. You just ought to take a look. It's the
He
only
just goes all over the
plant
place.
that can do it. We have the only plants that can take tar and make it into oil, and that's what it is. It's a shame. But we were energy independent. We were going to be energy dominant. We were going to be supplying oil to Europe, all over the world. And then a tragic thing happened during the election. It was a tragedy because you wouldn't have, think of it, all of the problems that you have today, I don't think you would have had any of them. You'd only have success. And that's what's ultimately going to unify this country and unify this party. We have a great Republican Party with tremendous talent, and we want to have unity, and we're going to have unity, and it's going to happen very quickly. And I have been saying lately, success will bring unity to our country, and it happened before. We had the best economy our country's ever had, and people were calling me that I would have said will never happen. It'll never happen. They wanted to get together African American, Asian American, Hispanic American, women, men, people with diplomas from the best schools in the world, and people that didn't graduate from high school. Every single group was doing better than ever before. And it was a beautiful thing. Our country was coming together.
Former President Trump making his first
Our
comments
country was
on
coming
another
together.
good night, a big Super Tuesday for the former president. Notably, he's been speaking for several minutes here. He's not mentioned Nikki Haley, and this is the turn that he had talked about and others on his campaign. This move now to focus strictly on Joe Biden, his policies, a one-on-one match, which I think most people had seen coming.
And in many ways, you could look at this as the first general election speech for former President Trump, who in all but name is clinching the nomination of the Republican Party tonight with all of these votes. We want to turn to our political pros. Hogan Gidley, who served as deputy press secretary in the Trump administration, and NBC News political analyst Stephen Hayes, CEO and editor of The Dispatch. And I think fair to say, you know, the divide that exists in the Republican Party is represented here quite well. Hogan, you worked for former President Trump. You're a big supporter. This is a moment. He's got 10 minutes. You know, a lot of this country is just really tuning into the election right now and realizing, oh, it's going to be Donald Trump versus Joe Biden again.
Sure.
Did he make the most of that moment?
Well, look, I think it's important for Donald Trump to kind of lay out the differences in the two records. This is so unique because what we have here is a sitting president with a body of work that is affecting Americans right now. And we have Donald Trump, who was the president, who can point to a body of work that affected Americans in a different way. He started going through the list of inflation, wars in Ukraine, war in Israel, immigration a problem, crime is a problem. He's outlining the bad policies that
Joe Biden has implemented that really have hurt Americans in a lot of ways. And I would imagine sooner or later, if we went back to the speech, he's going to talk about the things he was able to accomplish on behalf of the American people that, for all intents and purposes, made people's lives better, regardless of race, religion, color, or creed. These policies, these America First principles are the ones that a lot of people in this country want to go back to, because now they see them back to back. We used to have to point to Reagan and go, look how good it was back in the 80s. This was a few short years ago when you could afford gas and groceries. And so that's what Donald Trump's talking about here.
Stephen, the big question the last several days, will Nikki Haley drop out? Does it matter at this point? Is she a factor either hurting Donald Trump, helping him, helping Biden?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think as long as Nikki Haley stays in, it's not good for Donald Trump. He hasn't really done much, though, to reach out to her and to reach out to her voters. If you look at the kinds of things we've heard from Donald Trump in recent days, he's gone after Mitt Romney again. You had Laura Trump, who's likely to be the next co-chair of the Republican National Committee, saying, in effect, if you're not for Trump, if you're not MAGA, get out of the Republican Party. Again and again and again, you hear this from that wing of the Republican Party. It's not politics is about addition, is the old cliche. It's not a smart thing to do to continue to alienate voters in these states. I mean, Nikki Haley's 33% in Colorado, 35% in Massachusetts. She's getting a chunk of the Republican Party that he's going to need.
Hogan, because I mean, her high water mark, 43% in New Hampshire, 40% in South Carolina. I mean, that's a not small number for an almost pseudo incumbent running again, which is Donald Trump. And he's going to need some of those voters to stick with him because they could potentially go to Biden. What's the outreach? How do you see him kind of rolling out the welcome mat for those voters?
Well, there will absolutely be a time for that. We're still in the middle of this. I mean, it's Super Tuesday, for heaven's sakes. And it wasn't like Nikki Haley was trying to embrace Donald Trump. In fact, we were talking about on the panel earlier how much she's ratcheted up her rhetoric against Donald Trump, how much meaner she's gotten in the campaign as of late. And so there will be a time for that. Steve and I were talking about this before we came on set. It's just going to take, more time.
But has she created a landing field for never Trumpers, a place of comfort, a place of like-minded individuals?
Has she created that? I mean, look, it's obvious that there are a lot of people who support her who are Democrats. There are some independents out there. You're going to need a lot more than just your base to win this election. There's no question about it.
But there are also a lot of Republicans who are not supporting her right now. And part of the problem is, in past elections, you've seen fiercely fought battles for a nomination, and then the party comes together and Republicans come home. I don't know that that's the case this time.
Let me ask you about this, Stephen, because, after 2022 in the midterms, it was a disappointment for Republicans. Donald Trump seemed politically vulnerable. You had 14 candidates, including Trump, get into this race, and he has vanquished them all.
Yeah.
So for those who say, oh, people are tired of Trump or they don't want him anymore, the Republican Party wants Trump.
For sure.
And he came back from not political death, but a political critical condition to come back and have this decisive moment on Super Tuesday.
No question. This is Donald Trump's Republican Party. There's no question about that. There's no debate about that. He has an energetic and enthusiastic base of the party, and we can quibble about how big it is, 30, 40, 50%, that will do anything for Donald Trump. They will walk over glass for Donald Trump. But there are these other voters who may have, in years past, when you've seen candidates come together after a fiercely fought primary, they say, well, let's let bygones be bygones. We disagreed about marginal tax rates or school choice or, how fast we're arming Ukraine. It's different this time. Donald Trump tried to steal an election. He instigated a violent attack on the U.S. Capitol. He lied about it for months and months, and he's lying about it still.
Why did no Republican take that on? I mean, Nikki Haley, you said she got harsh in the last few months, but why did no Republican take him on those terms?
Tough politics didn't happen with Donald Trump. George Bush accused John McCain of having an illegitimate black child in South Carolina. So to pretend as though this was all over margin of tax rates is ridiculous. The fact is, politics is a tough business. It's a blood sport. Donald Trump does it better than most. And in a time when he was left for dead, he's orchestrated the biggest political comeback in GOP history and has crushed the rest of the field. So regardless of what you think about his personality, his policies were wildly successful in this country. And that's what this race ultimately is going to be about.
Well, we shall see. It's all over but the voting, right? We got a lot more voting to do. Hogan, thank you so much. Stephen Hayes, appreciate it. President Biden is out with a new statement tonight, and we're going to talk to his first White House press secretary, Jen Psaki, right after this.
All right.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy, and how you get set for the day ahead matters.
I'm trying to hang in there until California closes. I don't know if I'll be able to do that or not, but we're going to try. What we're doing here is, well, basically monitoring. We started, we started way back at 7 p.m. monitoring the primary election results in both parties on Super Tuesday. Thus far, Nikki Haley has not won. You just heard that last segment there, arguing her viability to remain a candidate in these primaries, and hearing that, people don't care if Donald Trump's a convicted felon and he's in jail, they're still going to vote for him. It's odd to even hear the word felon and not think of that as somehow a automatic an automatic exclusion. You want our country to have the best when it comes to our representatives, or at least that's the way it used to be. I was having a conversation earlier today. A friend stopped by and we were discussing how we had trust. We used to have trust in in organizations. I myself used to have blind trust in like the United Nations and the World Health Organization and the World Economic Forum and the Republican and the Democratic Party and the alphabet institutes of our government. I used to have just like blind respect that, they always have our best interest in mind. All of them do. Everybody's got our best interest in mind. Truth be told, we need to really keep our eyes open, as the show is called. We need to keep our eyes open as to, does anybody really have our best interest in mind? And if not, then we ought to have our own. Just something to think about. I think we're going to go back here to NBC News and their continuing coverage. Again, I'm going to try to hang out here until California closes and see how the Senate race comes out in California. Again, I announced earlier that, well, where did it go? Texas Representative Colin Allred has won the primary and will be taking on Ted Cruz in November for that Senate seat. Senate seat's incredibly important. And once again, let's get back to NBC News.
President Biden talks about protecting democracy. Is there something to be learned here tonight?
Well, they're all issues that are front and center for voters. And I think what you saw in the statement that the president put out tonight is that he's ready to get on to the general election. And one of the things for them is making that clear for their voters and for people out there who haven't quite come back to Joe Biden. But I think in the State of the Union later this week, which is kind of the two-step of this week, Lester, you're going to hear a lot about all of those issues: the economy, immigration, democracy. But there's no question that democracy for Democrats, for the base of voters he needs to get excited and to bring back to him, that's front and center for them.
I don't have to tell you because you live in this world, but Democrats internally are
Hi,
doing a lot of
butterflies.
campaigning over Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Voters have
Or
expressed
the hand wringing.
Yes, okay, freaking out, some might say, worried about his age. And the White House strategy so far has been to pretty severely limit his appearances. Most famously, not saying yes to a Super Bowl interview and turning down that big audience, but having him in pretty controlled settings. Do you think that you used to be the White House press secretary in on this communication strategy? Do you think that needs to change going forward now that we're really in this general election matchup?
Well, I think for them, I mean, we all know that the way people consume information has changed quite a bit. And a lot of what they're betting on, and we'll see if it works in November, is what they're doing on social media, how they're using him to connect directly with voters. That's what they're betting on. I think the Super Bowl interview, which I know people ask a lot of questions about, hard call for them. My bet is some people were for it, some people were against it. It was going to be narrowed down to a very short 3-minute interview at the end of the day. And I think they just made the bet it wasn't worth all the prep time to do that. But moving forward, should he do more? Sure, absolutely. And should he be out there more in the country? Yes. What's a challenge for them is that it's very hard to break through for them right now because everybody's covering a historic moment where the former president is under indictment and is facing a range of criminal trials. So
turning down a Super Bowl interview is, in politics, there are two types of media. There is regular, commercials that you pay for. That is regular media. Then there is what is called unearned media. That means when you get you get any kind of media that doesn't cost you anything, doesn't cost your campaign anything. You get a free interview, especially a Super Bowl interview. So turning down 3 minutes, even if it's 3 minutes, all right, 30 seconds of air costs $7 million. So he gave up $32 million. No, 1428. Yeah. He gave up $32 million worth of unearned media by not doing that 3 minutes on the Super Bowl. Now, she has also just said what the strategy is going to be. Jen just announced what the strategy is going to be. It's going to be, they know both of these candidates suck, and they want to show that somehow Biden sucks less, that people will come out to vote simply because he's not Trump. And that has never proven to be a winning strategy. Just saying.
Election and overlap there because there are issues like abortion rights, which were historically thought of as a divisive issue. And there certainly are many people in this country who feel different ways about it. But the majority of the public thinks that abortion should be safe and legal in the country. And that is an issue that certainly will be front and center for the Biden campaign. And if you look for them at the voters that they're betting on, a lot of them are the people who turned out in 2022, who were motivated, energized, angered by the Dobbs ruling. And they are hoping and betting that they will turn out in 2024. But I think for Joe Biden, what's most natural to him is to talk about trying to be a uniter for the country and somebody who's going to stand up for democracy, stand up for freedom, stand up for your fundamental rights. I don't think that's a lurch to the left. That is just the basis of how he would campaign.
All right, Jen, good to have you here. Thanks so much. And we want to bring in Tom Llamas once again. He's been looking at the warning signs for Donald Trump. Tom, what are you seeing?
And also why people voted for who they did. This, for me, is one of the biggest findings so far in our exit polls. I want to start in the state of Virginia. Again, it's leaned Democratic the last two general elections, but former President Trump hopes he can win there. This is a question we asked voters. Who was your vote for president? Was it mainly for your candidate? People who supported Donald Trump, look at this, 84% were voting for Donald Trump, but look down at Nikki Haley against their opponent. So 59% of people who were voting for Nikki Haley were actually just voting against former President Trump. I also want to talk about the mindset of some of these voters in California, North Carolina, Virginia. We asked them, Biden did not win legitimately in 2020. Essentially, that was the question. Did he win the election in 2020? In California, 57% of Republicans said he did not win. In North Carolina, 62%, and Virginia, 50%. You guys were just talking about the indictments with Jen Psaki there. And we have to remember that when those indictments started, all that legal trouble started for former President Trump, his poll number started to take off. But What happens if he's actually convicted? We asked that question as well. In California, 23% would say Trump was not fit to be president. In North Carolina, which is a key battleground state, 31% of Republican voters, likely some independents, said he would not be fit to be president. And finally, in Virginia, 37%. Those are numbers that could really affect the president in a tight election. We also want to say one more thing. We're talking about tonight being all about Donald Trump, but we know it's going to be all about Donald Trump. He's won already 11 states. But
this is how you manipulate statistics right here. Okay. The guy just showed you how many said that would disqualify. All right. Well, a vast majority said it would not disqualify. You know, again, that's just the way that statistics can be manipulated. I'm sorry, I paused it instead of muting it. Let me get back.
Of them, Nikki Haley possibly winning Vermont, but we think the rest of the states tonight, the three others, likely to be Donald Trump wins. Guys, back to you.
All right, Tom Yamas, thank you, sir.
Well, coming up, we've mentioned it, but could those legal challenges for Donald Trump derail his campaign this fall? We will get into that, the legal calendar and the political one, right after this.
And, oh, there we go. I'm on. All right. Am I muted? No, I'm good. I'm good. We'll be back. We'll be back momentarily to NBC legacy media coverage, trying to hang in there till 11 o'clock. That's when, I believe that's when 11 my time would be 8 o'clock on the West Coast. I think that's when California's polls close. And I want to see what's going on out there with the Senate race. Control of the Senate, as many have learned, control of the Senate, control of the House are very important. What is often overlooked is our local races, and local races are very important too. If you're really serious about doing third-party stuff, it's probably too late now to do anything on a local level. You can only do it on a federal level. But that's where everything gets done. That's where it's determined who goes to the state convention, which is determining who goes to the national convention, which not in this particular election at the moment, but the delegates at the convention could be very significant in who ends up running for president. If you watch the channel, you know I've said many times, I do not believe that either Joe Biden, neither Joe Biden nor Donald Trump will be president in 2024. Okay, something's going to happen. Neither one of them are going to be president. But assuming I'm totally wrong, assuming both of them are well, they both are the nominees. They are the two choices of the two major parties, and a third party run is just going to take, it's going to take votes away from the two main parties. So the two main parties don't want that. They're going to make it as difficult as possible to get on the ballots, as these campaigns will learn, if they don't already know. And assuming it is those two, and those are the choices that it comes down to in November. Some things have to happen between now and then. Trump has to be either have all of his trials delayed, or he has to be cleared from charges. Because they can say what they want now, because now it's not a reality. It's not a reality that he's in prison. But that reality would sink in to a lot of people. A lot of them are still going to vote for him, saying, okay, he becomes president, he can pardon himself. You're forgetting about Congress. You're forgetting about the Supreme Court. Congress can still step up and pass something that takes Trump off the ballot. if enough people in power want to see him off the ballot. That can still happen. Biden, a lot of things can happen where he is not on the ballot anymore. But beside that, to be successful, Biden's going to have a war. All right, we're going to have to be attacked, and not from within by civil war. And we're going to have something massively unifying. And I don't know if there's such a thing, but that's what, that's what the past tells us. And if everything is cyclical, in order to stay as an unpopular midterm president, in order to get that second term, he needs a war. He needs to be a wartime president to show strength. And that's not a good thing, but it's sure as heck not an unfathomable thing. If it comes to it and the strategists say we've got to show his strength, we've got to show that he's strong, we've got to unify the country, we got to go to war, then there are many options, too many options, but all that's for another episode. Let's get back to the coverage. That's what you're here for. You're here for the coverage of the primaries, and we're trying to make it all the way to the closing of the polls in California. Let's see what NBC's saying.
Retaining those classified documents came up while I was still president. In the Georgia case, another election interference case, he similarly invoked it. And so I think the justices realize this is such an issue they're going to have to grapple with.
So if he won in the Supreme Court on this immunity issue, do all 4 cases go away?
The only case that could potentially remain would still be the hush money case. Potentially. Again, this is all sort of theoretical, but we'll know pretty soon because the Supreme Court has expedited this and they're going to hear it the week of April 22nd, and they could come back fast. They could come back in May, or they could wait and decide to do it when they do it in usually in June.
A lot of the pundits have looked at the hush money case and say it's the weakest. When they say it's the weakest, are they talking about the seriousness of the alleged crime, or the fact that it's not a strong case?
I think what they're referring to is, one, the facts are well known. This is not sort of anything that nobody already knows about. Everybody's heard about the hush money payments. Everybody's heard of Stormy Daniels. It's sort of already out there. It's also a very low-level felony. It only carries up to 4 years in prison, which of course would be substantial for the former president, but it's not nearly the type of case that we're talking about when we talk about the federal election interference cases, where we're talking about 20 years in prison.
And it's also stretching some of the law to see if it can reach this conduct in the case of the Manhattan prosecution.
Yes.
So when you talk about the Supreme Court, they have fast-tracked the case, which is not to say that it's fast in terms of whether or not any of these federal cases go to trial before the election. Because even if it's, what is it, April 19th that the Supreme Court hears the argument.
Yep.
Let's say they decide to issue the decision the very next day.
Right.
He doesn't go to court the very next day. The whole trial is on hold right now, isn't it?
That's what I think people might not appreciate, is that back in December, when the judge in D.C. said, you're not immune, this case is going to trial, he then appealed it. And once he appealed it, everything stopped. So the clock stopped way back in December. He would get the benefit of all of this lost time.
I'm going to have to interrupt you. We have a call here. An NBC News election alert to report, and this is good news for Nikki Haley. NBC News can project that she has won the state of Vermont. It's her first victory of the night. She did it by a very tight margin, but she still trails Donald Trump by a wide margin, the former president with more than 700 delegates. But again, Nikki Haley the declared projected winner in Vermont.
She met that 50% threshold. It's a winner-take-all state, so she's over 50%. She gets all of the 17 delegates. Vermont, obviously known to be a Democratic state, but
It's
with
a win
strong
for her,
independent streak.
okay?
So this was fertile ground for Nikki Haley, and she has done it. And I think we have the projected winner in Minnesota as well there, Donald Trump.
She can't win the nomination.
Laura, thank you very much. Sorry to interrupt. We'll be
unless
back after this break with
something
more of our
tragic
special Super
happens
Tuesday election coverage
very
when we
quickly. But it is significant that she did. It is significant that she did get the. She did get the one win. There we go. It is significant that she did get the one win. Again, it's not going to. It's not going to make her a viable candidate for the nomination unless something drastic happens in the next week or so. There's still time, if something were to happen and she were to sweep the rest of the delegates, she could still get the nomination if Trump didn't get anything. Like I said, something drastic would have to happen. But that is a win, and any win like that, especially a night where everybody's calling for her to drop out, where she's getting pounded in other states, getting beat 70 to 18. That does not add up to 100% because there are other candidates on those ballots, such as DeSantis and, but anyway, she wins a state. And while that, again, doesn't make her viable, it does keep alive the perception that this Republican Party is not united. They're going to downplay it. Trump started talking about it tonight, how he said this party will be united. And the other day he said, we're going to get rid of the Romneys. We're going to get rid of those kind of, it's going to be 100% MAGA. And traditional Republicans are hearing that, and you're seeing numbers that again you would not think in a basically uncontested primary. You're seeing numbers in some situations that have to be troubling for the Trump campaign when you start looking at a general election, and it's time to start looking at the general election because we know who the candidates are going to be. Let me go back to NBC.
Hours to hear that speech, and the former president was certainly welcomed warmly. What they heard was something of an unfocused, and at least compared to his rallies, and I've covered so many of them, a lower energy set of attacks on President Biden and the Biden agenda. The attacks focused mostly on the president's record on immigration, but also on the withdrawal from Afghanistan, something that still resonates with Republican voters. And also, we heard the former president trying to paint something of a nostalgic picture about his own administration, talking about the pre-COVID economy, the idea that there were not two hot wars running during the time that he was president of the United States, and even hearkening back to what he called the China virus, the start of COVID-19, which seemed to be the sort of jumping off point for all manner of malady in the country that he believes then led to the election of Joe Biden. He did stay focused on President Biden in these remarks. No mention of Nikki Haley, who is, of course, still very much in this race at this hour. I had a pretty good perch here as Trump left the room. I tried to ask him if he had any message for Nikki Haley, anything he wanted to say at all to her tonight. He simply looked at me and smiled and waved, Savannah, not taking the bait on that. But you did see, I think, tonight a pretty serious effort from the candidate and the campaign to put this primary behind them and figure out what attacks, if not all of them, they will try to deploy against Joe Biden in what could be now a roughly 8-month general election to come.
All right, Garrett, thank you. We want to turn to our panel one more time. We've got Kristen Welker, Hallie Jackson, and Tom Yamas here. Kristen, so if it's true, the general election essentially starts tonight. If Donald Trump just gave his opening salvo, what do you take from that?
He didn't mention Nikki Haley's name, which is notable because we've reported on the fact that that's exactly what his advisors have been urging him to do, focus on Joe Biden. He spoke in, not surprisingly, very elaborate terms, in some instances calling the economy devastating. Of course, the reality is wages are up, inflation is down. A lot of Americans don't feel that yet, as we've been talking about. Voters, though, tonight saying that the economy, not surprisingly, one of their top issues, along with immigration. How will it all play? On Thursday night, when President Biden delivers his State of the Union address, that's when we will hear those two competing arguments. That's when I expect you will hear Joe Biden lay out the case for himself, as opposed to why you should just vote against former President
And Hallie,
Trump.
we were listening to Garrett a moment ago talk about the energy level of the former president. But in terms of his speech, can we talk about that?
We will be on Thursday night covering the State of the Union, by the way.
You're looking at, right? He came out after one of the early primaries with this magnanimous tone, trying to be inclusive, set the tone for coalescing the Republican Party around him. Next primary, he came out and slammed Nikki Haley in deeply personal terms. Now he's not even saying her name. He hasn't even said Nikki or Haley. He has his eyes on November. But you know what? While Donald Trump didn't mention Nikki Haley, guess who Joe Biden is mentioning tonight repeatedly? Donald Trump, in a new statement that's out in just the last hour here, because he too is looking ahead of the general election. Here's the challenge for both of these candidates. It is Super Tuesday, significant night. Millions of Americans are voting. It's still really early in the scheme of things, right? We know that folks really start paying attention once we hit conventions, which are still months away, once we start to get closer to the fall. So there is a lot that could move and change. That's one thing that I hear from Biden campaign
Are they going to want to
advisors.
debate?
Are they going to want to debate?
Yeah.
Open question.
So let's ask somebody who's actually debating the presidential. I will say we haven't seen Donald Trump do it.
We haven't. Donald Trump hasn't debated in the primary. That did not hurt him. I mean, his poll numbers just kept going up with each primary debate. The Biden team has effectively said, we'll look at it. So there's a lot of tension there. My money's on the likely debate, but we'll have to wait and see how it plays
The other
out.
interesting piece of this, Donald Trump had, listen, there's not many humongous audiences and live TV left anymore. Super Bowl is one of them. Awards shows, State of the Union is one as well. But here, Donald Trump has this opportunity being carried, potentially live by broadcast networks to make his case. You saw what he chose to do there and how he chose to make it.
We have to say nighty-night to Kristen, but actually we're just tucking her over to another studio because our NBC News Now coverage is continuing, yes, until midnight. So you may be excused. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys so
Tom,
much.
a primary electorate and a general electorate, they are not equal. They're not the same thing. But you've been poring over the exit polls tonight, and so will the campaigns, to see what slivers of hope they may have to peel off voters. What struck you?
Well, look, here's what we know that helps former President Trump. His voters are motivated. They want to vote for him. They showed up to the polls. They knew he was a clear favorite, but they showed up to vote for him anyway. Where are his problems? His problems, we know, are with independent voters, right? He did better in 2016 with independent voters than Hillary Clinton, but in 2020, he had a real problem with independent voters. What happens in 2024? Hallie was just saying there's still a lot of time before the conventions, before Election Day. But the clock is ticking. State of the Union is going to be the first real test. Does he have time to turn the tide when it comes to the economy, how voters look at the economy, immigration? We have to understand about immigration is the numbers are high now, but you have to remember they come in waves. There are people that are lined up at the Darien Gap trying to come through, and every month those numbers could possibly go up higher and higher.
It's also interesting, Hallie, because as much as we talk about the swing voters, I mean, so much of the American electorate is totally calcified.
Right. That's right.
Yeah.
You are
Doesn't
either
matter.
Biden or you're
Doesn't
Trump,
matter.
or you're either not Biden or not Trump. But whatever you are, you know how you're going to vote today, and it's not going to change no matter what. So what is this sliver of undecideds? Who are they? Who are the persuadables that are left?
Listen, it's who we talk about all the time. It's suburban women. It's folks in Georgia, some of these critical swing states. It's these moderate independent voters who are maybe like a, Biden-Trump voter. They've flipped.
Right now, polls show, even though Biden won those independents in 2020, polls right now are showing
Donald
he's not
Trump
winning
doing
the
better with
independents.
independents. That's right. And this is why, for a couple of reasons here, it's not just the independents. The other big challenge for both of these candidates is voter apathy, Savannah, for exactly the reason you're talking about. Who actually comes out and votes and who stays home come November for the reasons you're talking
I
about.
spoke to a voter today who said she was hoping for a Super Tuesday miracle. I said, what do you mean? She goes, I hope Nikki Haley can stay in the race because I don't want to vote for President Biden or former President Trump. Two bad choices for a lot of American
Yeah,
voters.
and to the point he wants to now focus on Joe Biden. She is still there, and she is still carrying on that conversation. But we've got to end this conversation right now.
It continues on at NBC News Now. Kristen's going to pick up our coverage on our streaming platform, NBC News Now. We've also got full analysis on NBCNews.com, your late local news. And shall we mention, I will be back 20 minutes from now, tomorrow morning on Today. It's a late night, Lester.
I will be watching, I promise. Plus, a full wrap-up tomorrow on NBC Nightly News. And Savannah and I back on Thursday night for live coverage of the President's State of the Union address. Have a good evening, everyone.
Tonight, a high-stakes battle for the Republican nomination and the right to take on President Joe Biden in November. More than a dozen states and nearly 900 delegates up for grabs on this Super Tuesday. Just two candidates left. Former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley hoping for a comeback as former President Trump looks to vanquish his last Republican challenger. How close will he get to securing the nomination? And what will tonight tell us about what lies ahead on the road to November?
From NBC News, this is Decision 2024, Super Tuesday. Here is Kristen Welker.
Thank you all for being with us here. We're watching NBC
Welcome
News.
to NBC News Now coverage of Super Tuesday, the single biggest day in the presidential nominating contest. Republican voters in 15 states at the polls today to determine their party's nominee. After a day of voting all across the country, polls are now closed everywhere except Alaska. Former President Trump has dominated the night, with NBC News projecting wins in 12 of the 15 contests tonight so far, including in California. The biggest prize of the night, where polls just closed, and the NBC Decision Desk can now project that Donald Trump is the winner. 169 delegates up for grabs, and if the former president can top 50% of the vote, he will win them all. We'll keep a close eye on that. Polls in Utah also just closed. Republicans are holding a caucus, and right now that race is too early to call. To Texas now, the second biggest prize of the night with 161 delegates at stake. NBC News can project that Donald Trump will win that state. The one bright spot for Nikki Haley, Vermont, where NBC News can project a win for Haley. It is her only win of the night and just the second primary contest she has won in this primary. At the end of the day, this is a race for delegates, folks, with 865 up for grabs tonight. Right now, former President Donald Trump has won a lot of these contests, and it puts Mr. Trump that much closer to clinching the nomination, to the magic number of 1,215, which he will need to clinch the Republican presidential nomination. It's not going to happen tonight, but it could happen as early as next week. The former president addressed supporters tonight, clearly recognizing that his dominant performance all but guarantees a general election rematch against President Biden this November, who he went directly after in his remarks. Take a look.
He's the worst president in the history of our country. There's never been anything like what's happening to our country. We have no choice because November 5th is right around the corner. November 5th is going to go down as the single most important day in the history of our country.
We will be talking to our reporters and experts throughout this hour as we break down what this all means for 2024. NBC's chief political analyst Chuck Todd is standing by at the big board. NBC's Garrett Hake is in Florida, where former President Trump is hosting a watch party. And NBC's Ali Vitale is in South Carolina, where Nikki Haley is watching the results come in.
Ali Vitale, what a great name.
But look, we have to start with Chuck at the big board. Chuck, a lot of takeaways.
Yeah.
There aren't a lot of surprises, but a lot of takeaways about what this all might mean for the general election.
Look, I just want to show you the map tonight. This is every primary that has taken place so far since the start of the season, including everything through Super Tuesday. These two in yellow, Alaska and Utah, we just simply haven't called those races yet. Polls are still open in Alaska. And as you can see here, it is only one type of red is Nikki Haley's red. Everything else is Donald Trump red. And one of the ways I'd like to do this very quickly is just to show you how badly she did in SEC country, right? The deep South, if you will. And we can just go through it. You can't be competitive in a Republican primary if you don't break 25% in these places nationally. She's at 17% in Texas, 70% of the vote in. She's at 16% in Oklahoma. She's at 19% in Arkansas. She's at 20% if you do rounding in Tennessee. Oh, let's go to North Carolina, 23%. In Virginia, 35%. In fact, when you go through everything here, if you think about it, the 43% she got in New Hampshire, 40% in South Carolina, and she's got 50% in Vermont. That's it. Everywhere else, she can't. She got 36% in Massachusetts. That's the highest number after those other states I've just showed you. So this was not a campaign that built momentum. If anything, she lost elevation. You can sort of see it. She was in New Hampshire at 43, and then she went down.
Those numbers that he's quoting that Haley actually drew, she drew away from Trump. Okay, makes her look bad in the primary, but when it comes to general elections, all of these numbers that are not in the Trump stable at the moment, they are not all going to be Trump voters. So things are going to get interesting. I saw back, I was back over there a minute ago and saw not going away. And yes, things are potentially going to get dangerous. We're going to talk about the eclipse coming up. I'm going to have an episode on aliens coming up as well. And if you know somebody that's had alien encounter of any kind, you've seen one, you know somebody that's seen one, you've been on one, let me know. Email American Doofus, AMERICANDUFUS @gmail.com. And you want to help support the show, always needed, $ American Doofus at Cash App. So let's get back to Chuck.
Those two congressional districts, but this is not something that has spread. And Joe Biden is actually outperforming, Joe Biden this cycle is outperforming Barack Obama in just about every single Super Tuesday state during Obama's reelection in 2012. So I think that's something to keep in mind. We're all beating up Joe Biden a lot lately because the polls are showing him down. He's having a much stronger performance tonight than I think people give him credit for.
It's so interesting, Chuck, because of course, that is what the Biden campaign has said. Just wait until people vote. These polls are not telling the entire tale. A couple of things I want to follow up with you on, and just to give context to our viewers. Obviously, that uncommitted vote, a lot of it being fueled by opposition to President Biden's handling of the war in the Middle East. You talk about the Haley numbers, the 40% that she's getting in New Hampshire, in other locations. And again, Democrats are seizing on that 40% to say Trump has real vulnerabilities. You're saying not so fast. We don't exactly know what's going to happen with that 40%.
Look, we know that. Hey, look, we know that certainly Trump has these troubles with these voters. We just don't know if these voters were ever Trump voters in the first place. I mean, let me just show you. Look, she gets really good numbers among independents. You know, she got 58% of the independent vote in New Hampshire, 62 in South Carolina, 40 in North Carolina, and 49% in Virginia. How many of these people ever voted for Donald Trump? Yeah. And I think that's it, especially in these open primary states, particularly in Virginia. So I think that, yes, there's no doubt the Republican Party is more divided. Go around. The Texas Republican Party is divided. You had two different people claiming the chairmanship of the Michigan Republican Party. It's no doubt Trump has divided his party, but it's not evenly divided, right? It's a divide of about 75-25.
All right, Chuck, don't go anywhere. We're going to check back in with you very shortly, but thank you for that fantastic breakdown of these results tonight. And I want to turn to Garrett Haake, who has the view from Trump headquarters. And Garrett, Ali Vitale's been saying this all night. This is really a tale of two different Republican parties, two very different campaigns right now, because you were where the action was, and a fired up Donald Trump who just addressed the crowd.
Yeah, that's right, Kristen. You had a room full of supporters here at the ballroom of Mar-a-Lago, folks who've been packed in here for hours, but with access to 3 open bars who were in a pretty good mood when Donald Trump came out to address them here tonight. And what they got was sort of a decaffeinated version of a Donald Trump rally speech. He managed to stay entirely focused on Joe Biden. He did not mention Nikki Haley's name once, even when I tried to shout a question at him about her as he was leaving the room. And he focused on the Biden record, really on 2 issues that his campaign thinks the president is particularly vulnerable on immigration and on the withdrawal from Afghanistan, which are issues that do come up with voters time and time again. He also painted this kind of nostalgic picture of the Trump administration, arguing that it was a time of great economic prosperity in which Americans got along. I think there's some debate about all of these questions here, but he is trying to set the stage to compare 2 presidential records. I mean, I think we should be wise not to lose sight of how unusual this campaign is here, where the challenger is also an incumbent and can run on his record. And, you know, I interviewed Roger Stone shortly after the former president's remarks concluded. Stone is Donald Trump's longest serving political advisor of any type. And he welcomed that idea of comparing these 2 records, think that's a winning strategy through and through, and that the Biden economy is going to be the thing that probably pushes those Nikki Haley voters back into the Trump camp more than anything Donald Trump can do to reach out to them, which he certainly didn't do in this speech tonight, Kristen.
Yeah, and a lot of people noticed that, you know, he didn't mention Nikki Haley. Garrett, what's notable is you and I reported on the fact that that's what his advisors have been telling him to do. Stay focused on President Biden, stay focused on the general election. Now, you and I both know this was one speech, this was one snapshot. He'll be on the campaign trail again later this week, and I'm sure he'll go off script again. But what did you make of that and what we heard and the strategy that you're witnessing unfold?
Yeah, I mean, Donald Trump was attacking Nikki Haley on social media yesterday and in interviews last night. I don't think she is out from under his skin, especially if she decides to stay in this race beyond tomorrow. So I don't think that kind of discipline of maintaining a pure focus on Joe Biden will remain for long. It just defies everything we know about how Donald Trump campaigns and how personally he takes some of these things. But that said, he has a team around him who have largely worked to keep him focused on Joe Biden and on returning to the White House. And as long as the results are good, and they have been for him to this point, I think he is much more willing to listen to the advice he's getting about how to conduct this campaign.
All right, Garrett Hake, thank you so much for staying up late with us tonight. Really appreciate it. Ali Vitale has been covering the Haley campaign in South Carolina. Ali, not a whole lot of excitement where you are because she is watching the returns privately, but they are trying to make the case that we're in a good mood. She deprived Trump of sweeping tonight with that win in Vermont. What are you hearing from inside the campaign?
And look, that's got to feel good for them because just like in Washington, D.C., Kristen, where they were the first woman to win a Republican primary ever, now they actually get that record and they make it 2 states. So certainly a win is not a loss. And in Haley world, a win is a win. But it doesn't mean that they have enough to get to a place where they could argue that they want to stay in this race. Of course, that's me reading tea leaves because the campaign themselves told us at around 9 p.m. we should stop expecting to hear updates from them. You and I both have dealt with campaigns for years now at every level up and down the ballot. It is extremely odd to have a campaign say to you outright, you are just not going to hear from us at all again tonight. You're not going to hear from the candidate. We're not going to tell you how they spent the bulk of their day. It is really, truly strange. And it does tell the story in stark contrast between the way that the former president, where Garrett was tonight at Mar-a-Lago, ushered in what is likely the next phase of this campaign.
Again, like I said, earned media and unearned media. She could have had a lot of national unearned media by just making a statement tonight. Instead, she goes silent. It is odd.
What some of our sources are starting to tell us, and that is a very small trickle of information. What we do know is that Haley staffers spent tonight in the building behind me. They used words like jubilant. They used words like upbeat. I think that that might be counterintuitive to our viewers, especially for a campaign that seems like it might be on its way out of this race. But what one person who's close to the campaign and who was at the campaign HQ said to me tonight is that there really is a feeling in this room of everyone feeling like they fought for a righteous cause. Now, again, if you want to add to the tea leaves, that is yet another thing we're reading, the tone of some of our conversations with sources and staffers tonight. But there's only so much guessing you can do in this game. And Nikki Haley ultimately is going to have to be the one to speak for herself at some point here.
Absolutely. And Ali, just very quickly, she said to me on Sunday she would stay in this race as long as she was competitive. She gets to decide what competitive means. And part of that probably is dependent on donors. But boy, the tea leaves that you're reading are pretty significant. Do you have a sense of timing of if and when she may drop out, or is she in this potentially through the convention?
This is always the way that they have been. The fact that she was vague with you over the weekend tracks with the way that both the candidate and her senior campaign staff have talked to me since we started going through balloting contests as early as Iowa in January. They don't like to set hard and fast metrics of what they need to achieve in order to call it a success. But the fact that she says she's staying until she's competitive and letting other people define if she is or isn't, that's the problem with staying mum tonight. But I can tell you, Kristen, if she drops out, when she drops out, it's not going to be because she's out of cash. Donors have never been Haley's problem.
All right. Ali Vitale, great reporting and analysis. Really appreciate it. We want to turn now to California, where polls just closed at the top of the hour. And as we've said, it is the biggest delegate prize of the night in the Republican race. And that is where we find NBC's Jacob Sobroff, who joins us now from Orange County, where votes are being counted. Set the scene there, Jacob. You've been talking to voters throughout the day. What have they been telling you about this race?
Well, everybody's eagerly awaiting the results, Kristen, and they are going to get those results maybe not quite as quickly as they wanted. It could take up to 30 days here in California if it's close, but it probably won't be as close to require that type of long count. So the ballots have been cast. Now they're going to be counted here. But there's a piece of political history here that I want to show you, Kristen. I think you in particular will get a huge kick out of this. It might be instructive as we look toward the general election here. The folks here at the Orange County Registrar's Office told me, that they found this chalkboard in storage. The chalkboard, if you look to the upper left corner of the chalkboard, is from the 1970 gubernatorial election. And you can see in the top left corner, the governor of California at the time, Ronald Reagan, got 308,982 votes. Jesse Unruh, the Democratic challenger, 145,420. So Ronald Reagan, the Republican, doubled the vote total of the Democratic challenger that year. Now, in Orange County, when Hillary Clinton faced Donald Trump, she won by about 40,000 votes. When Joe Biden faced Donald Trump in Orange County, California, the margin was over 100,000 votes. These numbers are shifting. Orange County is changing. The so-called orange curtain, they say, fell during that 2018 midterm elections when the Democrats retook the House. What will happen now going forward in this 2024 general election in November is, I'll tell you one thing, Kristen, it's going to look a lot different than the results on that chalkboard that they found here from 1970. And all of it's going to go down here. You could see a big change in the Senate. You could see Steve Garvey facing Adam Schiff in the runoff if that bears out. You could see potentially on the Republican side what happens with Donald Trump here. And then there's going to be all those open house races here. Katie Porter, who's running in the race against Adam Schiff tonight, will no longer be in that seat. That's going to be an open seat. And that's just one of many. Ultimately, the control of the House could be decided here as the electorate continues to change in a more democratic way here in Orange County, Kristen.
What a fantastic find that chalkboard is, Jacob. Thank you for bringing that to us, and a reminder of how different the Republican Party was then, how different the shape of California was then. Really fantastic information, Jacob Sobroff. Thank you so much. We're going to check back in on California later this hour and that key down ballot race that Jacob was just talking about. We've got much more of our special coverage still to come. You're looking at what we call tonight's Republican scoreboard, and you can see, as we've been saying, former President Trump has been dominating. I'll talk to a longtime Nikki Haley supporter about what it all means for her longest bid for the nomination, her long shot bid for the nomination. You're watching NBC News Now special coverage of the Super Tuesday primary elections.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
And we will do one more segment with I'm waiting for the I'm waiting for the results, at least some kind of preliminary results on what's going on in the California Senate race is what I'm kind of holding out for. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for watching, clicking on, hit the like, subscribe, share, all that kind of stuff. Notification bell if you've already subscribed. And if you think you're a subscriber, check and make sure, because sometimes some people get unsubscribed and at least tell me that, hey, they didn't unsubscribe. So sometimes things happen. We'll just leave it at that. Anyway, thanks for being on here. We did something a little different tonight. Primary coverage of Super Tuesday. We normally will do that, but tonight we added Oak Island Watch Along Party, and interesting night on Oak Island. I think I'm going to do that next Tuesday as well, because there will be primary results coming in, and another episode of Oak Island where they might just get a little closer to finding something. Again, my personal opinion, we're not going to see anything this season. They're not going to find the treasure this season, or I think it would have already leaked. It could still leak, but I don't think they would have been able to keep it quiet that long if it was something of mega significance. Anyway, thank you, not going away. Nancy McMonarch, yeah, we're hanging in there, trying to wait for the California results of the Senate race. Control of the Senate, control of the House are both going to be, as we've seen, both of them are going to be of equal significance to control of the executive branch. Tonight's primary focus, of course, is on the presidential primaries for some reason, because I'm not sure why, really, because both of them are primarily secured. Again, something drastic would have to happen to Trump, and he might win some states even if something drastic did happen to him. He might still win, you know. Who knows? It's a crazy time we're in. All right, let's go back to NBC here.
The president has won every other contest. He's won it big. The big story of the night remains former President Donald Trump is.
Wait a minute. Biden got beat. Was that right? Biden got beat in American Samoa. Can I run back? Can I? Yeah, let's see. We'll go back to live in just a second. But as I looked down and saw they were coming back, I thought I saw
a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays.
I thought I saw Biden lost American Samoa to somebody, and somebody I've never heard of. So I obviously ran back too far. Here we go.
Welcome back to NBC News Now coverage of today's crucial Super Tuesday primary contest nationwide. The biggest surprise of the night has come in a race flying totally under the radar in American Samoa.
Wow.
NBC News Decision Desk can project that little-known Democratic presidential candidate Jason Palmer, a 52-year-old Maryland-based entrepreneur, has won the territory's Democratic caucus over President Joe Biden. Still, the president has won every other contest. He's won it big. The big story of the night remains former.
Okay, well,
we're real
jumped to live.
Totals, but in all seriousness, the decision will be made by Michael Haley, who's overseas and talks to Governor Haley, his wife, daily, and two senior staffers who have been here the whole time while Nikki was dusting off 12 other competitors to square up against Donald Trump. And and we're certainly proud of that. I don't know what decision Nikki will make. I know that Nikki is scrappy. She is a fighter. She likes hand-to-hand combat. I think she will always regret the fact that Donald Trump would not debate her. We've got a couple more primaries she's organized in, but that'll be her decision, Kristen. It won't be a large vote or a decision. It'll be what's best for Nikki Haley and what's best for the country and possibly what's best for a really divided Republican Party. And it's much more divided than any of the shows have said tonight. I would tell you that I know this factually, that 27% of the independent vote in South Carolina were Republicans and had voted for Donald Trump in the past. They just had never really come in our primaries. And I think Nikki has expanded the tent with a lot of new people. We've just never seen a lot of Democrats come in, especially the southern states, and walk in our primaries. We have seen people who can vote independently in generals never come in the primary. So we'll see how that turns out. But the Republican Party is turned upside down in a big way right now.
Well, let me, if you could help me maybe read some of these tea leaves, because obviously we heard from former President Trump, who came out tonight and took a victory lap, not surprisingly. We haven't heard from Nikki Haley. What should we make of that? Should we read into that she's having the serious conversation? I mean, based on your conversation with those who are close to her, are they making that hard decision as we speak? Are they having those tough conversations?
Oh, I wouldn't say they're going to be that tough. I think they'll be very pragmatic, and Nikki will make the decision. She'll make the choice. She'll write the speech one way or the other, or we'll move on. And she certainly has the right, Kristen, to stay in for a couple of primaries. We have the money. We have some of the most generous donors ever that I've ever seen in political history that love this country and think Nikki Haley would be a wonderful president. And I will tell you that I watched earlier, Joe Biden didn't have a race. And I'm not saying that he needed to. I'm still confused on why they're having a primary. We didn't have one for George Bush. We didn't have a primary for Donald Trump, and now they're having a primary for Joe Biden. I don't understand that. The rules are different, but I'll move past that.
Let me just get your take, though. How would you advise Governor Haley? Do you think she has a path, realistically speaking, after all of these losses on Super Tuesday?
I think she has a future in the Republican Party. Somewhere, somehow, she's made a name for herself. People know who she is. It might not have been her time, but in the political life, a week at a time is how these things run. So, I wouldn't advise Nikki either way, because I've been with her a long time, and I know how strong-willed she is. I mean, she has made modern history for a state that's never had a president. We're a state that's been in every war this country's ever fought. We've never had anybody get this close to the presidency, and we're real proud of that. And she'll decide how she goes out or whether she stays in. And I don't think she'll drag those decisions out long, but we'll see. I mean, I can understand. She just got home late this afternoon. I talked to one of the people that was with her. They were all tired. That was about a 9,000-mile trip. She went trying to win some more states, and we won one. So, Kristen, I tell you, we're really proud of her and proud of what she's done for the Republican Party. She's brought a lot of new people in. And that's what it's going to take. It's going to take all hands on deck to beat Joe Biden. It just is.
Yeah. Kate and Dawson, I always enjoy talking to you, and I always enjoy your perspective. Thank you so much. Hope you have a great evening.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Kristen.
And we have an NBC News election alert to report. In California, NBC News can now project Adam Schiff will win the California Democratic Senate primary, meaning he will move on to the general election contest. We are still waiting to see who the second candidate will be to face off against Schiff. Gotti Schwartz joins me now from Los Angeles County with the very latest results and reactions. So, Gotti, what's the reaction there?
Well, right now, people are still waiting for a lot of the tabulation to happen. We actually just saw some numbers change on this board. So this is the largest processing center in Los Angeles, the only processing center in Los Angeles. And Los Angeles is the largest county by population in the United States. So there are a lot of ballots to go through. But here we've got key ballots tabulated that just popped up, 672,000 or so. Those are the ballots that came in already. So either early voting in person or the mailed out ballots that were returned before today. In just a little while, and this is kind of the calm before the storm, Kristen, but this warehouse is going to be full as those ballots from today start coming in here. And this is where they extract those ballots.
Let me
and
interrupt you just briefly, and I'm so sorry, but we did just learn that Steve Garvey, former MLB player, will be the number 2 candidate to go to the general election. Okay, Gotti, apologies.
This is what we've been waiting for.
I'm so glad yes. So fascinating story here in California. This is a jungle primary. So just to bring people up to speed on how a jungle primary works, it's the top 2 candidates. A lot of times in California, this is a very deep blue state. It's going to be 2 Democrats that end up on the ballot. But in this particular case, this Garvey race and this Adam Schiff, as you just said, what we saw, people in California are calling it the reverse psychology playbook. And what we saw was Adam Schiff take a lot of his campaign money and start funding these ads, these attack ads against Garvey, even though Garvey was trailing in the polls significantly. And all of a sudden, you started to see Steve Garvey rising in those polls. And those attack ads were really painting him as too conservative for California. He voted for Trump, almost like a wink, wink, nudge, nudge to the conservative voters in the state of California that may not come out for a primary because they see this as a blue state. So his opponents said, hey, he's turning out the vote for the Republican Party. This is kind of a reverse psychology tactic, but it's one that seems to have worked. He has surged in the polls. And a little while ago, we were down at a voting center, just probably an hour ago. We talked to a family. They went in and they cast their ballots for Barbara Lee. And I asked them, I said, okay, well, let's say Barbara Lee doesn't make it. And let's say Katie Porter, because that was their second choice, she doesn't make it. It comes November and you have a choice between Steve Garvey and Adam Schiff. Who are you going to go for? And they said, well, obviously we're going to go for Adam Schiff, even though he was their third choice. So it is the results of the calculus, if you will, from that jungle primary reverse psychology playbook that is California politics. Kristen?
Tells you everything you have to know. And he got a lot of heat, Adam Schiff did, and backlash for the strategies that you just laid out, but it seems like it worked. He will be facing off against Republican Steve Garvey. All right, Gotti Schwartz, thanks so much. That was great. Joining me now are political pros to break down tonight's results. Cornell Belcher, Democratic pollster and an NBC News political analyst. Sarah Fagan, former White House political director under President George W. Bush and an NBC News political.
I got to jump in here real quick. So old Shifty Shift spent money unnecessarily to elevate Steve Garvey, who was a Major League Baseball player for the Los Angeles Dodgers. I don't know what other qualifications he might have to be a senator other than the fact that people know who he is and name recognition is massive. Wow. That's just wow. Wow.
To be the nominee. He got upwards of 80% in a number of these states, at least in the South. So it was a strong night for him.
Mark Lauder, what do you say to people who look at some of the margins in some of these states? As Sarah's saying, he got huge margins in some of these southern states, but in other states, Haley got closer to 40%, 30% of the vote. What does that tell you about the potential vulnerabilities that Donald Trump has going into a general election? And can he win over those voters?
I think some of them he can win over. I think others are Democrats or independent leaning Democrats who are playing in the primary, voting for Nikki Haley. But when we look at where we are, especially when you look at the polling going ahead toward the general election, you do not see that kind of struggle. You actually see, President Trump leading in all the polls from over the weekend from multiple sources, leading in the swing states. So I think he's coming into this general election cycle in a very strong position. He never one day led in the 2019 or 2020 against Joe Biden in the Real Clear Politics average. He's been leading him every day since September.
Cornell Belcher, weigh in here as our pollster. What do you see in tonight's results and in the polls that Mark Lauder talks about?
Let's take on the polls. Like the polls at this point are not predictive, and I understand how we want to spin the polls at this point. But like my friend Chuck Todd said earlier, I've been around long enough to remember the coronation of President Dukakis and Kerry and Romney, right? Polls at this point mean very little. Like they're not predictive. They are instructive, and I will also point out that most of those polls right now are within 2 points, which isn't really a lead. It's in fact a toss-up. But I want to narrow on something that Dawson said, because I think it was a very good interview, and I think he's right. I think there's something. Look, I went through a primary in 2008 with when I was working for Obama and Hillary, and it was a very contested, hard-fought primary. Something feels different here, right? In that primary, Democratic primary voters didn't dislike Barack Obama. They just thought Hillary Clinton was the better candidate. They thought she was more qualified, more experienced. They thought she was a better candidate. There's something qualitatively different about what you see. And so many of these primary voters think, in the Republican primary right now, think that Donald Trump, quite frankly, is not capable, is not ready, is not stable enough to be president. I think there's something qualitatively different, and I agree with my friend with the interviewer from South Carolina that I think there's some work to be done. And I also think that if Nikki Haley wants it, she is the leader of an alternative movement to Donald Trump on the conservative side.
Sarah, do you think that there is any scenario? I mean, I just interviewed Nikki Haley and asked her, is there any way you'll run as a third party candidate with no labels? And she said no. But Cornell makes a great point, which is if you listen to what she's saying, she sure does sound like someone who wants to be in this fight and who's fighting for her vision of what she thinks the Republican Party should look like.
She's going to have to make a decision, and it's coming very, very soon. And if she wants a future in the Republican Party and believes she can be the standard bearer in the next election, she's going to have to get out and endorse him and campaign for him. And if she doesn't want to do that or can't do that or stays in this race on some convention strategy that perhaps he gets convicted and then there's a fight on the convention floor, she's not going to win that either, because the Trump delegates who were elected, tonight, they're not going to be for her. And so that is really the calculus that she's going to have to decide, and she's going to have to do it quickly.
Yeah. Mark, what did you make of what we heard from Donald Trump tonight? He didn't mention Nikki Haley's name. He was squarely focused on the general election. Do you think he will show this type of discipline for the coming weeks ahead? Or do you think that this was a one-off and tomorrow he'll be back bashing Haley?
No, I think he's done. He didn't mention her after South Carolina either, after that victory. And so I think he said he's moving on to the general election. Now, there might be a few riffs here and there, but one of the things that really intrigues me, and to Sarah's point earlier, is are we looking at another Ronald Reagan, George H.W. Bush cycle? Because remember, I know it's hard to remember when New England was actually red, but it was under Reagan. And then you had this radical cowboy from California, and those two wings of the party did not like each other. They fought a bitter primary. And really, Reagan was forced to take George H.W. to unify the party and bring it to a new movement forward.
Well, you bring me to my question. How does he reach those Nikki Haley voters? What does he need to do?
I think he's still focused on the results. I mean, you ask the same question that I think he's going to ask to the independents. Are you safer now than you were in 2019? Are things more expensive when they were now? Can you afford gas? Is your paychecks going up? Are prices going up? All of these things, it's the same fundamental question. And I think if you've ever been a Republican or you don't like the situation you're in right now, the answer is pretty clear.
All right. Stay with me. We have a lot more to discuss. Sarah, Mark, and Cornell. Fantastic conversation. Coming up next, the view from the White House as President Biden prepares for Thursday's State of the Union address and for an all but certain 2020 rematch with Trump. We have much more of NBC News Now special coverage of Super Tuesday straight ahead. Stay with us.
Okay. I'm going to go. I said I was going to cut off. I'm going to go ahead and do. There we go. I'm going to go ahead and do one more segment here, one more block with NBC with their stream, because I want to hear what the State of the Union, what's anticipated. We'll be covering the State of the Union Thursday night as we normally do. Will not be anywhere near the marathon stream this has become. Say hello to Bigger Doings. Nancy, if Hillary had been the better candidate, she'd have won. Garvey's toast. I don't know. Perception is massive in elections. And it depends what the perception in general of the Democratic Party is by the time the general election rolls around. And it will also depend upon Garvey, whether he becomes a Trump Republican or whether he already is. I don't know. I didn't even know he was in the race, to be honest with you. As far as whether he's toast or not, he's going to have some significant decisions to make. And that will be interesting, because while I just think the court things are going to change perceptions. Again, everything, it's perception, and the court things will change perceptions. It's easy for people to say now that, they'll vote for him no matter what. But when the reality changes and it becomes a reality that you have to make that decision, some of them will stand firm. Some of them will have to consider their actual moral fiber. What are they really supporting here? And that message is going to be pushed strongly. Thanks, Bigger Doings. Been doing it for a while, and viewership goes up and down. And don't really do it for that. Do it because I was a candidate for Congress, and by that I mean I was in primaries and won the primaries, candidate for Congress, not just somebody that, got on a ballot and, hey, I ran for Congress once. No, I was actually a legitimate candidate for Congress. And so I know some stuff about this, and I've still got some connections. And most of the people are still focused on legacy media. Most of the people are still focused on NBC, ABC, CBS, those people, telling them the truth. I try to, because nobody pays for me to do this. I try to stay as objective and down the middle as I can about things, and just bring up facts and bring up stories on normal nights, stories that you may not hear about or probably won't hear about anywhere else unless you happen to be on my timeline. So thank you. I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. I wouldn't be surprised if his cases, I would not be surprised at that at all, with all of the Trump cases being tossed, especially with the Supreme Court taking up the issue of immunity. So, yeah, so let's go back. Again. I want to see what's anticipated coming up from the White House on Thursday night. I'll be back on Thursday night covering the State of the Union.
So you're really going to see the Biden campaign now viewing this as another unofficial start to the general election, the longest I think we will ever see in the modern era, as trying to frame Donald Trump as this existential threat to democracy, which has been a repeated theme from the current president. Kristen.
And Monica, just very quickly, we anticipate he will be rolling out some new policies, but border policy will not be one of them, as you and I have been reporting. We don't actually expect him to announce those new executive actions that the administration has been eyeing on the border, right?
That's right, exactly. We know that they had been considering some unilateral action for some time, but really what we should expect to see the president do on Thursday in the State of the Union is hammer Republicans for torpedoing the bipartisan border deal that they say really could have provided some of the critical funding, adding to border personnel, to the much needed improvements.
It's tough to come out and say you got border policy at the same time that it really did come out that, that they flew 320,000 was the number I saw, that they flew across the border illegally to avoid any kind of confrontations at the border. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to know something is going on. The questions are what's going on and who's responsible for it. That's what we normally talk about on here, and we'll cover that. Let's get back to, here we go. Just in time, I talked up into a break. So, yeah, that's what the White House is going to be talking about. They're not going to be talking about immigration because there are too damn many questions about immigration. Again, number one question is, what is really going on? Who's really behind this, and why is this happening? And this is not a topic that is either or. It may still be for some. At one time it was it was mentioned earlier. At one time it was the Democrats want open borders, which I had not heard that, but the perception is that, yeah, Democrats want open borders. And at the moment, absolutely nothing other than them saying, okay, the Republicans torpedoed the legislation we tried to pass. Other than that, you're the president of the United States. There is a crisis going on, and we see it. We see this crisis that's going on, especially in the bigger cities, and the least advantaged people in these bigger cities are the ones that are getting impacted the most by what is going on. Thanks to social media, does a lot of really nasty bad things. There's like I said, there's times we've had 13,000 views. There's times we've had 225,000 views. There's times we've had 9,000 views. The majority of the time we get around 200 or 300 views now because of massive troll attacks at times, because of getting taken down, because of being censored. And so we try to avoid all those things and just talk truth, and who wants to hear it hears it, and who doesn't. And the truth is, social media has allowed us, like I said, a lot of bad things, but there are good things too. Information is information is the key to everything, including power. And a lot of information is intentionally suppressed. And the reason for that is because the powers that be feel that we cannot process as average citizens. We cannot process things on our own. Now, at the same time, have they dumbed us all down? Potentially. Is social media a culprit in that? Potentially. But we can see what is actually going on because there are people with camera phones that are showing us things that are actually happening that normally we would only hear reports about, and the events we would hear reports about would be selectively edited by people that with that label, editor. You know, this is what we want them to hear. This is what they don't need to hear. They make those decisions. And if the media has an agenda, which they have to have, because it's not about information, it's about entertainment. Okay, everything's all backwards. I ought to be on here entertaining. The social media ought to be entertaining instead of bringing you facts and news and boring stuff that people don't want to watch. But that's not how it works. What should be the news, quote unquote, is entertainment. It's based upon views and clicks and likes and advertising dollars. And what should be entertainment here on social media are a number of people like me who talk about the truth about things they know about, and nobody hears, or very few people hear. But that's okay, because we keep talking the truth. And the people that start rising up talking the truth, they get slammed back down. And this episode may get cut after almost 5 hours because of this little rant I'm on, and I apologize if I've lost you all. I've talked through, oh, here we're getting ready to talk about the general election. So let's pop back over here. I need to edit myself and stop talking.
I think it's going to be decisive. It's hard to paint a scenario.
Right. Need to somehow do it if he couldn't win these, and that might be Minnesota or New Hampshire. But
I think realistically, look, it's Wisconsin and Michigan. Michigan, hope there is some real slack in the Democratic base there as a result of Israel-Palestine. And Wisconsin, look, Trump won it by 20,000.
Finally get Steve
and he lost it by
Kornacki.
23,000. And you saw Ron Johnson get reelected there in 2022. It's always on the edge. It could be Wisconsin. This all comes down to.
Look, you and I obsessed over the map between 16 and 20 between Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden was the difference with one candidate, Gary Johnson, right? And a Gary Johnson vote went to Biden in 2020. The Gary Johnson vote went to Biden there. Who's on the ballot? Right?
That's the biggest.
If Cornell Belcher, sorry, if Cornell West, and it's late, and I apologize. You want to get on the ballot?
You getting in?
Yeah, it is. You have Cornell West on the ballot here and Jill Stein on the ballot in these two states. Then I buy that Gaza could be a real problem. But if they're not on the ballot, then where does that protest go? Then there's the RFK thing. Look, I think RFK, it's pretty clear to me the polling shows it hurts Trump as much as it hurts Biden. So I don't know if RFK is the same. But to me, having those liberal third-party candidates, if they're on the ballot in those two states, that's real trouble for Biden.
And I just see the bigger picture is what you see it in poll after poll. When was the last time you had an election where there was this little enthusiasm for both candidates? I know 16 was high. This looks even higher. And
don't we have lower turnout? Don't you assume lower turnout?
Well, that's the X factor, because if it comes down from 160, the one thing, the way I've been reading these Republican primary results, by the way, is we keep saying the 40% here, the 30% here not voting for Trump. I think that's an indication of how motivated part of the Democratic base is, because they're coming into these Republican primaries where they can.
I was just going to say, I'm not convinced that any Haley voter this year voted for Trump in 2020. Okay, it is. So I think we are all, I think there's a lot of wish casting about the Haley vote that somehow, oh, look,
It's a motivated Democratic vote. And the
a
good
nice
news
way
for
to put it.
Democrats is they don't have to motivate it in the fall. We do know that about a segment of the electorate.
All right.
Fair enough.
Well, we're going to watch all of those X factors and those states, especially Georgia and Arizona, which we were just talking about. Great conversation. We don't have time for any follow-up questions, but I have a bunch
Cornell,
of
let me
them.
know when you're running. Let me know when you're filing.
He'll keep us honest on that. All right, Chuck and Steve, that was fantastic. Thank you both so much. More special Super Tuesday coverage.
Something bad has happened to Mom. I can feel it.
She will come back.
Secrets will poison.
Had myself still muted. I apologize. Trump wins big. That's our wrap up here. Nikki Haley did win one state, underperformed in many other states. The question now is, does she stay in as a emergency alternative? Does something happen to Trump? She's right there. Does she potentially go third party? As far as the last thing we just heard was Chuck Todd and Kornacki discussing the impacts of a potential third party run. We've kind of touched on it throughout the night. The reason is because everything else is decided. That's going to become a story now. What's going to the third party stuff is going to be elevated because the other stories, it's not a question of who's running against who. And it hasn't really been. Tonight, it is the final nail in the proverbial coffin that it's Trump versus Biden. We've learned that the Democratic side wants to say, okay, that's great. Now we start saying, hey, look, it really is Trump. You got to really vote for Biden, even though you hate him because he ain't Trump. That hasn't worked. It's been projected to work in the past. Maybe it has in some of these Republican down ballot races that we've been seeing leading up. I don't know. I just know that if I were a Democratic strategist, I would be whispering in anybody's ear that would listen that, hey, we gotta get a different candidate. Is what I would be whispering if I was on the Democratic side, but anyway, and we've learned that Steve Garvey is going to be running for Senate, and I didn't even know Steve Garvey was in the primary until a few hours ago. And it's interesting how Republicans, not only Republicans, but okay, it's all about name recognition. That's why you do this. That's why Tommy Tuberville, former coach, is now a senator in a state that he doesn't even live in, which is totally illegal, but it's okay because he's a senator. Another episode that we harped on this in the past about how there are two different systems of justice in the United States. And, we got hammered by a lot of people that no, especially people that were in the white community, let's say. And now a lot of those same people are starting to see that, whoa, there really are two separate justice systems, the systems for the haves and the systems for the have-nots, and that the least among us have to be the absolute most law-abiding, because the system that we deal with is totally different than the system that the haves deal with, especially members of Congress. You see, there's a guy still sitting in Congress that was caught with gold bars and refuses to leave. We've seen Santos on the Republican side. That's the guy I'm talking about. It starts with an M, but it doesn't matter. He's on the Democrat side. There, you again had a visitor here today. Friend stopped by, and we were discussing how there used to be faith. We used to have faith in institutions. We had faith in the United Nations. We had faith that our government agencies were looking out for us, wanted the best for us, you know. And if you are a rational human, you have to at least be questioning whether that is indeed true, or if not, if not questioning, if you've already understood that, whoa, things are really not how, not only not how they're supposed to be, not only not how they could be, but not how I perceived them to be. And when people get certain things in their head, this is my belief, and you cannot change someone else's belief that has something ingrained in their head. They will simply say, okay, fake news, or that can't be true, or whatever. Very few people have an open mind and have the inner strength to say, okay, I was wrong. All right, I was totally wrong about that. So people get ingrained, whatever it is that their deep beliefs are, and too often are not able to change, not able to understand that what they have perceived is not really how things are. And that's the whole purpose of doing this show. And the way we do this show is we say all the time, not telling you what to think. I'm not telling you how to think. I'm just giving you things to think about. Now, if it's something that goes against what you've always thought, when I show something or say that, I show something that goes against what you've always thought, chances are you're going to go, that's just, that's fake. That's just human nature. And that's why our country is so divided, because while this social media thing is good, it's also incredibly divisive and has been used as such. I'm old enough that I can remember when it was a great thing. It was a great thing. It was a totally brand new thing. There are people that they're not watching this because, I'm an old guy and young people don't listen to old people. That's just the analytics of the internet. But there are people that don't remember before internet, the BI, the new time break, the BI and the AI, the before internet and the AI, the artificial intelligence. Or is it the actual, is it the actual intelligence of something else that is just pretending to be artificial for our to make it easier to take us over. That's kind of deep. Anyway, let me look over here and say, yeah, if you want to be a journalist, then it can't be one-sided. It has to be truth on both sides and allow people to make up their own minds. Yeah, that's what we try to do on here. Exactly. Is that a good reason to vote for someone, Doofus, or should you vote for the person that will do the best for this country? Chilled, in my opinion, yes, the ultimate vote, your ultimate measurement of the vote, of your vote, is who is going to do the best for this country. And if you, no matter how you vote, if you use that as a measurement, then I respect your vote, no matter who you vote for. Because like I said, we all have in our head preconceived notions about things, about, and it comes from our past. We have preconceived notions about what it means to be a Democrat, what it means to be a Republican. Well, what it meant to be a Democrat has changed. What it meant to be a Republican has changed over the course of the decades and centuries, actually, that we've had political parties, something the founding fathers strongly advised against, not just Jefferson, but Washington and Adams and Paine, all against. Don't form political parties. Don't make it the Federalists against those that want state rights, because that, from the jump, has been our conflict in this country. From the 13 colonies on, it has always been, which is more significant, the rights of the state, thus closer to the rights of the individual, or the rights of the mass, the entire group of states. That is why some people had a problem with the Supreme Court's ruling taking Trump off the Colorado ballot and off the Maine ballot, because they felt that a state should have the right to do anything they choose, which they think is best for their people. The Supreme Court ruled you can do that on state level. You cannot do that to a federal candidate, which, since they made it that way, that means a candidate for Congress, United States House of Representatives, a candidate for the United States Senate, or the presidency. Those are the only three federally elected offices that applies to. So that is a huge immunity, that and impunity, that if people decide, if a gang takes over an area and decides one of their gang members who's a triple murderer, who, for however nefarious reasons, got out of prison, and they put it to where he was a federal candidate, he can't be taken off the ballot by the people that know he's not deserving to be on the ballot. So it has potential farther reaching impact than just this decision with Trump, as all decisions by the Supreme Court or by Congress, they all have unintended consequences. They all have farther reaching impact than what it is when it comes out. We all react to what the ramifications of the decision at its inception, but there are still things that are being ruled on based upon law from a long time ago. Anyway, I'm rambling. they cannot relate to everyday Americans with a 9 to 5. They were sponge fed and don't know what it's like to struggle. A lot of that's true, Chilled. For a lot of people, that's true. They have, you know, the speech that kind of made me semi known was my speech at the UAW on the Ohio River in Kentucky, just across the Indiana border. And I bring that up because I actually came from the start of my speech. You know, I didn't have any note cards or anything. I just spoke, and I was given 3 minutes to speak. And I started out with, you know, my dad worked at the Chrysler plant. My sisters worked at the Ford plant and the Chrysler plant. You know, I came from a working class family. I was an IBEW member, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. I worked construction for a phone company, you know, while going through college. So most of the people that are involved in leading our country do not have anywhere close to a working background or an understanding of what we as the have-nots, and that, by the way, the amount you have to not be a have-not keeps going up all the time. You know, the more you think you have, the higher the level is going to get before you realize you really don't have. But that's beside the point. I'm kind of, it's getting late and I'm just kind of rambling. So I don't know if anybody's even watching. I haven't been paying any attention. I watched Cat Williams today. And Cat Williams, talks about a lot of things. Cat Williams talks about a lot of things, and I think he knows at different levels how things work, and I think that I personally think that there's a level that certain people are at, and these groups, you're looked at as a conspiracy theorist, and I'm okay with that. But the Bilderberg Group, the Bohemian Grove, the WEF, the WHO, you look at these groups, you find people that are entwined in all of these groups. And I bring that up because I just mentioned the level that you have to be to be a have is always going to be rising. And Cat Williams said something about, he was asked something about, you know, what a billionaire would see when he went to heaven. And he said he ain't gonna see anything, because in order to have $1 billion, you have to have already sold your soul. And it brought a big laugh and everything, but he wasn't laughing. And these people that that have been around the entertainment industry on a higher level, and they're all talking and saying similar things. And I've showed some stuff on this show before that that got taken away, about the concept of the worship of Satan and the worship of evil and the elevation of these things, and how we might be in an actual war on many different levels, including we might be in an ongoing spiritual war. And again, this is all stemming from listening to Cat Williams earlier. And for those that don't know, Cat Williams is a black comedian. He's a member of the black community, and he does comedy geared towards the black community. So it's not like I was a major Cat Williams fan or knew anything about him. I knew who he was, and I'd seen him on some, seen him on some things, and I didn't really have an opinion one way or another about him. And then I caught this Shannon Sharpe. Somebody sent me a clip of this interview with Cat Williams and Shannon Sharpe, where he was talking about what you had to do to make it in Hollywood. And I went and watched the whole interview then. And then today I saw Cat Williams again, and it was really odd because I had a friend here, and we're watching this, and we're talking about things, and shortly after we've talked about it, they talk about it, and it was just really, 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 really odd. But and what I mean by odd is that you wouldn't think that what I would be coming, you may not think that I would be coming to the same conclusions that Cat Williams comes to, because we come from such different, diverse everything. But at the same time, in watching him, I found he is saying some of the same things I've been saying for a very long time. And I think maybe the more I watch, the more I see that other people are saying the same things I've been saying for a long time about a lot of different things, because we do that. We talk about a lot of different things on here, obviously. And it was on the Joe Rogan show, by the way. Cat Williams on the Joe Rogan show. I don't think I mentioned that. I just said they. And their conversation got to a point where they said it's, time to build a bunker. And then it was, or at least get food and water, and and we're hearing more and more of that. We're hearing about the what we might term the elite, building a lot of bunkers, building a lot of, surviving something structures underground. Few years ago, when I mentioned underground military bases, I can remember the episode, because I happened, I glanced over at the chat, and there was ha 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 ha, like, but there there are structures underground that we're not supposed to be aware of. There's a lot of things that go on that we're not supposed to be aware of. And I also happened to see today, since I'm kind of just rambling on here, I'm not really sleepy, although I should have been off air here a long time ago. I also saw Edwin Snowden, the WikiLeaks guy. I saw him talking earlier today too, and he was talking about the data mining that goes on. How when you search for something, you do a Google search and then you go to Facebook, and which I don't necessarily advise anybody do, but if you're a Facebook user, you do a Google search, you go to Facebook, and you see you're scrolling through your thing, and ads pop up for what you were just searching. Okay, they have data mined your search and have supplied you with what they feel you need to be buying. All right, that's just a small example. He was talking about how gaming, how significant gaming is to a larger plan, and how the addictiveness of games and the amount of time you play into games actually gives away so much about you, where you, especially when you play games with moral decisions, it tells people, it tells whoever's getting the data, it tells them that, you know, what kind of person you are, you know. There's so much going on that we just aren't aware of, let alone in a position to do anything about, especially individually. And as always, I just like to put things out there. You know, here's what I've seen today. Here's what popped up in my timeline today. And that's what we do on here. And again, this all started because I mentioned Cat Williams, and he kept coming back in this conversation he was having. And I've still got like an hour and a half of the conversation I haven't seen yet, that I'm going to go back and watch, because I would love to have conversations like that, stimulating conversations where, you know, you're talking with people about so many different topics. But anyway, the central note that he kept coming back to over and over and over again is knowledge. That, you know, it really all comes down to knowledge. And that's what I'm going to leave you with, that it's all about knowledge. And when you learn something or you hear something, always ask, okay, why am I just learning this now? Or if you hear something that's contrary to what you normally believe, the first thing you got to ask is, well, is this really possibly true? The first thing we normally do is go, that, you know, I don't believe, you know, I've never heard that, so that can't be true. Because I never heard it, it can't be true. I never seen it, it can't be true. There are a lot of people that are like that. And that's not going to change. You know, that's not going to change. If you're not one of those people, then when you hear something new, always question it. Don't just accept it. And if you're smart enough to be open-minded enough to be one of the people I'm talking about, you already know that. But just a little reinforcement, you know. because sometimes you might forget, but always question. Always question. And with that, I will say, friend the other day told me to keep my powder dry. If you give people a chance, you will find you have a lot more in common than not. Absolutely. Absolutely, Chilled. I really enjoy Cat Williams. He's super intelligent. Yeah, he is. And it's because he read a whole bunch of books. And as somebody that writes books, yay. There may be a lot of more young people on YouTube, but from what I've read, the YouTube advertisers much prefer people our age, more disposable income in theory. But the gamer crowd is the real target, though. And let me finish, because I went on a different tangent. Let me finish that up. Edwin Snowden, the gamer crowd is the real target because of that demographic, that age group, that age range that is known as that are gamers, that are serious gamers, that spend more money than I get a month on Social Security after working my whole life. They'll spend that on just a controller. Serious gamers that game for hours upon hours upon hours, that are giving up all of this data. But the real thing is they get addicted to being in that world and the joy that world brings them, and it makes them less aware of what the real world is doing to them. And that is what those at the very top really want. They really want everyone to not be paying attention to anything of significance and constantly be distracted and in conflict, whether it be with each other or whatever it be. Always be afraid, always be in conflict, always be scared, always, be angry, always be the negative emotions. And it's tough to overcome that. But at the end of every show, I say, it is a dark world, try to be a light, because that is what I think our goal as humans trying to evolve is to overcome all of those negative emotions, not to discount them because they're all real, but to just not let them become your emotions. And if we all dealt with each other on that level, I think it would be a lot better place. We're not there anyway. You will continue to wear blinders if think like that. Truly do your own research. A friend the other day told me to keep my powder dry. I did a thing, and okay, I see you. You continue to wear blinders if you think like that. Okay. I did a thing, an episode. When was it we did that? Chris and I did last Wednesday night an episode, What Could Go Wrong, A to Z. The 26 things that could potentially, A to Z, 26 things that could potentially go wrong. And it was what could go wrong, ? A to Z. Aliens, as far as what could go wrong. Issues, A to Z, that could potentially cause chaos. Aliens, A. The border, a civil war, disease, this eclipse coming, famine, Gaza, ramifications of actions or inactions by our country in Gaza, H, hacking, a foreign government taking us down. just like in the movie, Leave the World Behind. I was Israel. Again, actions and inactions with Israel could cause major ramifications in the country, including potential terrorist attacks. J, judgment of courts. K, Kim Jong-un. L, Ron Hubbard and Scientology. I don't think people know how allegedly damaging and dangerous Scientology is. We're not going to go down the rabbit hole and start doing weekly segments or anything, but we do keep an eye on what's going on from those that are protesting the organization. M, migration. N, a nuclear incident. O, oil. P, Putin. Q, QAnon. R, robots. S, solar mass ejection. T, Trump. U, Ukraine. V, Venezuela. W, World War III. X is XI, which is pronounced Z, the leader of China. Y is a youth uprising from our country, which is not, it's not talked about much, but it's something we need to highlight on the show at some point. The fact that there are areas where a lot of bad things going on in the younger generations. And Z, of course, the Zionists. So while it may be, it may, keep your powder dry, be prepared for whatever may happen. While some may say that's irrational, if you look at just that list right there alone, and that alone tells me to take what not going away is just posted. Take a look at ready.gov if nothing else, and it'll give you I think it's 12 basic necessities you should think about, or they recommend you have at all times. And we're in a tumultuous time. It's not, you can't say, hey, everything's great. It's all it's all a groovy kind of feeling. No, if you got your eyes even partially open, you see that a lot of weird stuff's going on, and makes you question what is really the motivation behind things. Okay, I will check that out, Chilled. All right. Thank you all. Woody, thank you for being here. Everybody that's here that popped in that was new, thank you. Please come back. Thursday night, we'll be on covering the State of the Union. Then Friday at 9, Chris will be on with us, and we'll be talking about world affairs and what's going on here in country. Again, the latest from Chris was that Haiti is there's a coup attempt underway in Haiti. It has not been put down by any stretch of the imagination. And Guy, which is spelled G-U-Y, Guy Philippe will more than likely be the next, will be the de facto leader, whether he declares himself president, prime minister, whatever. He will be the next de facto leader of the island nation of Haiti. So thank you all. Thank you for being here. I greatly appreciate, love everybody like chocolate chip cookies, and I sincerely mean that. And blessings upon all of you. Peace, live long and prosper. Love y'all. And it is a dark world. So do try to be a light. World needs more light.